Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Yue was stunned. You wanted to come up with an idea? That's not impossible. He looked around, taking in everyone's eyes. Anoki's pleading eyes. Rakich's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Luo Sha, the B asterisk 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 D, just skipped it. Terumi Mei is a bit strange. Her eyes seem to be stretched. At this moment, everyone was waiting for an answer from this young man. Under the eager gaze of everyone, Yue had a flash of inspiration. Hey, I have a new idea. My idea is to kill them all. He looked at everyone present and said with some excitement. Yue clapped her hands together, looking free and easy. I can't find an answer that satisfies everyone, but I have an idea that will satisfy everyone, guaranteed to be fair. Okay, everyone, you go back and prepare for the battle now. I think there is no need to take the Chunin exam. In 3 days, we will fight to the death in the ninja world. Konoha challenges for come on together. Yue rubbed her hands, looking eager to try, as if she was looking forward to it. The loser will be completely wiped out from the ninja world. What do you think of my idea? Shinomiya Yuzuki showed a bright smile, but this smile made everyone except Minato shudder immediately. As soon as the words fell, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. How about it? Not great. Your Excellency Yue, are you kidding me? This handsome boy, there's no need to be like this. Everyone's faces froze. What a joke. Now start a war with Konoha. With Shinomiya Yue's terrifying power, how could they have any chance of winning? Even if the 4 villages gather all their strength together, they will only die. Rakich's throat rolled, and his eyes were a little horrified, but he didn't notice it. This handsome boy's delicate appearance actually hides such a terrifying, murderous intention. Powerful people are not scary, but powerful lunatics. Very scary, because you don't know whether what he said is true or false. Your Excellency Yue, after thinking about it, this matter is actually not that serious. Rakich said seriously, look, since everyone has been resurrected by you with so much effort, there is no need to meet with swords. Actually, strictly speaking, we don't have any losses now, otherwise we can just forget about it. Saying that, Rakich gave Anoki a sharp wink. Rakich is just a bad-tempered man, not really a reckless man. Knowing that you are outmatched and still fighting to the death is called hot-blooded stupidity. What he likes to fight most is a battle that must be won. Anoki understood the idea and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Excellency, Deidara is indeed at fault in this matter, and it is only natural for Rakich to teach him a lesson. I overreacted. Immediately, Anoki also glanced at Rakich. 2 old rivals. Rakich naturally understood Anoki's hint. He smiled, walked up to Yue, and patted Deidara's but symbolically. Okay, I've taught this kid a lesson. Your Excellency Yue, come sit down and have a cup of tea. Rakich greeted him warmly, as if the atmosphere that had just dropped to freezing point was an illusion. Yue waved her hands with a hint of teasing. It seems like everyone likes my idea. Several shadow-level experts who stood at the top of the ninja world could only laugh at this moment. Never mind. I won't drink the tea anymore. I have to go back to catch up on my sleep. I haven't slept enough since I was woken up. These people are awesome. All of them were as slippery as loaches. After saying that, Yu threw Deidara aside, waved to Minato, and turned to leave. Don't take away a single cloud. Bang dang. As soon as the door to Hokage's office closed, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. This guy finally left. He seemed quite easy to get along with, but I didn't expect him to be so moody. Call. However, the next second, boom, Rakich's body surges with thunder armor again. He instantly moved in front of Deidara and grabbed his throat with one hand. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme again. Anoki's eyes widened with anger. He didn't expect Rakich to turn against him so quickly. Why is this guy more shameless than me? Let him go. Dust style appeared in Anoki's palm, and he glared at Rakich with a sullen face. Rakage looked full of disdain. It was just to give Mr. Uf face. Do you think I will really let him go? Kill him, and you won't be able to live. Dustile is already aimed at Rakage. If he dares to hurt Deidara, Anoki will definitely make him disappear instantly. Then let's see who is faster. Rakage said disdainfully. Minato remained silent, just watching with a faint smile. Just when the situation is about to break out. Squeak. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone turned their heads instantly, and when they saw the person clearly, the expressions on their faces froze. Why is he back? Minato, I almost forgot to tell you, I'll go to your house for dinner tonight. Is that okay? I kind of miss your craftsmanship. Uf from the fourth palace walked in leisurely. Minato smiled with a smile on his face. Of course it's no problem. I'll go buy the ingredients myself later and make sure you're satisfied. Yua also smiled and nodded. That's great. At this time, Yua looked around. Anoki put his hands behind his back and pretended to look at the ceiling. This ceiling is really a ceiling. Looking past Anoki, Yuzuki's eyes fell on Rakage. What are you doing? At this time, Rakage was patting the dust off Deidara's body. Seeing Yua looking at her, Rakage forced out a stiff smile. I saw this guy lying on the ground. I was afraid that he would catch a cold, so I wanted to find a place for him to rest. Besides, he has a lot of dust on him, so I just helped him clean it up. Yua smiled meaningfully. I didn't expect such a rough guy like you to be quite attentive. Okay, I'm leaving. You can continue chatting. After saying that, Yua turned around and went out, not forgetting to close the door behind her. You must have really left now, right? Bang dang. As the door closes, the atmosphere changes again. The sounded again. Rakage activated the thunder armor again, and his strong hands pinched Deidara's neck again. He lifted him up like a chicken. Anoki quickly aimed his hands hidden behind his back at Rakage, and Dust Style was ready to go. He is dead, no matter. Rakage was about to finish off Deidara. The door opened again. Sagon Yua walked in again. Minato, I just remembered that I plan to bring a few people to eat together, so remember to prepare more ingredients. Minato suppressed his smile and nodded seriously. Okay, I've written it down. Is there anything else? Yua thought for a while and shook her head. No more. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Rakage again. You. Before he could finish the question, Rakage rushed to answer. If you can't find a bed, just hold him first. Rakage was smiling, but Deidara was sleeping soundly in his arms. You're quite a nice person. Yua couldn't help laughing. Okay, goodbye. I'm really leaving this time. Yua went out with a smile. With a bang, the door closed. But in the office, no one moved. Okay, we won't be fooled this time. Minato was the only one sipping tea leisurely. It took about 3 minutes. Shinomiya, Yua never showed up again. As if, really gone? Anoki once again showed the hand hidden behind his back, staring at Rakage with a gloomy look on his face. Let Deidara go, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow flew towards him like lightning. Anoki took a closer look and saw that it was Deidara. He was overjoyed and immediately used the light and heavy rock technique to catch Deidara. In the distance, Rakage returns to normal from his throwing posture. He looked at the door and then at Namikaze's Minato. Finally, he returned to his seat and sat down again. He didn't say anything, but he seemed to have said everything. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Just stay here. Okay, I understand. You've said this 10,000 times. Deidara nodded helplessly and gave in to Anoki's insistence. He was sitting on the floor, concentrating on trying to integrate the transformation of the 3 chakra attributes of wind, fire, and earth. This is an indispensable initial stage for mastering Dust Style. 10,000 times? As long as I still have breath, this warning will not stop. Anoki restrained his usual amiability and warned with a serious face. There are enough drinks here. You can choose whatever you want. But the conversation changed. But you must never drink alcohol again. You hear me. Recalling that incident, Anoki still has lingering fears. This boy Deidara almost scared him. You still drink when you don't have the ability to drink, causing such a big mess. Fortunately, someone helped you clean up the mess this time and was generous enough not to settle the score with you. Otherwise, we won't be able to afford the compensation even if we sell Yanin Village. Deidara smiled awkwardly. I know. Okay, if you know you made a mistake, just correct it. I'm leaving. After saying that, Anoki closed the door, turned, and left. This house has no special protection. After all, to Deidara, restraint is just a joke. As long as he wants, he can leave anytime and anywhere. This kind of thing has to be done consciously. Outside the house, Lus, black soil, and red soil have been waiting for a long time. The other elite members of Yanin Village have already entered the examination room. Old man, you finally came out. Let's go quickly. Kurat Suchi jumped with excitement. Although she is no longer a genin and cannot take the exam, she is always interested in lively things. Anoki looked at her lovingly and smiled. Okay, let's go. Immediately, he flew leisurely to the place reserved for him on Chuta's back. The group slowly headed towards the heart of Konoha. 3 days have passed since the explosion, and filmmakers from various countries have coordinated to deal with the aftermath. The Chunin exam was held as scheduled, and today was the day when the preliminary exam kicked off. There were about 300 people taking this exam. It can be said to be the largest number of times. Konoha Center. In a huge classroom that was specially renovated, 300 candidates sat in an orderly manner. Not only does the space not appear crowded, it is spacious and spacious. In order to accommodate all the candidates, Konoha sent with Style Ninja and Civil Engineering Captain Yamato to expand the classroom. The place with 300 people was extremely quiet, which shows the quality of these young people. Soon, the classroom door was gently pushed open, and 5 figures walked in slowly. Namikaze Minato, AI, Anoki, Terumi Mei, Raza, and the 5 shadows all arrived. Wearing their own film robes and smiling, they conveyed encouragement and expectations to the audience. The candidates' eyes lit up, and they looked for the shadow of their village, with excitement and nervousness surging in their hearts. If we perform poorly, wouldn't it be a disgrace? As the host Hokage, Minato Namikaze was the first to speak. He spoke quickly. He first welcomed everyone and wished everyone good results, and then briefly introduced the examination rules. That's all I have to say. I wish everyone good luck in the exam. Namikaze Minato ended his speech with his signature warm smile. This gentleness and sunshine not only made the people of Konoha feel friendly, but also the visitors from other villages. Surrounded by warm applause, Minato walked off the stage with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Reikage stepped forward and climbed onto the podium. The candidates in Yanin Village were in high spirits and were looking forward to Reikage's speech. However, Reikage cleared his throat and raised a smile on his lips. I think Master Hokage has said almost everything that needs to be said. I won't be rambling anymore. Why not go directly to the exam? As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. Not only the candidates from Yanin Village who were eagerly awaited by the audience. Even the other Kage looked sideways. Bad boy, what are you talking about? Anoki frowned. Then he walked up to Reikage, elbowed him quietly, and whispered dissatisfiedly. Hokage has a saying of Hokage, but don't forget, they're not only candidates from Konoha, but also children from our village waiting here. A few words of encouragement can help them have a deeper impression of the film. Although Luo, Sha, and Terumi made it not speak, it could be seen from their eyes that they also held the same view on this. Can you be smarter? Reikage lowered his voice and muttered helplessly. Don't you see that your Excellency Yue is a little impatient? Still want to talk? What are you going to talk about? How do you want us to be outnumbered by Konoha? Reikage's words shocked the 3 of them. This is a trivial matter, but once it involves Yue, it becomes a big deal. They immediately turned their attention to Shinomiya Yuzuki, who looked like an ordinary candidate in the crowd. The man looked ordinary and was turning the pen carelessly at this moment. He looked a little bored. As if sensing everyone's gaze, he suddenly raised his head and smiled softly at those eyes. This smile made several people present feel a chill in their hearts. Okay, let's do what you said and start the exam as soon as possible. Anoki said quickly. Reikage nodded and looked around the classroom, then announced in his trademark booming voice. I announce that the first session of the Chunin exam has officially begun. The words were like a heavy hammer falling to the ground, and the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became solemn. After confirming that everything was correct, Reikage exchanged glances with Namikaze Minato and others and left the scene in tacit understanding. Then, the Proctor Marino Ahiki appeared. He added several exam rules in detail on the blackboard, and is fully responsible for the supervision of this examination. Outside the examination room, Minato and others paid close attention to the internal dynamics of the examination room through the observation window. No small movement can escape their eyes. But they did not pay attention to the candidates in their own village, but invariably set their sights on the same person. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Hokage, why don't you stop him? After a long silence, Reikage finally couldn't help but speak to Minato. What on earth was Konoha thinking? How could such a character be placed in the small Chunin exam? Besides, with Shinomiya Yuu's strength, why is there any need for exams? Direct promotion to Elite Jonin is more than enough. Namikaze Minato smiled calmly. Let him have fun, don't worry. He knows what's appropriate. Yue showed great kindness to them, but she never made any demands. Now he just wanted to have some fun during the Chunin exam. So how could he refuse such a request? Reikage was speechless for a moment. Okay. What else could he say? Fortunately, there is only one. Just avoid him and don't provoke him. In the final duel, it all depends on who is unfortunate enough to meet him. Reikage showed a gloating smile as he spoke. There are so many candidates, so it's unlikely that the candidates from Yunin Village will face Yue. As long as you're not from your own village, just sit back and watch the show. 1. Minato suddenly smiled. An intriguing light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that Naruto and Sasuke were also planning to give them a big surprise. Quack, quack. A burst of croaking sound was heard, and Minato's expression suddenly changed. I lowered my head and saw that there was a small toad at my feet. Is it Jiraiya-sensei who is looking for me? Minato picked up the little toad and asked gently. The little toad seemed to understand the words and nodded. Everyone, I'll leave for now. After hurriedly greeting Reikage and others, Minato's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. He came to a secluded room. Minato held the toad close to his ear. Hello, is this Jiraiya-sensei? Minato, where are you now? A familiar voice to Jiraiya came from the toad's belly. With the help of Mount Miyaboku's magical psychic skills, the master and apprentice began a dialogue across the boundaries of time and space. Teacher, what's the matter? I'm in Konoha. Konoha? Which Konoha? Jiraiya's voice was full of confusion. Teacher, can there be a second Konoha in the entire ninja world? Minato smiled helplessly. Of course I know there's no second Konoha, but wasn't Konoha destroyed by the bombing? I was at the scene, and the explosion was Daidara's fault. That guy, I shouldn't be curious to see his art. Jiraiya couldn't help but have a headache when he thought about this. No, who the good guy calls explosions art. He sighed and continued. The toad I left in Konoha delivered the news before he died, saying that the entire Konoha was razed to the ground. Did it see it wrong? In fact, the impact of the explosion was not that big. Minato suppressed his laughter and replied, No, the explosion is very powerful. Not only Konoha, but everything within 10 kilometers around it has been affected. And you? Jiraiya's voice was filled with confusion. Haha, teacher, it's like this. Minato quickly and concisely described the cause and effect to Jiraiya. When Minato finished his words, Jiraiya fell into silence over there. Shinomiya Yuzuki used time travel to restore Konoha to its original appearance? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? If it were not a beloved disciple that he knew well, Jiraiya would even doubt whether the other party was sane. He knew Yu. Whenever he visited Minato's house, Minato and Naruto would mention this name from time to time, and it was hard not to know. Jiraiya just felt that he was an extremely talented boy. Perhaps his qualifications exceeded Minato, and he was expected to become the top powerhouse in Konoha in the future. But he never expected that his ability would be so bizarre. Manipulate time? Minato, are you making up a story for me? Jiraiya said half-jokingly. Teacher, you'll understand if you come back and take a look in person. Minato shook his head and laughed. By the way, I haven't seen the teacher for several days. Did you go to Mount Mayaboku? Yes. At the moment of the explosion, I took Nagato, Konin, and Yahiko and fled to Mount Mayaboku for refuge, along with a young man named Scorpion. Teacher, please come back first. If you see it with your own eyes, you will believe it. Okay, then prepare your psychic skills and summon me over. Teacher, wait a moment. Minato nodded and hung up the phone. Oh no, hung up Toad. He casually put the little toad on his shoulder and quickly formed the seal. Psychicism. There was a loud bang, a cloud of white mist exploded, and a toad half as tall as a man appeared from the mist. Gwa! The toad screamed, opened its big mouth, and figures one after another emerged from the small body. It was Jiraiya, followed closely by Nagato, Yahiko, Konin, and Scorpion. This little toad can actually accommodate as many as 5 people. Minato. Jiraiya said hello and quickly glanced around. Familiar scenery came into view, and Jiraiya's worldview was greatly impacted. This is really Konoha. He was stunned. Can anyone really control time in this world? The higher you stand, the more you realize your own insignificance. On broad knowledge, with Mount Mayaboku as his back and frequent exchanges with the great Toad Sage, Jiraiya should have been above everyone else in the ninja world. He even had the pleasure of hearing the creation myth of the Sage of 6 Paths from the Great Toad Sage. However, even the Great Toad Sage or the Sage of 6 Paths cannot control time. But Shinomiya Yuzuki did it. Is this guy really human? Just when Jiraiya was too shocked to speak, Minato's eyes gently turned to Yahiko and the others. These guys don't look very good at the moment. The only exception is Sia. As a puppet, he does not need to eat and unexpectedly escaped this food disaster. Senior brother Minato. In terms of time, Yahiko and the other 2 entered the school earlier than Minato, so Minato should call them senior brothers. However, the masters came first, and Minato was a few years older than them, so Yahiko and the others simply called him senior brother Minato. Yahiko reluctantly raised his head and wanted to say hello to Minato, but his throat was churning and he retched. Be patient, this may not be a bad thing. Minato suppressed a smile and comforted him. He was like a mirror in his mind, knowing exactly what was going on. After all, they followed Jiraiya into Mount Mayaboku. As the guests brought by Jiraiya, they naturally enjoyed the unique hospitality of Mount Mayaboku. But those Toad brothers, their diet is very different from that of humans. They're full of all kinds of bugs. In other words, Yahiko's menu these days is full of insect feasts. As one of the 3 sacred sites, Mount Mayaboku is extremely rich in natural energy. Although those bugs can't directly increase your strength, they are quite comprehensive in terms of nutrition, except it tastes less friendly. As he said this, Minato seemed to recall some bad memories and smiled helplessly. Apparently, Minato had the same experience. I never thought I would eat bugs in my life. Yahiko took a deep breath with a complicated expression. Minato smiled and said nothing, his eyes full of understanding. Minato, take me to Yuzuki. Jiraiya came over at some point. Now, he is taking an exam. How about we go there later? Jiraiya looked confused. Exam? It won't be the Chunin exam, right? You guessed it, Minato responded with a smile. Hearing Minato's affirmative answer, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. A person with such strength also has to take the test of a group of genin. He's also a genin now, which makes sense. Jiraiya couldn't laugh or cry. This guy. Other side. In the classroom, Yue had no idea that a storm of discussion about him had started behind her back. At this time, he was quietly performing small movements in the examination room. The first Chunin exam, the written test battle. 9 extremely challenging questions lie ahead. Most people were confused when they saw it. Except for the 2 top students, Sakura and Hinata, everyone else looked at a loss. But this is an exam after all, and of course I will not maliciously embarrass the candidates. On the surface, it tests theoretical knowledge, but in fact it tests the ninja's observation and investigative abilities. In other words, this exam allows a certain degree of reference, as long as it is not discovered by the invigilator. Of course, completing the test paper independently is also considered qualified. The moment she saw the test questions, US smiled confidently. Take an exam? Simple. I can't. There is always someone who can. Immediately, he took a photo and sent it to the group to ask for help. After a while, the group became very lively. Shinomiya, how's it going? Have you solved it? Sindu Hashirama, this is not my strong point, and neither does that guy Madara. Alas, the disadvantages of Tobarama not being around are reflected. Uchiha Bido, wait a minute, I'm still calculating, it's quite difficult. Shinomiya, question mark. It's not my brother. Do you think it's up to you? Let Lin do it. Don't trick me. Even if you figure it out, I won't dare to copy it. Uchiha Bido, damn it. Are you looking down on me? Do you know what my nickname is? Test your god. Shinomiya. Okay, Mr. Kaushin, please show Lin a look at the question. Let her solve it in seconds and tell me the answer. I'm very grateful. Uchiha Bito, F***K. Just as the two scumbags were bickering, the real god test was quietly taking effect. Uchiha Itachi uploaded a file. Uchiha Itachi. It's more difficult than what I took the exam at the time, but still within my ability to handle it. Yoyue's eyes lit up. He was indeed the weasel god. You have downloaded a group file. Yue clicked on it and saw that it was full of answers. It's reliable. 1 dozen chi song is the most stable. Yue smiled broadly, picked up the pen, and wrote quickly according to Itachi's answer. The voice announcing the start of the exam still seems to be echoing in the ears, and most of the candidates are frowning. Suddenly, a crisp and clear sound of writing broke the silence, attracting everyone's attention. Huh, that's Yue. Yue can actually do it. Oh, this question doesn't look like it was given to someone else. Let's learn from Yue secretly. No matter what the candidates around her thought, Yue just kept her head down and copied. It didn't take long for Yue to finish the entire test paper. A relaxed and comfortable look on his face. After expressing her deep gratitude to Uchiha Itachi in the group, Yuzuki put the cap on her pen and leisurely lay on the table to catch up on her sleep. When Yue finished writing, the candidates who couldn't wait began to use their own methods. Some used the perspective of pet puppies, some summon insect spies, and some even used the concealment skills of the Eye of the Sand. Of course, there are also those who insist on being self-reliant, such as Sakura, Hinata, and future Sasuke. Although Sasuke's brushstrokes are not as smooth as Yuue's, they are no less graceful. After a little thought, he can write wonderfully. At this time, Naruto was still scratching his head and ears in his seat, looking helpless. At this moment, Kurama's voice quietly sounded in his mind. Naruto, choose for this question. What? Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Kurama, can you solve the problem? Humph, this is not a piece of cake for me. Ninetales looked quite proud. Although the answer was already at his fingertips, Naruto hesitated. Is this cheating, Kurama? This is not cheating. Examinations are all about methods. Being able to solve problems in any way is also a kind of ability. Oh, that's it. After understanding this truth, Naruto no longer had any worries. With Kurama's assistance, his pen tip was flying. Hinata, who was sitting next to Naruto, was concentrating on answering the questions while still thinking about how to secretly help Naruto after finishing the answer. Unexpectedly, Naruto suddenly seemed to be cheating, and his speed was astonishing, as if the questions were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Naruto-kun, that's awesome. Hinata's eyes sparkled with little stars of adoration. Time passes slowly. During this period, many people who were caught cheating more than 5 times left sadly and lost the qualification to continue taking the exam. Someone from every village was eliminated because of this, but most of them were in Konoha. After all, it was a home game, so the number of participants was naturally the largest. There are 101 groups in this exam. Each group has 3 people, with a total of 301 candidates. Among them, Yue is in a group by himself. After all, He doesn't have extra people to form teammates. As many as 13 groups were disqualified due to cheating, and a total of 39 people had to withdraw from the competition early. Facing the gradually decreasing number of candidates, Raikage, who was observing from outside, did not see any fluctuation on his face. Not only him, but other village leaders such as Inoki, Raza, Trumi Mei, etc. also had an expected expression. Because the focus of their attention, those stocks with real potential, have not been lost so far. There were footsteps behind them, and everyone looked back and saw Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, and others walking towards them. One of the famous Sannin, the hero Jiraiya. After seeing the person clearly, Raikage's eyes revealed a hint of awe. This is the teacher who taught this outstanding disciple, Denami Fo Minato, and his own strength cannot be underestimated. What's more, Jiraiya had already become famous during the Second Ninja War and was a strong man from the same era as Raikage's father. Hello, everyone. Jiraiya smiled and waved warmly to say hello. Hero of Konoha, I have admired my name for a long time. Everyone responded with smiles. I won't disturb you. I'm just looking for someone. After the greetings, Jiraiya couldn't wait to walk to the window and looked in through the glass window. His eyes wandered through the crowd, aiming directly at Shinomiya Yue. Soon, he discovered that special existence. Yue was lying on the table fast asleep, which was particularly eye-catching in the exam room, where everyone was focused. Jiraiya stared at Yu intently. The son of prophecy from the mouth of the great Toad Sage. Could it be him? The child of prophecy is said to be an existence that can subvert the entire ninja world. Without exact information or any hints, Jiraiya could only rely on his own intuition to find it. However, one clue is clear. If you want to change the ninja world, strong power is essential. Without power, change is impossible. At first, he placed his hope on Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye. But now that Nagato has lost his Samsara Eye, relying on the power of the five spirits, although his strength is still good, it seems difficult to shoulder the burden of being the son of the prophecy. His future is, at best, a promax of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, he turned his attention to Minato. After all, Minato was his most outstanding disciple. However, now it seems, Yue once again became his new doubt. The ability this guy showed is really amazing. Jiraiya is convinced that as long as Yu is willing, he has the power to subvert the entire ninja world and is unbeatable. Could he be the prophesied child spoken of by great Toad Sage? Aside, Yahiko walked to the glass window and looked out the window gently. Conan, I remember you also arranged for a few people to participate, right? Where are they? Yahiko's curiosity was palpable. Conan stretched out his slender fingers and pointed lightly to the corner of the examination room. There, the girl with purple hair is named Xianghua, and she has good qualifications. According to the plan, I originally wanted her to train for another 3 years before going into battle. But this time the Chunin exam, jointly organized by the 5 major ninja villages, happened to be an opportunity, so I let her go into battle in advance. Yahiko frowned slightly, looking a little confused. Why do you have to wait 3 years? She seems to be quite mature now. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Conan's mouth, with a hint of meaning in his tone. It may not be difficult to control a country, but it is not easy to truly control it. What we want is to firmly hold the future of Yuin Village. This needs to start from the foundation and slowly make them loyal to us. This is a subtle process. Yahiko scratched his head and said strangely, "Doesn't this sound like brainwashing?" "That's right." Conan nodded frankly, not shying away. "Well, the situation was different before, and we had to use some means as a last resort, but at least we don't have to rush for success in the future. Konoha is at its peak now. Although there is no guarantee of eternal peace, there should be no large-scale war in the short term. This way we will have enough time to cultivate Yuin Village carefully." Yahiko held Conan and Nagato's hands tightly, with a warm and firm smile on his face. The back figures of the 3 people looked particularly warm in this small space. However, The atmosphere inside the examination room was completely different. Marino Ihiki exerted invisible pressure on the candidates with his unique severity. No wonder he became the first choice of examiners. He kept adding pressure, especially the harsh rule. As long as one person in the team fails, the other two will also be disqualified. As soon as this kind of pressure comes up, many people immediately turn into pressure cookers, start to sweat profusely. Moreover, Marino Ihiki also has a 10th question hidden after the 9 questions. If you answer that dilemma multiple choice question, you will be eliminated immediately. All your previous efforts will be in vain, and the future of your teammates may also be ruined. In an instant, heavy pressure enveloped every candidate like a dark cloud, and they had to make painful choices. When the written test finally ended, more than half of the candidates left the venue with regret. From 101 teams, only 43 teams advanced to the next stage. So many people have passed. Okay, everyone can go back and rest first to prepare for the second round of tests tomorrow. You have to have a good rest. Tomorrow, I will wipe out at least half of you. With a crisp word, Mitarashi Anko broke through the window and entered. This time, she still plays the role of examiner. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. All candidates gathered at the edge of the forest of death, ready to go. After yesterday's written test screening, there were 43 teams left, with a total of 130 people. The second round of test, teamwork, will begin in this vast forest. That forest covers an astonishing 3.14 million square meters. With a radius of 20 kilometers, more than 100 people could easily hide themselves like a drop in the ocean. The roles of hunter and prey may be interchanged here at any time. Good morning. Yuyue. Naruto waved happily. The 7th class had already formed up early in the morning and had been waiting for a long time. When Yu appeared with a lazy yawn, Naruto and the other candidates had already received their respective scrolls. Hi. Facing Naruto's seemingly never-ending vitality, Yu could only wave her hand feebly. This time I couldn't wake up naturally. Yuyue, go get your scroll quickly. The exam is about to begin. Naruto walked behind Yuyue and pushed him forward gently. Okay, let's go. Mitarashi Anko was in charge of handing out scrolls behind a makeshift curtain. Hi, Mr. Examiner. I'm here to get the scroll. Yuyue walked lightly through the curtain. Mitarashi Hondo was busy writing with his head down and said without raising his head, Why are you coming here now? Everyone else has already received it and left. I got up a little late, but I should be on time. Sign up. Anko raised her head with questioning eyes. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Mitarashi Anko lowered his head and rummaged through the information in his hand. Hey, why are you all alone? Where's your team? Where's the instructor Jonin? Why are you allowed to take the exam alone? She looked at the information with confusion on her face. Taking the Chunin exam alone? This is no joke. Someone could die if they're not careful. Looking at Mitarashi Anko, who was a little confused, a flash of understanding flashed in Yuyue's heart. It seems that Konoha did not publicize their situation widely. At least Mitarashi Anko was confused. Yuyue grinned and explained, I don't have any of those things you mentioned. I have always been an army by myself. Then how should I arrange your exam? This is a test of teamwork. Mitarashi Anko frowned. It's nothing. I'm a team on my own. I just need to cooperate with myself. You have such a temper. Okay, but without the help of your teammates, your situation will be much more dangerous than others. Remember, don't hold on. If you really can't do it, quit the exam. Safety first. Mitarashi Anko warned earnestly. Yuyue grinned and said confidently, Don't worry, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. Mitarashi Anko nodded slightly and handed Yuyue a scroll without saying another word. Shinomiya Yuyue, this is your scroll. Put away. Remember, don't open it without permission, otherwise. Hey, what are you doing? Before she finished speaking, Mitarashi Anko's face was filled with shock. Yuyue closed the scroll sheepishly. Sorry, I'm a little curious about what's written in it. Mitarashi Anko looked at him blankly. After a long while, she managed to say, Are you okay? Yuyue tied the scroll around her waist, feeling a little puzzled. Why would anything happen to me? But Mitarashi Anko's eyes flickered back and forth between Yue and the scroll, full of surprise. The scroll contains the hypnosis spell. Once you open it, you'll be hit and fall in a coma. This is for those candidates who are too curious and do not follow the rules. They will be eliminated as soon as they open it. Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but ask, "Why are you okay?" Yue smiled awkwardly. "Maybe I'm in better health." "Yeah." Mitarashi Anko looked at him dubiously. "But no matter how you look at it, he is just an ordinary boy. Apart from his slightly handsome appearance, there is nothing special about him." So she waved her hand. Okay, you go prepare first. The exam is about to start. Forget it this time. You can't open the scroll again after the exam starts. That can really knock you out." Mitarashi Anko warned seriously. "Definitely not." Yue nodded solemnly. "Go ahead." After Yuzuki turned around and left, Mitarashi Anko checked off the list in her hand. Okay, the final preparations are almost ready to begin. After closing the list, Mitarashi Anko was about to leave, but her eyes inadvertently fell on another scroll aside. Did the scroll just malfunction? Mitarashi Anko didn't believe Yuzuki's explanation about what kind of special physique a young boy could have. She is more inclined to think that the problem is with the scroll itself. Once your eyes fall on that scroll, it's hard to look away, and your curiosity surges like a tide. By some strange coincidence, Mitarashi Anko picked up the scroll. Let me see what's going on. She opened the scroll with curiosity. Bang dong. The next moment, Mitarashi Anko fell straight to the ground with a peaceful face. Soon, the sound of even breathing sounded. It's great to be young and sleep whenever you want. Accompanied by even snoring, a few minutes passed quietly. Duh. A burst of hurried footsteps came from far away, approaching quickly. Hondo, the exam is about to start. If you don't hurry up and announce the start of the exam, what are you doing here? Marino Ahiki's voice came clearly along with the footsteps, with a bit of confusion. Everyone was waiting eagerly, but the examiner didn't show up. There was really no other way, so Marino Ahiki had to come over and check it out in person. He walked to the place where the scrolls were distributed and opened the curtain. Hondo, what are you? The sight before him surprised him. Mitarashi Anko was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Is this the cursed seal in the scroll given to hypnosis? Marino Ahiki was shocked. As an experienced criminal investigation ninja, combined with the scroll that was open next to him, the truth was clearly revealed. What's this called? He rubbed his temples helplessly. As the examiner, Hondo clearly knew the content of the scroll, but he still fell into the trap. It really made people speechless and choked. Obviously, Hondo could not preside over this round of exams, so the heavy responsibility naturally fell on his shoulders. After instructing the logistics staff to take care of the sleeping Anko, Marino Ahiki turned around and left, preparing to go into battle in person. At the edge of the forest of death, another scene is taking place. Hey, Yue, what you got is the scroll of heaven. Shinomiya Yue's scroll was hung openly on her waist, without any cover-up, and Naruto caught this detail at a glance. He shook his head, a trace of regret flashing across his face. It's so unlucky. We are also scrolls of heaven. This exam requires each team to collect 2 scrolls of heaven and earth and reach the high tower in the center of the forest within 5 days to pass. There will inevitably be some competition between teams with different scrolls. Yue patted Naruto's shoulder gently and said with a smile, "Don't worry, there will always be a chance to meet. When the time comes, I won't be merciful. Come on, I'm ready." While the two were laughing and playing, they attracted the attention of many onlookers. These candidates from other teams all focused their attention on Shinomiya Yue, or more specifically, the scroll around his waist. Unlike others who carefully hid it for fear of revealing the type of their scroll, Yue's behavior was extremely bold. Before the assessment even started, Yue was already being targeted by many teams holding Earth scrolls. Boss, this guy is holding a heavenly scroll. Isn't that just right? The young man who spoke had bronze skin and a strong body. He was only 12 years old, but he was already much taller than his peers. He is a candidate from Yunin village named Shi Huanchong. The boss he mentioned, Yeyue Luyang, was from the famous Yeyue clan in Yunin village. Most of the Yeyue clan are ordinary, but Yeyue Luyang has outstanding talent and is extremely diligent. He has mastered the lightning-style chakra mode at a young age. His body is burly, his skin is bronze, and his muscles are sharp and angular, like a moving iron tower. They're the team that Rakage has high hopes for. Chong is right. This is a free opportunity to advance. It seems that this exam is much easier than the last one. The third person in the team, Shi Huanjing, chimed in and said that he and Shi Huanchong were brothers. The two of them shuddered when they thought of the last written test. They couldn't even solve a single question. In the end, they had a hand in a blank paper. Thanks to the last question, they gritted their teeth and persevered and barely passed the test. Under the expectant gazes of the two brothers, Yue Luyang slowly spoke. You guys can go if you want, but don't blame me if something happens. He crossed his arms across his chest, his expression indifferent. Hey, why boss? The two exchanged glances, their eyes full of astonishment. These two brothers are obviously not particularly smart people. Is this guy so powerful? Who is he? I don't know either. Yeyue Luyang said lightly. Then boss, how do you judge that he is strong? Intuition. The Shihuan brothers looked at each other speechlessly, slightly confused. Yeyue Luyang continued. Although I don't know him, I know the blonde boy next to him. That's Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the Hokage. Can you imagine hanging around with the sons of the Hokage would be a weakling? If you could form a team with me, you should understand this truth. The two brothers suddenly realized, it makes sense. Boss, we understand. Let's change the goal. Brother Shihuan nodded in agreement. He looked towards the direction of Orochimaru. I think those grass ninjas are pretty easy to deal with. How can someone from a small ninja village be so powerful? This time, Yeyue Luyang had no objection. It's up to you. In the team of grass ninjas, Orochimaru suddenly felt several burning eyes coming down his spine. He turned around with some curiosity, met the eyes of those guys from Yunin village, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Do you think of me as prey? Chuckling meaningfully, Orochimaru didn't waste any more attention on these people. His thoughts are all on Sasuke right now. Of course, if those boys from Yunin village were seeking death, he wouldn't mind solving them. Over at Team 7, as if he had a telepathic connection, Sasuke turned around suddenly and met Orochimaru's eyes. Their eyes collided like swords. An inexplicable smile suddenly broke out on Sasuke's face. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. Are the Uchiha children so polite? Immediately, he returned the smile. Sasuke-kun, I really look forward to meeting you. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes burning. After waiting for a long time, Mitarashi Anko was nowhere to be seen. In the end, Marino Ahiki was the one to preside over the exam. Dear candidates, your original examiner is unable to attend due to physical discomfort. I will take over the next examination. Then, everyone, please follow the staff to the entrance and prepare to enter the forest of death. As Marino Hiki's words fell, the crowd began to move slowly. Each team enters the death forest from a different entrance. The purpose is to prevent each team from encountering each other at the beginning and leave room for everyone to lay out their strategies. Yuzuki was also led by Konoha Ninja to the entrance of the death forest. Please come in. The Konoha Ninja pushed open the door and said. Yue nodded and strode in. The second Chunin exam, Death Forest Challenge, officially begins. Ho-ho! A sharp sound broke through the air. As soon as the exam began, Orochimaru's team rushed into the depths of the forest like an arrow. His eyes flashed with excitement as he gave the order. Go find those little guys. One of his subordinates responded. It refers to those 3 children. That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men searched separately along the roads on both sides. Only Orochimaru was left and headed straight into the depths of the death forest. Psychic art. While running, Orochimaru quickly formed seals. Bang! Several huge giant snakes appeared out of thin air, obeyed Orochimaru's will, and quickly sneaked into the forest. Search for Sasuke for him. Whoosh! In a flash, Orochimaru was standing on the top of a leafy tree. The view here is wide, with most of the Death Forest visible, and many dark shadows traveling through the forest. Those are other candidates. He glanced around. Sasuke-kun, where are you hiding? Orochimaru licked the corners of his lips with an expectant look on his face. Hey guy, what are you looking for? Behind him, a joking voice suddenly came. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with surprise. How could someone approach him silently? Interesting, could there be experts like him who managed to sneak into the Chunin exam? Orochimaru turned sharply. Sasuke-kun, seeing the person clearly, a trace of surprise flashed in Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils. If he was a well-known master in the ninja world, he would not be surprised, but Sasuke? How could a Konoha Genin have the ability to approach him so quietly? Sasuke-kun, what a coincidence. Orochimaru looked at it with interest. It seems that Sasuke seems to be hiding a lot of secrets. Do you want to take my scroll? Orochimaru took out the scroll and showed it. Our little ninjas from Kusanagi village are no match for the powerful Uchiha clan. Sasuke-kun, please don't be too harsh. As he spoke, Orochimaru deliberately looked scared, as if he had fully integrated into the role of Kusanagi. Sasuke looked expressionless and watched Orochimaru's performance quietly. Half a day passed, and Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he saw that Sasuke made no movement. Give me some reaction. What does it mean to stand still? Sasuke-kun, aren't you interested in this scroll? Orochimaru asked in surprise, while gently shaking the scroll in his hand. Sasuke was a stranger to his current identity, so he obviously came after him because of this scroll. But, Orochimaru, Sasuke said softly, directly revealing his identity. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his golden pupils flashing dangerously. Been recognized? Sasuke-kun, can you tell me how you saw through my disguise? Orochimaru threw away the scroll. It was irrelevant now. Sasuke's target is obviously himself. Orochimaru stared at Sasuke closely. At the same time, several tiny snakes crawled out from under his robes and approached Sasuke along the tree trunk. His face erasing technique uses real human skin, which is impossible to detect with Sharingan alone. The other party must have learned about his sneaking into Konoha through other channels. Who could have leaked the news? Several suspicious figures appeared in Orochimaru's mind. Don't want to say it. Seeing Sasuke's silence, Orochimaru chuckled and said, So, I have no choice but to interrogate myself. Sasuke-kun, I hope it doesn't scare you. Suddenly, the air seemed to freeze. A heavy, murderous aura spreads from Orochimaru. It was a terrifying power that had gone through countless battles, turning into overwhelming pressure and pressing toward Sasuke. Orochimaru seemed to have seen Sasuke trembling under this murderous aura. For Sasuke, who had never killed even a few genin, such murderous intent was simply a fatal shock. When he was wounded and escaped, facing Kakashi who was pursuing him, he also relied on this murderous aura to make his opponent's psychological defense collapse. Even Kakashi can't resist, so what about Sasuke? Hey. Suddenly, countless lightning rods sprung up towards Orochimaru. Sasuke's surprise attack caught Orochimaru off guard. He is not affected. The secret of Uchiha Sasuke is more profound than I imagined. Laukir Snake Hand. As Orochimaru waved his hand, a large number of Lion Majesty instantly emerged from his sleeves. They opened their large mouths and accurately bit each lightning rod that was shot. Sasuke's offensive collapsed instantly. Lion Majesty spat out the lightning rod and slowly retracted Orochimaru's sleeves. He looked up at Sasuke and praised. Sasuke-kun, your perception is so sharp. Just now, those little snakes that attacked Sasuke lost control. It seems that Sasuke's attack just now was not directed at himself. It's to clean up those little snakes. Faced with Orochimaru's praise, Sasuke remained silent, only hearing a crisp sound. Sasuke pulled out the Kusanagi sword. and the sword flashed with electricity. Without any hesitation, Sasuke turned around and swung his sword. Boom! The thunder light and the sword light merged to form a powerful slash. In an instant, a giant snake that was about to attack was cut in half. Puffed. Blood flowed like a fountain, and Sasuke jumped and moved to another location to avoid being covered in blood. Wind release, wind cut technique. As soon as Sasuke stood still, a strong wind suddenly started. Strong winds swept in with sharp wind blades. Wherever the fierce wind passed through, the thick tree trunks along the way broke. Susanoo. Sasuke's eyes instantly turned into Mangekyo, and 2 lines of blood and tears fell from his eyes. A set of Susanoo's skeleton quickly wrapped Sasuke in it. Ding ding. Those sharp wind cuts hit Susanoo's frame, leaving only a few shallow marks. This is... Orochimaru looked solemn and looked at Susanoo with extremely focused eyes. At this moment, Sasuke strikes again. His eyes locked on Orochimaru. Amaterasu, while Orochimaru was still observing, blazing black flames ignited on his body, catching him off guard. Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu. Orochimaru felt horrified. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the Uchiha Sasuke in front of him actually had the same eyes as Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke-kun, you gave me a huge surprise. Orochimaru grinned, originally wanting to find an Uchiha body as a reincarnation container. Unexpectedly, Sasuke had prepared everything for him. The new account is directly upgraded to a top-level account. How could he not be excited? Wow! Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide, grinning from the corner of his mouth to the base of his ears, forming a shocking gap. Immediately afterwards, another figure of Orochimaru sprang out from the huge mouth of the abyss, dragging its long snake body and flying out like an arrow from a string. Finally, he landed firmly away from Sasuke, and his legs reappeared. This is Orochimaru's exclusive substitute technique, the Orochi-style substitute technique. As the old skin sheds, Amaterasu's flame loses its target and gradually dims. Uchiha's eyes hide endless evolutionary potential, and 3 Magatama are just the tip of the iceberg. New material. Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips with the tip of his tongue, greedy light shining in his eyes. Sasuke-kun, I will accept your eyes. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru's body suddenly rose up and attacked Sasuke like lightning and flint. He stretched out his fingers sharply, pointing directly at Sasuke's coveted Sharingan. Hey. But Sasuke had already taken precautions. His eyes were downcast, and there was a storm hidden in the calmness. In an instant, the thunder exploded, and the power of thunder surged. Chidori flow. The violent electric current poured down on Orochimaru like a waterfall. This overwhelming blow made Orochimaru unable to avoid it and could only bear it. Under the electric shock, Orochimaru's movements became sluggish. Sasuke waved his left hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out, penetrating Orochimaru's body. Chidori's sharp spear. Chidori's sharp spear clung to Orochimaru, slamming him into the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang, dust flew up, and a huge hole opened in the earth, burying Orochimaru inside. Sasuke looked down at the pothole with a blank expression. Seeing that Orochimaru remained silent for a long time, he couldn't help but frown. What are you hiding from? Come out. If Orochimaru could be defeated so easily, he wouldn't be Orochimaru. Sasuke-kun, you seem to know me very well. Orochimaru's laughter suddenly sounded from behind, and a human head was hanging behind Sasuke at some point, floating strangely, with a strangely extended neck connected below the neck. Orochimaru stretches his head at will, just like manipulating rubber. Your lightning style changes are really wonderful. And with that pair of Sharingan, Sasuke-kun, you're making me more and more satisfied. Orochimaru whispered in Sasuke's ear, his voice full of amusement. Islu. As soon as he finished speaking, his extended tongue gently licked Sasuke's face. Sasuke frowned and turned his head to avoid it. Isn't it disgusting? I'm sorry. I can't help but be a little excited to see such a talent. Tell me, Sasuke-kun, what do you want from me? Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. This scene seemed particularly weird. 1 second, it was a life-and-death struggle, but at this moment, it was like a heart-to-heart talk between old friends. Because Orochimaru understood the subtleties. Sasuke never really had murderous intentions from beginning to end. He didn't feel a trace of murderous intent. Sasuke's attack was more like a display of strength. Orochimaru naturally understands. At the same time, he is also testing Sasuke. If Sasuke is not strong enough, he will never show mercy. Maybe even take Sasuke's eyes as a trophy and use him as a new reincarnation vessel. But the power Sasuke showed was enough for him to be recognized as an equal opponent. Therefore, Orochimaru will naturally treat Sasuke with the same respect. Orochimaru, what do you think is true immortality? 500 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years? Sasuke turned his neck slightly, locked his eyes on Orochimaru, and suddenly asked this question. This question Orochimaru has been exploring all his life was suddenly thrown out at this moment, hitting the depths of his soul. Orochimaru's face suddenly became serious. After thinking for a long time, he slowly replied, "It doesn't count. True eternal life should be an eternal existence without an end. The years you mentioned are too far away from eternal life." Sasuke shook his head slightly, with a calm expression. "I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve your goal. Even the Otsutsuki clan cannot achieve true immortality. At most, they can only live longer. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, will eventually come to an end. It can't be called eternal life." Otsutsuki. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with confusion. They are an ethnic group from outside the universe, and they are also the source of chakra in the entire ninja world. Sasuke explained simply. This really opened my eyes, Sasuke-kun. But just because they can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it either. Orochimaru didn't boast, but the calm yet firm confidence on his face makes people believe that he really does have this possibility. Sasuke nodded silently and made no objection. "Maybe you can do it, but it will definitely take a long time. I have a method that can extend your life for at least thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, giving you enough time to explore the secret of eternal life. With such a long time, your research will always make breakthroughs, right? Even if you can't achieve immortality immediately, at least it will allow you to live and continue your research. You will succeed one day." Here comes the topic. Orochimaru's heart moved. Sasuke came to his door. He couldn't just chat. There must be something going on. Sure enough, conditions followed. Extending the lifespan of thousands or even tens of thousands of years is far better than his current method of reincarnation. With this, he really doesn't have to reincarnate every once in a while and expend so much effort. But what is the price behind such attractive conditions? Orochimaru looked solemn and asked, "Sasuke-kun, what do you want me to do?" Sasuke said bluntly, "My request is very simple. I just want you to help me research something. For example, Sharingan." Sasuke pointed at his eyes. "I would like to know how Mangekyo Sharingan evolves further." Now Sasuke obviously can no longer take Uchiha Itachi's eyes to complete his evolution. Therefore, the only way to evolve Mangekyo into Eternal Mangekyo is to use the power of Orochimaru. This guy definitely has this ability, as long as he is willing to put in the effort. It turns out that these eyes are called Mangekyo, and it's actually possible for them to evolve later. It's really surprising. Orochimaru sighed in surprise. Such a powerful eye has not yet reached its peak, and the potential it contains is so terrifying. It is incredible that you, the Uchiha clan, have not unified the ninja world. Oh, I understand. Is it because the outside world spied on your potential that your tribe suffered disaster? Orochimaru pretended to be suddenly enlightened, wondering what kind of story was woven in his mind. Okay, don't make random guesses. Sasuke's face darkened. How could that idiot Danzo have such foresight? To say that he is short-sighted is to praise him. Oh, so Sasuke-kun, what will your Mangekyo evolve next? Orochimaru asked, and he knew nothing about this aspect of the moment. Even if he was as knowledgeable as he was, it would be difficult to start without specific information. Eternal Mangekyo. Eternal Mangekyo? How is it different from the ordinary one? Excessive use of common Mangekyo can cause a sharp decline in vision, up to blindness. Evolving into the Eternal Mangekyo can eliminate this defect and no longer have to worry about the risk of blindness. Hee. No wonder I rarely saw Itachi use those eyes in the past. It turns out that there is such a hidden danger. Orochimaru let out a deep laugh. Sasuke glanced at him sideways. Why are you smiling so sinisterly? It's nothing, just a little emotional. Orochimaru chuckled. Now that he has learned this information, it is too late. Since he has cooperated with Sasuke, he will naturally not take action against Uchiha Itachi. Besides, he couldn't beat the opponent either. Sasuke put away his eyes and continued the topic. According to common sense, if you want to open the Eternal Eye, you have to fuse a pair of Mangekyo who are blood relatives. But you also know the current situation. I will not transplant Weasel's eyes, so you found me, right? Orochimaru continued. Sasuke glanced at him sideways and nodded silently. So what do you mean? Orochimaru did not answer immediately, but said thoughtfully, do you need to directly fuse the eyes of your blood relatives? It sounds like it's trying to make up for something missing. Maybe your Mangekyo-S blindness problem is rooted in a flaw. Once this defect is filled, vision loss will no longer be a problem, and the evolved eyes will be able to be used permanently. This is what is called Eternal Mangekyo. Orochimaru's words made Sasuke secretly surprised that this theory was really true. He is indeed a scientific research madman. He has figured out so many ways so quickly. If it's true as you said, how long will it take for you to get results? Sasuke asked with a hint of impatience. Orochimaru was still immersed in thinking, and without looking up at Sasuke, he subconsciously replied, this will only be confirmed after a period of research, and the authenticity of the conjecture I've just made needs to be verified. Anyway, this matter can't be rushed. That's it. Sasuke's mood gradually calmed down, and when he thought about it carefully, it was impossible to obtain Eternal Mangekyo easily. He nodded. Okay, I'm waiting for your good news. Orochimaru, I can now tell you how to extend your life. Sasuke was about to leave, but after thinking about it, he decided to tell Orochimaru. This might better motivate him. Oh, Sasuke-kun, please speak. Orochimaru broke away from his thoughts and cast an expectant look. Collect tailed beasts and become 10 tails Jinchuriki. After transforming into 6 paths, your physical fitness will be almost the same as that of the Otsutsuki clan. It will not be a problem to live for thousands of years. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with wonder. Are you collecting tailed beasts? It's a bit challenging, but it's not something you have to rush. Thanks for the information, Sasuke-kun. In exchange, I will put aside most of the research I'm doing and prioritize solving your Mangekyo problem. Sasuke nodded slightly. Okay, I'll leave first. I'll just take that scroll away. It's of no use to you anyway. Sasuke picked up the Earth Scroll that Orochimaru had discarded earlier. Just as Sasuke was about to leave, Orochimaru called him. Sasuke-kun, there's something I need to mention to you. Although I have a lot of Sharingan in my hand, they are all of ordinary Magatama level. The help for research is really limited. If Mangekyo is used as a material, I think the progress will be much faster. Orochimaru looked directly into Sasuke's eyes and smiled meaningfully. No problem. Chunin will give it to you after the exam. Any other requests? Sasuke responded so succinctly that even Orochimaru was a little surprised. Does he have other Mangekyo in his hands? But this is not what we need to consider right now. Orochimaru smiled and said, no problem, Sasuke-kun. I wish you good luck in the exam. After saying that, Sasuke turned and left. In fact, he didn't have any extra Mangekyo. What he planned to lend to Orochimaru were his own eyes. In his memory, after the Chunin exams, there will be a period of relative calm for about 2.5 years. The ninja world will be more peaceful. It's not a big deal to lend his eyes to Orochimaru. Besides, now that Yuzuki is here in Konoha, it's quite safe to stay here. Even if the sky falls, he will still hold on. Looking at Sasuke's retreating back, A smile slowly appeared on Orochimaru's lips. I'm in a good mood today. The harvest is simply too rich. He couldn't help but hum. Sasuke-kun, you're truly my lucky star. Boss, we found him. Just as Orochimaru was about to leave, a burst of excited shouting suddenly sounded from below. Orochimaru's expression was interrupted, and he looked down. The visitors were none other than the three little guys from Union Village. He actually came after me. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Boys, have you ever experienced the fear of the abyss? Below, Yuzuki Ruyang saw Orochimaru's eyes dropped, and he felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. It's like sitting on pins and needles. He vaguely felt, the situation doesn't seem good. Oh, it's really nice here. Shinomiya Yue's eyes suddenly lit up, and she couldn't help but speed up her steps. Walking through a lush bush, a blast of cool air hits you. Along with the soft and melodious gurgling sound of the spring water, there's a rustling sound, like a whisper of nature. What appeared in front of him was a crystal-clear river, crystal clear to the bottom. What a great place. There are actually fish in the river, so good. Just in time to enjoy a delicious river meal. Yue walked briskly to the river with a smile on her face. During the 5-day death forest test, Yue had no intention of wandering around in the forest the entire time. As for battles and scroll battles, he won't get involved. For him, it is serious to find a corner with pleasant scenery, take a rest for a while, and treat it as camping in the wild. Let's build a house here. After looking around, Yue clapped her hands and shouted softly. Wood-style 4-pillar house technique. Huge chakra surges like the rain of life pouring into the earth. In an instant, a dense bush broke out of the ground, grew at an astonishing speed, and finally transformed into an exquisite log cabin. The hut is built next to the water, with gurgling water right under the balcony, making it extremely convenient for fishing and water collection. Yue was quite satisfied with her masterpiece and immediately moved into this temporary home. He went straight to the balcony, and at some point there was a wooden fishing rod in his hand. Humming a tuneless tune in his mouth, he gently flicked the fishing rod and dropped it into the calm water. There is neither bait nor dens. The appearance of this novice fisherman makes people wonder what can be caught like this. However, Yue obviously enjoyed this process very much. Work slowly and carefully, don't be impatient. Next, it's time to strengthen the team. Yue said with a smile and opened the chat group. After the last chat group upgrade, he still had an opportunity to recruit people. With a tap of your finger, new blood in the chat group will follow. Random selection of group members is in progress. Bite. Uchiha Izumi joins group chat. Jiraiya joins the group chat. Orochimaru joins group chat. Tsunade joins group chat. Hey, the legendary Sannin actually came in together. Not bad, not bad. And finally, there is a girl in the group. And 2 more people came at once. This time, I was finally able to balance out the overly strong yang energy in the group. It was so yang that I couldn't even see a trace of Yin. Let me see Tsunade from which era. There is no need to look at Uchiha Izumi. No matter what time period, she will not be more than 13 years old. After all, she left this world that year. Let's pay attention to our outliner. As a result, Yue was dumbfounded at this sight. Tsunade in Konoha's 12th year? If the memory is correct, Tsunade should have been born in the 9th year of Konoha, the same year as Jiraiya. In other words, Tsunade is only 3 years old now. She might not be as tall as Yue when she stands. Little Tsuna. This time it is really small, too small. Why is it not Tsunade who came during the 4th Ninja War? Yue still prefers the older one. Yue scratched her head. The people brought into the chat group this time were too young. At this time, in the chat group, Uchiha Izumi, a chat group that can communicate across time and space? Well, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a chat group or a god. Please help me. Uchiha Itachi. Izumi. What happened? Don't panic. Uchiha Izumi. Itachi? Is that you, Itachi? Help me. Uchiha Itachi. Calm down and tell me in detail what happened, and I will help you. Shinomiya Yue. Let me do it. The little girl may be too nervous to speak. The time point she is in now is the 58th year of Konoha, the same as you, Itachi. You should understand what I mean. Uchiha Itachi, Konoha 58 years, isn't that? Night of genocide. Uchiha Obito, Fruit Ninja? When did you come? Uchiha Itachi, Yu, please send me here. Shinomiya Yu, it's been prepared for a long time. Let's go. Uchiha Obito, I want to go too. Shinomiya Yuzuki, let's hit the road. Konoha 58 years. Who are you? Just before Uchiha Izumi arrived at the security department building, he saw a masked and sneaky figure wandering there. This guy had an unseemly aura about him. Without saying a word, she threw 2 shurikens in her hands, intending to take advantage of him. What's strange is that the man didn't dodge and allowed the sharp shuriken to rush towards him. Hello. Uchiha Quan frowned. Could it be that this guy couldn't think about it and wanted to die? Fight! The scene that followed left Quan stunned. Her shuriken actually penetrated the opponent's body and was finally embedded in the wall. This time it seemed that the masked man finally touched a nerve. He tilted his head slightly and looked at her lightly through his eyes. Yo, nice eyes. Deep in Uchiha Izumi's eyes, there is the Sharingan, the 3 Magatama that the family is proud of. And she was only 13 years old. Among the entire Uchiha clan, except Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, no one can compare. Izumi said nothing and threw another kunai in response. However, the kunai still passed through the opponent's body as if passing through the air and was firmly nailed to the wall. At this moment, Quan couldn't help but feel panicked. Could it be that something unclean was encountered? She turned to run away. But before the thought came to an end, a chain suddenly struck out like a lion majesty, an astonishing speed. Uchiha Quan paused and fell to the ground. The chains instantly wrapped around her limbs, making her unable to move, and then slowly pulled her towards the masked man. Chong! The sound of a sword being drawn behind him sounded, and Quan was completely confused. Tears welled up like springs, and she curled up in fear. No matter how talented she was only a 13-year-old girl at this moment. In the face of life and death, fear is always inevitable. Itachi, save me. As if I heard Quan's whisper, the masked man's contemptuous laughter came from behind. Expecting Uchiha Itachi to save you. Then let me tell you some desperate news. It was he who asked me to get rid of you. Uchiha Quan suddenly raised his head, and his pupils shrank sharply. No, impossible. I'm surprised too. Since that guy decided to take action, he shouldn't have hesitated at all. Ha ha! It seems that he is still a little reluctant to let you go. He can't do it himself, so he asked me to be the villain. Of course I'm happy to help. The Uchiha clan is going to disappear anyway, and one more of you is not enough. The masked man shrugged, but his relaxed tone revealed the cruel truth. No, Itachi, he would never do that. Uchiha Izumi's whole body trembled at these words, and he refused to believe it in his heart. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. But now, say goodbye to this meaningless ninja world. The masked man holds a chain in his hand and holds a long knife high. Between life and death, time seems to slow down. At the same time, a piece of information suddenly broke into Quan's mind. It was a brief introduction to a chat group. A chat group that can communicate across time and space. At this moment, Izumi Uchiha seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. She shouted in her heart, no matter who it is, whether the chat group or a god, please save me. At the moment when the distress message was sent, when the crisp sound of metal collision sounded like a clash of weapons. Before Uchiha Izumi could understand, the chains that bound her suddenly disappeared, and her body was free again. Well, she exclaimed, the world seemed to be turned upside down, and then she fell into a warm and solid embrace. Weasel! When she woke up, she saw the face of the visitor clearly, and her surprise was beyond words. She burst into laughter, hugged Itachi's neck tightly, and nestled against his chest, as if to vent the fright and fear he had just experienced. Itachi, I knew you would come to save me. She buried her face in Itachi's shoulder, her voice so excited that it sounded as thin as a mosquito. "Don't be afraid." Uchiha Itachi smiled softly and gently stroked Izumi's back with his left hand. Uchiha Itachi. At this time, the masked talent woke up from a dream. Why is Uchiha Itachi here? Logically speaking, he should be dealing with other Uchiha people in residential areas. The two of them had already assigned tasks. He was responsible for cleaning up the experts in the security department, while Itachi was responsible for the remaining old, weak, women, and children. How could this be? Did he regret it? You repented? Why, you can't do it. Oomph. I thought you were cold and decisive, but it turns out you were just an indecisive person. The masked man narrowed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Itachi, who suddenly appeared, his eyes full of teasing. Whether it was an illusion or not, the masked man felt that the Uchiha Itachi in front of him was a little different from what he remembered. Not only is there a huge difference in temperament. What's more, when did Uchiha Itachi start playing with sticks? Looking at Itachi holding a tungsten iron rod to block his sword, the masked man was full of doubts. Itachi, that guy said he wanted to destroy the entire Uchiha clan. What's even weirder is that he has mastered a ninjutsu that can make all attacks fail. Uchiha Izumi gently broke away from Itachi's arms and hid behind Itachi. Although her heart was full of reluctance, she understood that staying in Itachi's arms would only distract him from fighting. Although I can't be of much help, I can't become a burden. So, she quickly revealed the limited information she had just learned. I see, but our opponent is not him, Itachi said meaningfully. Bang! As Itachi's arm suddenly shook, a majestic force surged out through the tungsten iron rod and went straight towards the long knife of the masked man. The masked man's pupils suddenly shrank, and without any hesitation, he immediately used his virtualization ability to quickly distance himself from Itachi. Boom! The moment the masked man dodged sideways, a wave of transparent air erupted from the tungsten iron rod. A huge force like a violent wave swept across the earth, tearing a deep crack on the ground. The sound was loud and resounded all around. Pure physical power. The masked man's heart trembled. Is this still the Uchiha Itachi I know? When did his taijutsu become so powerful? This big move immediately attracted the attention of the people in the guard building next to it. What's going on? Who did it here? Do you know where this is? Be careful of being arrested. In the blink of an eye, countless heads poked out of the window, their faces filled with anger and surprise. It was obvious that this scene frightened them greatly. Huh? Is he the young patriarch? When it was confirmed that the person below was Uchiha Itachi, the angry expressions on the faces of everyone on the building suddenly solidified and then turned into awkward smiles. I'm sorry, young patriarch. I didn't expect it to be you. By the way, what are you doing? Are there any enemies coming? Uchiha Itachi looked up at them and gave an order in a deep voice. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Don't stay here. Huh? But we're on night shift, young patriarch. Execute the order. Yes. Remember, no one is missing. Even the sleeping ones are awakened. Follow me to gather at the tribe. As you command, young patriarch. After a while, all members of the security department were dispatched, and the team of hundreds of people was huge. They are the elite of the Uchiha clan. They live in the security department, building on weekdays, and guard the peace of Konoha. What happened? I don't know. Just follow the young patriarch's orders. I just fell asleep. Although everyone was somewhat dissatisfied, they still obeyed the order and gathered neatly behind Uchiha Itachi, waiting for further instructions. The masked man is also observing all this, frowning. What on earth is Uchiha Itachi doing? The original plan to exterminate the clan was interrupted before it even started. Now that they are in this posture, it is difficult for things to continue. Withdraw. Uchiha Itachi gave the order and led Uchiha Quan in front, heading toward the Uchiha tribe's land. The elites of Uchiha looked at each other. So, we have a holiday? Yeah. Is it true that no one is left to guard the security department? Listen to the young patriarch. They acted together. Since the young patriarch took the lead, let's follow suit. The group of people left in a mighty manner, leaving only the masked man standing alone in the empty security department. There was dead silence around. No one responded. Are you kidding me? The masked man smiled angrily. Uchiha, Itachi. His eyes were deep, and this boy seemed to be hiding many secrets. But you have offended the wrong person. From today on, you'd better be careful. The masked man snorted coldly and was about to leave, but suddenly found that his Kimui could not be activated. What? The masked man almost thought he was hallucinating and hurriedly tried again, but still invalid. What's going on? The panic surged into my heart for the first time in a long time. How could his Kimui, the pupil technique that has always been like an arm and a finger, suddenly fail? However, something even more shocking is about to come. The space suddenly distorted. A figure came quietly, and his fingers gently touched the white Magatama mask on his face, gradually revealing his true appearance. Wonyo Hajimoluzo. The tone was deliberately lowered, with a sense of mystery, and the man stood firmly. He was wearing a gray and black combat uniform. His face was covered by a white Magatama mask, and he carried a huge fan on his back. The real white mask makes its gorgeous debut at this moment. Sorry. It took me a while to change into a handsome outfit. I'm sorry. But luckily I didn't miss the good show. As soon as he opened his mouth, his unique silly aura betrayed his identity, even though he deliberately imitated Uchiha Madara's voice. Uchiha Obito White Mask. As for the guy opposite, his mood swings were obviously much more severe than Obito's. Under the one-eyed mask, his eyes were bloodshot. He asked in disbelief, "How could you also have Kamui's power?" The other party appears in exactly the same way as him. Kamui. This is his unique eye skill. How can anyone share it? Unless the other party has another Sharingan containing Kamui. But the other party will never be Kakashi. As a result, the identity of the other party becomes more and more confusing. Facing the question, Obito raised a mysterious smile. Guess what? I guess. The masked man's eyes suddenly became sharp. Base. He suddenly drew his sword, and the blade shone in the moonlight. He slashed 3 times in a row, shooting out several streaks of red light. In an instant, the sharp sword wind approached Obito. But Obito responded quickly and responded immediately. He raised a huge round fan and easily blocked all attacks. Obito yelled out the name of the move, Uchiha Bounce. Uchiha Rebound. The masked man looked solemnly. He recognized this move. It was Tuanfan's special ability, which could absorb attacks and transform them into wind and fire elements to counterattack. The other party actually mastered this skill. Who is he? The masked man is ready to evade counterattacks, which is a force that cannot be underestimated. However, Obito did not launch a counterattack with a round fan. In a flash of lightning, using Kimui, Obito appeared behind the masked man without any warning. I'm right behind you. Behind me. The masked man was surprised. The masked man subconsciously wanted to activate Kamui to avoid this attack. But Kamui is disabled. Hateful. Bang. With a heavy slap of the fan, the unsuspecting masked man was suddenly slapped away. This, as he flew back, the masked man was filled with astonishment. What the F*** K is this Uchiha Rebound? TSK. By inserting the long knife deeply into the ground, the masked man barely stopped his retreat. The knife marks dragged and cut through the earth. Before he could take a breath, as the fans roared, a huge flame tornado roared in. Fire-style flame fan fire. The red firelight reflected in the masked man's pupils. Without thinking too much, he used Kamui again almost reflexively. Kamui is available again? The masked man's expression was complicated, and it was really confusing that his ability was working sometimes and not working. But no matter what, it's lucky to be able to use it at a critical moment. Using virtualization to avoid the fire tornado, the masked man immediately launched a counterattack. Under the moonlight, the long knife flashed with cold light, and he kicked his foot violently. Like a bolt of red lightning, the masked man rushed straight toward Obito. The blade seems to want to split Obito in two. It's too slow. I react casually. Obito chuckled and shook his head, placing his hand on the edge of the mask. Just when a masked man's blade was about to touch. Instant blur. The blade passed through the body without touching it at all. Immediately afterwards, Obito took action. He turned around and grabbed the masked man who had just passed through. Got you. Obito chuckled, grabbed the masked man, and sucked him into Kimui's space. With a big backswing, you can't press anything. The masked man felt his eyes go dark. When he regained his vision, he immediately realized that the battlefield had changed. Here, it's Kimui's space. The masked man recognized the familiar territory beneath his feet with just one glance. To him, this place is as familiar as home. How could he not recognize it? This guy can actually use my Kamui space. Under the mask, his teeth were clenched, and his eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Why the F***? Kamui, as his unique eye technique, has now become a weapon for others to attack him. It feels so ironic to be defeated miserably in the field you are best at. The space fluctuated slightly, and what followed was Obito's figure. He also stepped into the realm of Kamui's space. When the masked man saw this, without saying a word, he struck down with his knife in a decisive and fierce move. Bang! Obito raised his fan lightly and blocked the blow, with a smile on his lips. Want to compete with me in physical skills? Obito is very interested. In fact, he has never stopped practicing taijutsu. It's just that Kamui is too powerful, and he always relies on it unconsciously when facing enemies. So that physical skills have become a rare display. Come on, let's go through 2 moves. There was a hint of playfulness in Obito's smile, and he took the initiative to launch an offensive. They fought, as they said, and the two of them actually started to compete in physical skills. Obito expertly fanned that huge ball until it was airtight. Such a heavy weapon seemed extremely light in his hands. On the contrary, the long knife held by the masked man was obviously not an artifact. After several collisions, it showed signs of being scrapped. Bump! Bang! Their weapons collided again. As expected, the masked man's long knife. Broken. Puff! Obito naturally would not miss this opportunity and slapped the masked man away with all his strength. Fire style, great fireball. While flying upside down, the masked man opened his mouth and inhaled, and a fiery great fireball came rushing towards him. Watch me do my old trick again. Obito grinned and raised his head to fan. Uchiha rebound. The huge great fireball was absorbed. Poof! At this time, the masked man landed, and he observed the flash of amusement in Obito's eyes. Want to trick me again? Noticing this scene, he immediately paid full attention. Is it behind my back? Humph! He has made preparations behind the defense. As long as the opponent dares to come, he will. But the next moment, a monstrous sea of fire, mixed with howling winds, swept over. Uchiha rebound, release. Boom boom. You're playing dirty, right? The masked man's eyes are about to burst. He wants to use Kamui. But at this moment, Kamui can no longer be used. He still doesn't understand why this is the opponent's method. Now, he had no time to hide. His tiny figure in the sea of fire was like a helpless boat in the tsunami, being pushed away without any resistance. At the same time, the clan land of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi leads the elite members back. As soon as they stepped into the gate of the clan, the sight in front of them made them collectively stunned. The streets were littered with blood-stained corpses. They were once living beings, but now they were turned into cold remains, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, as if they were extremely surprised by the identity of the perpetrator. The directions of the bodies were all towards the door, indicating that they were still trying to escape at the last moment of their lives. No one was spared. The old, weak, women, children, and even a few tribesmen in their prime were all ruthlessly taken away by this catastrophe. Who did it? The roar cut through the crowd. Immediately afterwards, a tribesman rushed forward and picked up a corpse, with pain and despair written on his face. No, father. As if this was a signal, the elites behind Uchiha Itachi woke up from the initial shock and rushed to their relatives lying in a pool of blood. Elder sister, mother, "Brother, wake up." The deceased was not someone else, but their nearest and dearest family member. These strong men of Uchiha never expected that during their absence, someone would actually carry out such a brutal massacre of the Uchiha clan. Wails and cries instantly filled the entire clan. Although the Uchiha clan has been moved to the edge of Konoha, the heartbroken cries still penetrate the night sky. It alerted the nearby residents of Konoha, causing them to wake up from their deep sleep. Why is this Uchiha so crazy because he doesn't sleep so late at night? Why are you yelling so loudly? Scan the code. Uchiha Itachi stood there quietly, witnessing all this. His expression was calm, not ruthless, but he knew in his heart that since Obito had arrived, the resurrection of the dead was only a matter of time. It is said that the power of the Samsara is really outrageous. Then it's time for Obito to take the seat of the King of Hell. Itachi. Uchiha Kwan clutched Itachi's sleeve tightly, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Although her parents were not found on the death list, no one is absolutely safe in the face of such a disaster. At this moment, all she could rely on was Uchiha Itachi beside her. Only by his side did she feel a sense of peace. "Leave everything to me." Itachi's words were like reassurance, giving Kwan strength. Kwan nodded, his eyes full of trust. "I believe in you, Itachi, just like when you saved me from the clutches of Nine Tails when I was a child, right?" Itachi smiled and touched her head, gently but firmly. "That's right." He looked around and saw the sad faces of the tribesmen one by one. If it weren't for that chat group, this scene might also become my future. He sighed softly, but there was no trace of frustration in his eyes. Instead, there was burning determination. But there are no ifs in reality. Since I was selected by the chat group, I will use this power to change these tragedies. Uchiha Itachi walked forward with a steady pace. Fellow tribesmen. Although his voice was soft, it seemed to have magic power, causing all the sobbing to stop suddenly. People wiped away their tears and turned their attention to Uchiha Itachi. "Young patriarch, you must have learned something before you brought us back, right? Who is this brave guy who did such a heartless thing? I will make him pay 1,000 times the price." Itachi nodded slightly. "But now, please come with me to catch the murderer." As soon as these words came out, everyone's spirits were lifted. Yes, young patriarch. They gave their fallen relatives a last look and immediately stood up to line up. Hundreds of people lined up on both sides, with Uchiha Itachi and Izumi passing through. He glanced at everyone, and he saw all the changes in everyone, catalyzed by great grief due to the loss of their loved ones. Many tribesmen have made breakthroughs in their Sharingan activation state. 3 Magatama trees have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. At this moment, Sharingan, who has no one in the team, is lower than double Magatama. But this still falls short of Uchiha Itachi's intended effect. He decided to add more firewood. He whispered to the tribesmen around him. "The situation is not irreversible. When everything is over, I will have a way to bring them back to life. So everyone, don't be too sad yet." These words were like the night wind blowing through their hearts, shocking every clan member. Everyone who heard this was stunned in place. Their eyes focused on Uchiha Itachi in disbelief. Young patriarch, are you telling the truth? Isn't it to comfort us?" One person asked tremblingly. "When have I ever lied to my people?" Itachi tilted his head slightly and smiled at the questioner. Boom! This sentence was like thunder on the ground, shaking the hearts of all the tribesmen. "It's actually true." Huge joy poured into my heart like a tide. I was just as excited as I was crying in despair. Great, great. Under the impact of this strong emotion, in an instant, 3 pairs of Mangekyo suddenly opened. Powerful pupil power poured into their eyes, and the 3 people who awakened Mangekyo immediately covered their eyes in pain. What's wrong with you? Let me check it out." Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu's clan members quickly stepped forward to investigate the situation. "Only 3 pairs?" Itachi stared at the 3 people, lost in thought. After experiencing the huge blow of losing a loved one, He regained redemption in the hope he gave. Under such extreme emotional contrast, only 3 people awakened Mangekyo. It seems that this Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed unattainable. 3 pairs are fine, but the number of 3 Magatama has indeed increased a lot. With the Sharingan of 3 Magatama, the Uchiha tribe can at least become Jonin, but reaching this point is not easy. The entire Uchiha clan totals no more than 50 pairs. Now, after this incident, it is roughly estimated that there are more than 200 pairs of 3 Magatama on site. The strength of the Uchiha clan has greatly increased. Yunchong, how do you feel now? Uchiha Jie, Uchiha Cloud, Uchiha Rush. It was those 3 clansmen who awakened Mangekyo. The 3 of them were just a little surprised by the impact of the pupil power at first, but now they have relaxed a lot. It's okay, young patriarch. Young patriarch, we are. The 3 people raised their heads, and 3 pairs of extraordinary Sharingan appeared. Congratulations, you have gained great power. Mangekyo Sharingan. The 3 of them couldn't help but rejoiced. It's really Mangekyo. These are the eyes of Madara's ancestors. Does that mean we already have the power to match Madara's ancestors? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but chuckle. You're still far from it. The 3 of them looked puzzled. Young patriarch, don't we already have Mangekyo? How can it be so far behind? Among Mangekyo, there is also a distinction between superior and inferior. Okay, let's not discuss this now. You will have the opportunity to understand Madara's power in the future. Now, let's go out and find the murderer. Uchiha Itachi waved his hand and led the Uchiha army with increased strength deep into the clan territory. Along the way, there were not many corpses left on the road, but Itachi still sent people to check carefully inside the house. They had died quietly in the room. It seems that not many people could detect the killer's actions and escape. Most people die without realizing it. The team moved on in the darkness. In the darkness where no one can reach. A dark crow watched all this silently. It tilts its head sideways, using its eye inlaid with the eye of the distinguished heavenly gods. Keep a clear view of everyone's actions. At the same time, in another clansman's house, Uchiha Itachi of this time and space is wiping his long sword. At his feet, several corpses were already cold. What happened? That person missed. Through the picture transmitted by the crow, Uchiha Itachi in this time and space witnessed the situation over there. Looking at the aggressive Uchiha elite team, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but frown. Didn't the guy wearing the mask confidently say that he could take down the security forces? So what's going on now? People are coming. Before he could figure out the reason, Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly trembled. That's... As the crow's perspective changes, an unexpected figure of Uchiha Itachi comes into view. He saw himself. At this moment, the other party seemed to be aware of the crow's presence. He actually cast a glance into the darkness. Uchiha Itachi from 2 different time and space made eye contact for the first time through a crow. Who is he? Uchiha Itachi stood on the quiet corridor with a look of surprise on his face. In the entire Uchiha territory, except for the clan leader, his father Uchiha Fugaku, except for his mother Uchiha Mikoto, all the rest of the clan have fallen under his hands. Uchiha Itachi knew that Fugaku possessed the secret of Mangekyo Sharingan, and the originally expected duel was between 2 pairs of Mangekyo. However, at this moment, a sudden change made him unable to take care of this fateful battle. 3 powerful pupil forces were approaching an alarming speed, like 3 invisible chains, tightly strangling his nerves. 3 pairs of Mangekyo. He mused secretly in his heart, even if he didn't count the mysterious other self. Just these 3 unknown Mangekyo holders were enough to put him in unprecedented trouble. The situation seems to be getting out of control. Call out. A black shadow cut across the night sky, and Uchiha Itachi's figure disappeared in an instant. No matter what the road ahead is, once you have taken the first step, there is no way back. For Konoha, for Sasuke, he must clear all obstacles. And on the other side, stop. The healthy ferret suddenly stopped and stopped. In order to easily distinguish the 2 Uchiha Itachi, The Itachi in different time and space will be called a healthy Itachi in the following, and the Itachi in the current time and space will be called normal. By the way, next Thursday, I will draw 1025 and 198 ninjutsu posts in the group. Brothers who have good fortune Chitian Gu can try it. I touched my head in room 920, 884,793 times. The sudden words interrupted the marching team. When everyone heard the sound, their mighty steps came to an abrupt halt. Young patriarch, is there something wrong? Uchiha took a step forward and asked with doubts on his face. He's coming. Healthy Weasel spoke calmly and looked up into the shadow of a pole not far away. Everyone looked along his line of sight, and unexpectedly a figure appeared in the darkness. Wearing an umbu mask, his identity was difficult to identify. But this does not prevent the Uchiha people from igniting their anger. He is the murderer of the clan members? Some people's eyes widen with anger and anger. That outfit is the village umbu, exclaimed another. What a shame. It turned out to be Konoha's fault. The third Hokage really has ulterior motives. Kill him. Overthrow the rule of Konoha. Revenge for the people. Anger spread like wildfire. When it was confirmed that the enemy came from Konoha Umbu, the hatred that had been suppressed for a long time boiled over instantly. Uchiha He, Uchiha Yun, and Uchiha Chong acted almost simultaneously, turning into ghosts in the night and quietly approaching the target from three directions. Suffer death. Uchiha Yun shouted angrily. The double blades glowed coldly in the moonlight. One pointed at Umbu's throat, and the other pointed directly at the heart, showing his murderous intent. You won't be alone. That old fox Hokage will be with you soon. Uchiha's words are chilling, and his attacks are ruthless and decisive. However, at this moment, his eyes met the scarlet pattern in the other person's eyes unexpectedly, and his shock was beyond words. That's Mangekyo Sharingan. This is our Uchiha's power. How could he have it? Could it be that he is also from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yun was horrified in her heart, and a terrible suspicion quietly took shape. But before these thoughts were fully formed, his world suddenly fell into darkness. When the light returned to his field of vision again, he found that he was firmly tied to the cross, and the surrounding environment was completely different. Before he could figure out the situation, he felt a heartbreaking pain in his abdomen. Uchiha Yun lowered his head and was shocked to see a long knife pierce through his chest. Am I going to die? Confused thoughts flashed past, and he couldn't even resist the opponent's blow. Damn it! He has just awakened Mangekyo and has not yet realized his ambition. But in an instant, he found that he was intact and his wounds were gone. Is this Jinjutsu? He gasped for breath and looked around in fear with cold sweat on his forehead. At this time, a faint voice sounded behind him. Everything here is under my control, whether it's space, time, or mass. No matter how much time passes here, the outside world is only a moment. Just enjoy the rest of the time. As he finished speaking, countless figures of Umbu suddenly appeared around him. All of them were that mysterious man. Uchiha Yun's throat tightened. Facing such a large number of enemies, he couldn't help but feel desperate. To be criticized for sword power. Time passed, and in this endless torture, Uchiha Yun experienced indescribable pain. Outside world. Well, Uchiha Yun's face was suddenly filled with pain, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground. His face turned pale, and sweat was pouring down like rain. That Umbu had quick eyes and quick hands, grabbed him, and threw him towards Uchiha, who was rushing towards him. Uchiha's attack rhythm was suddenly disrupted, and he hurriedly caught Yun. In the midst of this flash of lightning, Umbu took the opportunity to attack, aiming at the last approaching Uchiha, and unleashed a smooth combination of physical skills. This Umbu member has extremely high attainments in physical skills. Uchiha was beaten so hard that he was helpless and was knocked out after a few rounds. At this point, the three people's joint offensive was completely collapsed. Young patriarch Uchiha He and Uchiha Chong supported the weak Uchiha Yun back to the healthy Itachi. Both of their faces were filled with guilt. They didn't even survive a few rounds, and they didn't even have time to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Before Healthy Itachi could speak, an Uchiha tribesman behind him could no longer hold back and asked, "Yin, what happened to you just now?" In everyone's eyes, Uchiha Yin was almost close to the Umbu member, but suddenly he was restrained as if his strength had been drained. The three people's joint attack thus revealed a flaw. It's Jinjutsu. That guy uses extremely advanced Jinjutsu. Almost fell on his Jinjutsu and almost died. Uchiha Yun said with lingering fear. By the way, young chief, that man is also from the Uchiha clan. I saw his Sharingan. Uchiha Yun pointed at the figure on the telephone pole and gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand why he was so cruel and helped Konoha to attack his own people even though he was from the same clan. What? Uchiha Yun's words were like a bomb, exploding in the crowd, causing an uproar. He is also from the Uchiha clan? You? How could you do such an inhumane thing? I will never admit that such people are from our clan. Some were shocked, others angrily condemned. The man on the telephone pole faced everyone scolding. His face was expressionless, as if he had a heart of stone. His eyes were always fixed on a healthy ferret. After a long time, he finally opened his lips, looked directly at the healthy ferret with cold eyes, and asked slowly, "Who are you?" The healthy ferret smiled slightly and was about to respond, but was beaten to the punch. That's Uchiha. At this moment, his eyes were like a wild beast that chooses people to devour, full of anger. It's okay to do such bad things, but you don't even know the young patriarch? Those eyes of yours were stolen, right? You're not the real Uchiha at all. Uchiha's words seemed to touch that Umbu. Umbu was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. Under the mask is his true face. Seeing that face, everyone's eyes froze. The anger on Uchiha's face condensed instantly and turned into shock. Young patriarch, Uchiha Izumi opened his eyes wide, sometimes looking at Uchiha Itachi on the telephone pole, and sometimes looking at the healthy ferret next to him. She felt like her brain was going to explode. Two ferrets? She was a little confused. How come there are two young masters at the same time? That's not important. The key thing is, why did he attack our people? Uchiha Itachi ignored the noise below. His eyes remained on the healthy Itachi. He stretched out his hand towards the healthy ferret and gestured. Now my identity has been revealed. Please stop hiding. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the healthy ferret, looking forward to his explanation. Why are there two young patriarchs? Needless to say, I am also Uchiha Itachi, the young clan leader of Uchiha. Healthy Itachi smiled. Uchiha Itachi frowned. Obviously, this was not the answer he wanted. What is the difference between this and not saying anything? Healthy Weasel continued. However, I am Uchiha Itachi from another time and space. Because I received a special gift, I was able to travel through different time and space. As soon as he finished speaking, the Uchiha clan members behind Healthy Itachi were stunned. A young patriarch from another time and space. They all looked in disbelief. This sounds too bizarre, right? Uchiha Quan blinked curiously. No wonder. I remember you never used a stick before. You were the Itachi in that chat group, right? Uchiha Quan approached the healthy ferret and whispered softly. As he spoke, Uchiha Quan also summoned the chat group interface, turning it on and off. Healthy Itachi naturally saw this interface and nodded with a smile. Although you are not the weasel I originally thought you were, I still want to thank you for saving me. There's no need to talk about this between you and me. The chat world can only be seen by members of the group. No one else, not even Uchiha Itachi, could notice. In his sight, there were only Uchiha Izumi and the self who claimed to have traveled through time and space. The intimate interaction below reveals extraordinary familiarity between the lines. Uchiha Itachi's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily, and then interrupted their conversation. You said you're a person from another time and space. What evidence is there? What is the purpose of your appearance? The healthy Itachi caught the subtle changes in Uchiha Itachi's expression and was stunned for a moment. Is this guy Jealous? Are you jealous too? The healthy ferret laughed dumbly and shook his head slightly. My purpose? It's very simple. I'm here to stop you. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were cold. Stop me? When will it be the turn of outsiders to point fingers at the Uchiha clan's affairs? The Uchiha clan, If I hadn't intervened, this family would have disappeared without a trace in the long river of history. Healthy Weasel looked around, and the faces of his tribe members fell into his eyes one by one. You will all face death. No one will be spared. Yunchong including you. Finally, his eyes were fixed on Uchiha Izumi. Quan is no exception. Healthy Weasel's words were like the cold wind in winter, making everyone's hearts tremble. They will all die? Uchiha Quan also looked very frightened. Her face was pale. She moved her steps lightly and subconsciously moved closer to the healthy Itachi. Perhaps it's because this Uchiha Itachi from another world inexplicably gives people a sense of peace of mind. Uchiha Quan snuggled next to the healthy ferret, as if he had found the courage to face death. She looked up at Uchiha Itachi with a complicated expression. Itachi, do you really want to kill us all? She now began to believe that what the man wearing the mask said might be true. At that time, Itachi was dealing with the clansmen in the clan and had no time to care about her. She had already been given up by him. If it weren't for the unexpected appearance of a healthy ferret, she would probably be dead at this moment. Uchiha Itachi on the telephone pole had a flash of pain in his eyes, which quickly disappeared. He regained his indifference. This is a necessary sacrifice. Why, young patriarch? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately burst into questions. Why do you want to kill us? We respect you so much. The expressions of the Uchiha tribe members were complicated, and their young chief actually wanted to raise a butcher's knife against them. However, another young patriarch from time and space could not sit idly by and stepped forward to save them from dire straits. All this is like a magical story. Respect. Uchiha Itachi sneered. Shursui was persecuted by Danzo and eventually committed suicide by jumping off a cliff. He didn't even have time to avenge his best friend. Some people in the clan foolishly suspected that he killed Shursui out of coveting the power of the distinguished heavenly gods, and even pointed the finger at him. How did they come up with such heaven-defying ideas? Couldn't these people see the relationship between him and Shursui? From that moment on, Uchiha Itachi realized how stupid and short-sighted these tribesmen were. If they are allowed to develop, they will only hurt both Konoha and Konoha, and will eventually be taken advantage of by other ninja villages. It was at that moment that Uchiha Itachi's determination became rock solid. They must be eliminated. Chang! Uchiha Itachi slowly drew out the sharp blade, with murderous intent in his eyes. For Sasuke, I had to give it a try today. 3 pairs of Mangekyo. It seems that he is going to fight hard. Weasel, are you really going to do it? Uchiha Quan suddenly took a step forward, with tears in his eyes, full of begging. She hoped that Uchiha Itachi would stop. Facing the person who once made his heart beat, Uchiha Itachi's face was full of struggle. But in the end, he closed his eyes. Well, realizing Uchiha Itachi's choice, Uchiha Izumi gave up completely. She sighed sadly, and 2 lines of blood tears slid down her cheeks. Boom! Suddenly, the ground is thundering. The storm is rising. A terrifying force burst out from her delicate body. Pink bones appeared around her, forming a huge skeleton giant. But this is just the beginning. The majestic pupil power will burst out. Behind the skeleton, the meridians and flesh spread crazily. They quickly clung to the skeleton and merged with it. In the end, a huge and terrifying giant was formed. Susanoo third form. Weasel, I will stop you with my own hands. The Uchiha clan will never be destroyed because of you. The sound of Uchiha Spring is extremely calm, like an ancient well without waves. Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes and looked directly at the huge pink Susanoo. She also turned on Mangekyo. It seems that Uchiha Itachi underestimated the other party's emotional investment in him. Facing the huge pressure that was coming, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with surprise, but then he calmed down. Stop me? You can try and see. Even Susanoo, he can do it. This. Quan is only 13 years old. The Mangekyo trio were astonished. They are almost 30-year-old uncles and have just awakened to Mangekyo. The differences between people are so huge. We can't fall behind. A flash of passion flashed across Uchiha Yun's pale face. Chong, help me. Uchiha nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a pale golden sword came out. Then, amid everyone's astonishment, he suddenly thrust his sword into Uchiha Yun's body. Surprisingly, Uchiha Yun not only did not show any pain, but also looked very comfortable. After a moment, Uchiha rushed out and drew his pale golden sword. Although Uchiha Yun was a little nostalgic, he quickly returned to his original state. The mental damage caused by Tsukuyami has been completely restored. This is Uchiha's Mangekyo pupil technique, Dahuang Tsumyushin. He can control this golden sword, which can both attack enemies and heal wounds. The left eye pupil technique absorbs damage, and the right eye pupil technique can release the absorbed damage, but it requires the golden sword to hit the enemy. Let's go to Wake Up the Young Patriarch. The Mangekyo trio quickly unfolded their respective Susanoos, and the scene instantly became extremely shocking. 3 giant Susanoos stand in the field, each with its own characteristics. Uchiha Susanoo is like the first snow in winter, transparent and pure. What Uchiha clouds is the abyss of late night. The deep blackness is full of mystery. Uchiha is the most dazzling, with golden light that is as bright and dazzling as the midday sun. Boom! With the appearance of these 3 behemoths, the Uchiha people were excited and their excitement was palpable. This is the true power of Mangekyo Sharingan. It's incredible. It's like a god came to the world. The tribesmen were having a heated discussion, debating which color of Susanoo was cooler. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi could no longer maintain the calmness on his face. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a turmoil arose in his heart. For Susanna's, young master, I'm offended. Uchiha Yun roared, a light of pleasure flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. He just wanted to vent the frustration he had suffered earlier. The field expands. Uchiha Yun put his palms together, and Mangekyo's eye power suddenly exploded. In an instant, a dark shadow spread like a tide from under his feet, covering the entire world in the blink of an eye. The trio of Mangekyo, Uchiha Izumi, and Uchiha Itachi were instantly sucked into a strange dimension. Here, the gray mist is shrouded and boundless, as if you have stepped into the underworld. Uchiha Itachi frowned, and he could feel that part of his power was being quietly swallowed by this space. At this time, Uchiha Yun's voice came slowly. Through the dark portal, young patriarch, welcome to my domain. Here, I will extract at least 1/10 of your power. And there are limits to this realm. You can't escape until you defeat us. Uchiha Yun smiled slyly. Itachi, use your full strength. As soon as Uchiha Izumi finished speaking, her Susanoo had already pulled out her exclusive artifact. Mikazuki Munakika, that is a sharp spiritual weapon that can cut through all obstacles. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak, just silently. His Susanoo gradually appeared around his body. Likewise, he also evolved it to the 3rd stage. The 10-fist swords, the 8-foot mirror, and the 8-foot Magatama. The 3 god-tier weapons appear one by one, with extraordinary majesty. Itachi, I will make you sober completely. Rumble. With a deafening bang, Susanoo of Uchiha Izumi launched an offensive. A beam of sword light shot through the air and struck down hard. Wherever it passed, there was only a dazzling cold light, which was unstopped. Night falls, but the Hokage office building is still brightly lit. In a quiet room, next to the office, 2 heavyweights sat opposite each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo looked at each other, each with their own hidden agenda. They were silent, and the atmosphere was depressing. You seem to be in a good mood? Hiruzen held a pipe in his mouth and was a standard traditionalist. He glanced sideways at Danzo with a hint of amusement in his tone. Danzo was stunned for a moment. and then realized that there was a flaw in his expression management. He secretly wondered how he could be so rude. Tonight, the hidden danger of Uchiha will be completely removed from the Konoha tree. I am just happy for the future of the village. Danzo reluctantly suppressed the curvature of his mouth, but the joy that could not be hidden soon quietly emerged. So damn happy. Oh, really? Hiruzen's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything deep and meaningful. No wonder, even a gloomy person like Danzo could not hide his smile. Uchiha Itachi is about to implement that decisive plan. By dawn, the famous Uchiha clan in the ninja world will become a thing of the past. Danzo has been wary of Uchiha for a long time, and its destruction is undoubtedly the greatest victory for him. Facing Hiruzen's scrutinizing gaze, he didn't care. He knew in his heart that even if Hiruzen was also eager to solve the Uchiha problem, as a Hokage, he would never show it easily. He had to take action from the roots of Konoha. It's almost time. The plan should have started to be implemented. Danzo looked out the window, where Uchiha's territory was, and spoke in a calm tone. The full moon hung high, and a silent storm was brewing under the moonlight. The demise of Uchiha not only eliminates an unstable factor, but also means that a large number of Sharingan will fall into his research. Danzo has long coveted the power of Sharingan. Thinking of this, an imperceptible smile crept onto Danzo's lips. However, suddenly, a roar broke through the tranquility, accompanied by violent vibrations. Boom! Hiruzen and Danzo were caught off guard. Their bodies were shaken into the air, and they immediately landed firmly on the ground. What happened? The two exchanged a look, their eyes full of confusion. The vibration came from that direction. Danzo quickly came to the window and locked his eyes on the source of the vibration. Hiruzen followed closely, with a stern look on his face. Is there something wrong with Itachi? It's okay. Uchiha can't survive the storm. I'll send someone to find out the situation. Just as the two of them were contemplating, the next moment, shock surged into their hearts like a tide. Hiruzen, what is that? Danzo looked at the huge Susanoo figure rising from the Uchiha territory. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by incredible shock. Susanoo? Hiruzen chewed his pipe and spoke with heavy words. The face covered with traces of time was deeply impressed by the shock. Back in the early years of Konoha, when he was only 6 years old, he witnessed Uchiha Madara's prominent position in the village. However, Madara left the village the next year. In the same year, 7-year-old Hiruzen witnessed Madara driving Susanoo to attack Konoha. Although Hashirama intervened in time to prevent the disaster, the power of Susanoo that could shake the world is still unforgettable to him. Gather your forces immediately. We must confirm the situation in person. We must not allow such forces to break out into conflict in the village. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Hiruzen ordered in a deep voice. Even though Uchiha is located on the edge of Konoha, how can the destructive power of Susanoo be underestimated? It is not an exaggeration to be extremely vigilant. Danzo left silently, but fortunately, they were already prepared. Umbu and the root members were on standby at any time. At this moment, they have only one goal, Uchiha. Without saying a word, the two set off immediately, each leading a team of numerous Umbu, or root members. Behind him, there was an endless crowd of people that could be seen in darkness. A rough calculation showed that there were hundreds of them. Those who can gain a foothold in Umbu and the roots are all elites with their own merits. Together, this group of people can cope with almost any challenge in the world. However, on the way, something unexpected happened. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, 3 more Susanoos rose from the ground. 3 more. Now there are 4 Susanoo. The 4 behemoth Susanoos each exude a heart-stopping pressure. Just looking at them is enough to make people feel stressed. The light they emit even lights up half of the night sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sweating profusely and stared blankly in the direction of Uchiha's territory, feeling shocked in his heart. When did the Uchiha clan become so powerful? When did all this happen? His footsteps stopped involuntarily, and he hesitated in his heart whether he should continue moving forward. Hiruzen, is this still going to pass? Danzo appeared with a serious face. Obviously, going there at this moment was not a wise choice. If there was only one Susanoo, they might still be able to give it a try. Damn it, now it's 4. If this is to pass, wouldn't it be like throwing yourself into a trap? Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his eyes slightly, scanning the 4 huge Susanoos with his peripheral vision, and then looked at his own body, which was not strong. In the end, I chose to follow my heart. He turned to Umbu behind him and shouted, "Retreat!" Before he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the teleportation technique and jumped towards the path he came from. When Danzo saw this, he naturally followed and evacuated. Escape. But just as they pulled away from each other, the light behind them suddenly dimmed. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and looked back in confusion. There was surprise in his eyes. The 4 huge Susanoos had disappeared without a trace at some point. Hiruzen. Danzo landed next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking strange. Now that Susanoo has disappeared, should they continue to go? How about go over and have a look? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but suggest. I heard that it takes a lot of chakra to activate the Susanoo. Maybe those Susanoo only appear briefly? I'll go if you go, Danzo said. After all, he alone did not dare to act rashly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then ordered Umbu behind him. No need to retreat. Turn around. Head to Uchiha territory. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out first. Everyone, Umbu. Is it fun? Kick us around like a ball. And here in Uchiha territory, as the Uchiha cloud opened its territory and absorbed all the Susanoos, the scene suddenly became empty and silent. The Uchiha people looked at each other in shock. They thought they would witness a century-old war, but it ended like this? Chief Jieshao, what should we do now? Someone asked curiously. Just call the young clan leader. Why do you have to add the word yeah? The strong Itachi found it a bit funny. Aren't you a young patriarch from another world? I thought adding world would make it easier to distinguish. The man touched his head. What a clever little guy. Let's call it the normal name. It sounds a bit weird. The man grinned and nodded repeatedly. Everyone in Uchiha felt more relaxed than ever before, and getting along with the young patriarch was too easygoing. The other person was incredibly kind. However, this peaceful atmosphere was soon broken by an exclamation. Uchiha Itachi. Under the moonlight, Hiruzen Sarutobi's figure jumped up on the wall. Along with his appearance, in the inky darkness around him, black shadows flickered, and the human form was graceful. A dense layer of Umbu members silently surrounded the place. Visiting me late at night, Mr. Third Generation. What are you doing here? Uchiha Itachi's face remained unchanged, with a faint smile on his lips, and he calmly faced Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel slightly surprised when he faced Itachi, who had a completely different demeanor. Is the cheerful-looking boy in front of me really the Uchiha Itachi? At this time, Danzo flashed next to Sarutobi Hiruzen like a ghost and spoke with sinister eyes. Uchiha Itachi, this is the time for us to ask you, what do you really want? The implication is self-evident. Why did your actions deviate from the plan? Danzo expected to see the corpses of the Uchiha clan everywhere when he came here, but he didn't expect that there were so many people safe and sound. Those who died were all clansmen with mediocre fighting abilities and were worthless to him. Uchiha Itachi glanced sideways at Danzo. His eyes narrowed involuntarily, with dangerous sparks flashing inside. Another Danzo. It's no wonder that it was delivered to your door automatically. A sneer formed on the corners of Itachi's lips, and instead of answering Danzo, he turned sideways and faced the clansman behind him and asked, Everyone, do you know who this big shot is? He waved his finger lightly and pointed at Danzo. Young patriarch, isn't this Shimura Danzo? How can we not know each other? He always finds trouble with us in every meeting. Someone immediately responded angrily. Yes, and I must tell you that it was this Lord Danzo who forced Shursui to death in order to seize the distinguished heavenly gods. He targets us Uchiha in the dark, and even studies our Sharingan in private. His right eye is Shurisue's distinguished heavenly gods. Itachi pointed at Danzo's eyes covered by bandages and chuckled softly. He broke his skin without any scruples and made Danzo's secret known to the public. The moment the words fell, Danzo's face turned black. What? Following Itachi's words, everyone in Uchiha looked at each other angrily. A pair of scarlet Sharingans locked tightly on Danzo, full of murderous intent. Seeing the murderous atmosphere on the field, Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer wait and watch. He frowned and said sternly, "Uchiha Itachi, what do you want? Don't incite the masses of Uchiha and provoke hostility in Konoha. Third generation Sama, what are you anxious about?" Itachi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with interest. Could it be that you are also involved in these things? As soon as these words were spoken, the angry gazes of the Uchiha tribe immediately focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if he was being burned by burning flames. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked gloomy. Could he admit it? Once you nod, the flames of war will probably begin immediately. Moreover, what shocked him even more was when did the Uchiha clan possess so many 3 Magatama Sharingan. He quietly looked around. The 3 Magatama, which were rarely seen at ordinary times, now looked like stars. A rough estimate was that there were nearly 200 pairs. This is wrong. Where do these 3 Magatama come from? Can 3 1 Magatama Sharingan be combined into 2 Magatama? Can 3 2 Magatama be combined into a 3 Magatama? But from memory, Sharingan does not seem to have this kind of synthesis ability. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo being shocked by his words, Itachi had a look of satisfaction on his face. He had already planned this, but he always felt that his choice in the original work was too stupid. Why keep hiding the truth about Shursui, letting the Uchiha clan run around like headless flies and finally point the finger at themselves? Holding distinguished heavenly gods and unwilling to reveal the truth about Shursui, the tribesmen will naturally be suspicious. And now, if you tell everything clearly, why not fight with Konoha? Although there are many Umbu and roots on the field, the Uchiha people have high fighting spirit and superior strength. In a battle, victory will definitely belong to them. Besides, I still have the master to tell me everything, so my death will be nothing. If you die, you are really dead, but if we die, we can still be resurrected. What about the Obito people? Does it take so long to deal with a masked man? Are you secretly playing again? Suddenly, the healthy Itachi felt a strong surge of In-style chakra, attacking his brain and trying to tamper with his will. Healthy Weasel's eyes moved slightly. Can't help but activate the distinguished heavenly gods. The healthy Itachi's eyes flashed. He caught a glimpse of Danzo's figure and immediately understood the current situation. To make people laugh. The healthy ferret's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately focused his energy to fight against the invading power of the distinguished heavenly gods. Almost in the blink of an eye, he broke through the intruding In-style chakra. Danzo squatted down suddenly, covering his eyes with his hands, his face twisted in pain. The backlash is coming. Distinguished heavenly gods are so easy to control. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and quickly stepped forward to help him. Uchiha Itachi, what did you do? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in anger. As third Hokage's mood fluctuated, the Umbu on the sidelines immediately went into alert mode, just waiting for his order. What did I do? The healthy ferret spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. Master Third Generation, you have really wronged me. I am the victim. Shimura Danzo wanted to use distinguished heavenly gods on me, but I cracked it and suffered backlash. This is all his own fault. The healthy ferret's face was filled with contempt. Danzo was unable to exert the true power of distinguished heavenly gods at all, and it was difficult for him to control Mifune with his little ability. Not to mention trying to control a healthy Itachi with a Mangekyo and a fairy body. Isn't this asking for trouble? Bang, hoo hoo hoo. In the silence, a huge fireball suddenly struck. It was the people at the root who took action. How could these people sit back and watch when their master was injured? Young patriarch, I'll take care of it. Healthy Weasel was about to destroy the incoming fireball when an Uchiha tribesman suddenly jumped out. Stand in front of him, playing fire style in front of Uchiha. He sneered and quickly formed seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. The young man, Uchiha, opened his mouth and spat out, and an even bigger fireball roared out, instantly suppressing the fireball at the root and driving it into the opponent's array. Boom! Flames soar into the sky. Facing the attack, all root members immediately counterattacked. What started as one person's impulse has now led to a full-scale conflict. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Afterimages of the roots are coming in one after another, rushing towards this side crazily. Go! Destroy them. Everyone in Uchiha was furious and attacked one after another. They have long been dissatisfied with these Konoha ninjas. A melee broke out. Stop! Stop it, everyone, don't fight anymore. Seeing the war between Uchiha and the roots ignited, Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. He hated the root member who took action first. He was so stupid, but his shouts were quickly drowned out by the noise of the battle and ignored. Sarutobi Hiruzen's clothes were soaked with sweat on his back. It's over. Once the battle starts, it is difficult to stop easily. Now that Uchiha's strength has greatly increased, after this battle, even if Konoha can win, his vitality will definitely be severely damaged. When the time comes, other ninja villages will definitely take advantage of the situation and move in. Konoha, it's dangerous. Umbu move. The Uchiha family went against the grain and started a rebellion. Immediately execute the obliteration order, and no one will be spared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was as cold as ice, full of murderous intent, and resounded in every corner. The usually indecisive Hokage showed unprecedented decisiveness at this moment. As you command, Umbu members responded quickly like phantoms in the darkness, transformed into afterimages, merged into the battlefield, and surrounded the Uchiha clan together with the root organization. The Uchiha people showed no fear, drew their weapons, and charged into battle without hesitation. For a moment, the battlefield fell into complete chaos, with roars and the roar of ninjutsu intertwined, deafening. Young patriarch, leave this to us. You can go ahead and deal with the third Hokage. Many Uchiha people shouted loudly. Although there are many people in Umbu and the root organization, there's always a way to crack it. But the third Hokage is a troublesome existence. Among the people present, perhaps only the young patriarch can fight with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninja hero of Konoha, is also the most difficult character to deal with. His name is not self-proclaimed, but actually earned by fighting in the ninja world. All attribute Grandmaster, an all-around master without a single weakness. The healthy ferret nodded slightly, and a light smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he locked his sight on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was waiting for him, and couldn't help but chuckle. Master Third Generation, you may have made an unwise choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were solemn, but revealed unquestionable determination. Now that the war has started, Uchiha and Konoha must fight to determine the outcome. He quickly made up his mind to put an end to the Uchiha clan here, even if the cost was heavy. I would rather not do this, but in many cases we have no choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice. Then please show me Hokage-sama's superb ninjutsu. The healthy ferret slowly removed the two tungsten iron rods from its back and gently rotated them together to form a 5'3" long stick. Sticks. Sarutobi raised his eyebrows slightly, quite surprised. Why did Itachi switch to this weapon? Let's explore the reality first. Sarutobi Hiruzen already had some calculations in his mind. With a flick of his wrist, several shurikens roared out. The sound of breaking through the sky is sharp, heading straight for the healthy weasel. As a ninjutsu professor, Hiruzen Sarutobi's attacks naturally don't stop there, as he can only see his hands forming seals. Ninpo Shuriken Shadow, Clone Jutsu. moment. The originally simple shuriken quickly split from 1 to 2 and 2 to 4, growing exponentially. In the blink of an eye, shurikens filled the night sky like raindrops, densely packed, as if thousands of arrows were fired, rushing toward the healthy ferret. There are enough arrows. Feel free to use them. Ding, 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 ding. Facing this intensive offensive, the healthy ferret's movements were simple and crisp, and the stick's shadow flew around, forming an indestructible line of defense. All the shurikens were shot down one by one before they even got close. According to this trend, even if all the shurikens are consumed, they will not cause any trouble to the healthy Itachi. However, at this moment, the healthy ferret's feet suddenly became weak and his movement stagnated. The place where he stood had turned into a quagmire. In the distance, Hiruzen Sarutobi silently completed the seal. Earth-style river. The healthy ferret was instantly swallowed by the mire. The shuriken was like a violent storm, instantly piercing the healthy weasel trapped in the quagmire. However, under the night sky, the cry of crows suddenly came. Gwagwagwa! Then, the healthy ferret's body suddenly exploded and turned into a flock of crows, flying away in all directions. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crow going away, with no surprise on his face. It would be strange if Uchiha Itachi was defeated so easily. Soon, the crows gathered together and once again transformed into a healthy ferret. He was safe and sound and smiling. As expected of ninjuo, if you use ninjutsu together, you can't defend against it. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored the words of praise and immediately started to form seals. Psychic art. With a bang, the white mist exploded. What happened again, Sarutobi? The fog cleared, revealing a tall and mighty figure. The strongest psychic beast appears. The ape demon, that giant beast that can transform into the Vajra wishful stick. Something's wrong. Ape demon, turn into a Vajra Rui stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly. Without saying a word, the ape demon used his innate ability to turn his body and turned into an indestructible Rui golden cudgel. Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped the Vajra wishful rod and turned like a whirlwind toward the position of the healthy Itachi. Rui bang, strong wind. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The Vajra Rui rod roared and rotated in mid-air, combining with the wind escape released by Hiruzen Sarutobi to form a powerful suction vortex. What a fast windmill! Healthy Weasel exclaimed. The execution of this move was so smooth that a healthy weasel was not even able to react. His body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and he flew towards Sarutobi Hiruzen involuntarily. Sarutobi Hiruzen swung the Vajra Wish-Wish stick in one move. The Wish-Wish stick extended like ramen and hit the healthy Itachi with a huge force. This attack can repel even tailed beasts to the Nine Tails level. Want to compete with me in physical skills? The healthy ferret had a smile on his face, and the tungsten iron rod in his hand was ready to go. With the help of the strong wind, he jumped up suddenly and swung the bat with all his strength. Bang! The two sticks struck each other hard. In an instant, astonishing air waves swept across all directions like a storm. Boom! Huge energy was released, and the surrounding ground suddenly collapsed several inches. Then, the healthy Itachi's body was overturned by the force and flew backwards. In this attack, it seemed that Hiruzen Sarutobi had the upper hand. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was not much better. His hands were shaking slightly, and his expression was shocked. Pissed. He looked at the rock-steady, healthy Itachi in disbelief. When did this kid possess such amazing power? Master third generation, it's my turn to take action. The healthy ferret played a beautiful stick trick, chuckled, and approached instantly. His speed is as fast as a ghost, and he is almost invisible. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and used penultimate's perception to fight back. He suddenly raised his stick and blocked the attack from behind. Bang! The two clashed again, and the weapons collided with loud noises. Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded the Vajrarui stick and struck out from behind. Amazing strength. The healthy ferret has no fear and uses the tungsten iron rod to fight head-on. For a time, the stick shadows are intertwined, as dense as raindrops. The two started a fierce duel using physical skills. The sound of metal crashing in the field was endless, clear and loud. With the help of the powerful power of the immortal human body, Healthy Weasel exerts his physical skills to his heart's content, with a fierce attack and a full sense of oppression. One stick after another, forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen to retreat continuously, only defending but not attacking. But after all, Sarutobi Hiruzen has decades of combat experience and can always find opportunities to counterattack. For a while, the two sides fell into a stalemate. As the number of fights increased, Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms gradually felt numb. His breathing also became rapid, and he was too old to withstand such a high-intensity battle for a long time. Bang! The weapons collided again, and the two competed. The healthy Itachi pressed down with great force, while Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and held on. Fortunately, the wishful stick, transformed from the ape demon, can act independently and can offset the power of a healthy ferret to a certain extent. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be able to sustain it for long. Sarutobi now, as soon as he said it, a strong arm stretched out from one end of the wishful stick and tightly grasped the throat of the healthy ferret. One of the magical changes of the wishful stick, the ape demon, can change its shape at will. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not miss this opportunity and complete the seal immediately. Lightning style, Thunderbolt. He began to accumulate thunder and lightning, and when the accumulated thunder reached a threshold, he opened his mouth and spat out, and a bolt of thunder erupted from his mouth, directly hitting the healthy weasel who couldn't move. Hey, hey! Boom! After the thunderous sound, lightning wrapped tightly around the healthy ferret's body like a giant python. With a deafening roar, he was thrown into the air and finally fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. The electric current wrapped around the body was visible, and the muscles were shaking uncontrollably due to paralysis. However, the strong vitality given to him by the immortal body quickly took effect and alleviated the pain of the electric shock. Soon, the healthy ferret struggled to stand up and was about to take action when he saw the Vajra wishful stick turning into a sharp arrow and attacking directly towards him. The lag caused by the electric shock prevented him from evading it. The Vajrarui rod touched his body instantly, but strangely split into dozens of sections. Then it reorganized as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye weaved into an indestructible diamond cage, locking the healthy ferret tightly in it. Fire-style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The sky suddenly lit up with a fiery red light, and a roaring fire dragon roared down and rushed straight into the Vajra prison. With a loud noise, the flames collided with the cage and exploded. In an instant, blazing flames filled the inside and outside of the cage. The Vajrarui rod was unscathed, but the healthy ferret in the cage had to withstand the full burst of fire. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Even though the healthy Itachi had been engulfed by the sea of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen never relaxed his vigilance. He used the clone technique, and the four figures dispersed instantly, each occupying one side. Then, the main body and the clone took off at the same time, forming a tacit seal in midair, and the five figures shouted in unison. Release the chakra with the 5 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. 5 escape Dalian bullet technique. The roaring sound was loud, and the 5 attributes merged and restrained each other, triggering an unprecedented violent explosion. The collision of thunder and fire inspires greater power, and the blending of water and fire creates steaming mist. It affected the area where Uchiha and Umbu were fighting, and everyone was stunned and shocked. Oops. Young Patriarch. The Uchiha clan was anxious and wanted to go to the rescue, but were blocked by the quick-moving Umbu members. Even with the mask on, Kakashi's silver hair stood out among the crowd. Everyone, please stay here. The Uchiha people showed resentment on their faces, gritted their teeth, and said sternly, "Damn Konoha Umbu, get out of the way." After the conflict of words, the two sides fought again and the situation escalated. On the other side, Hiruzen Sarutobi withdrew his Vajra wishful staff, leaning on it to catch his breath while paying close attention to the battlefield situation. The high-intensity battle, coupled with the continuous use of ninjutsu, is undoubtedly a huge load for this old ninja. Can it be successful? He stared at the center of the explosion, filled with anticipation. The aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided, and smoke and dust filled the air. A huge orange arm suddenly tore through the clouds, revealing the scene within. Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the huge Susanoo with wide eyes, shocked. This orange Susanoo had obviously disappeared before. He thought it was just a flash in the pan, but it turned out to be owned by Itachi. This means that Itachi can also control Susanoo. Tricky. So, what about the other 3 Susanoos? He looked around anxiously, but found no signs of Susanoo among the Uchiha tribesmen. It was barely enough to make him sigh in relief. The healthy weasel walked out of the Susanoo unscathed, and the Susanoo gradually faded away according to the owner's will, and finally disappeared. What a wonderful combination ninjutsu. 3rd generation Sama is worthy of being a Konoha shinobu. Why don't you show 3rd generation Sama my ninjutsu? Having said that, the healthy weasel began to form seals with simple and direct movements, preparing to perform the most basic fire style, Great Fireball technique. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. His throat felt hot, and Uchiha Itachi quickly raised 2 fingers to his lips and suddenly spurted out a ball of blazing flames. The flames seemed to have life, condensed into a round fireball, and blasted towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with an unstoppable momentum. And in another corner of Konoha Village, a single Konoha villager who couldn't sleep at night was doing craft work when he suddenly noticed a dazzling light flashing outside the window. The fiery red light penetrated the window lattice and illuminated his small house. "Hey, is it dawn yet?" "No, it's obviously dark at night." He put down his work, walked to the window, and looked out. Looking at it, I saw a huge fireball rising slowly, lighting up the night sky. What the hell is this? The sun can still shine in the middle of the night? Damn it, don't overdo it and create an illusion, right? He had a look of astonishment on his face. This strange sight aroused the curiosity of many Konoha villagers. They all approached the window and cast surprised glances in the direction of the fireball. Some were amazed, some were curious, and there were many discussions. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who greeted him in front of the great fireball, did not have such a leisurely mood. He raised his head in fear, facing the seemingly endless giant fireball. His heart was full of shock and fear. Is this what you call the great fireball? Is this really fire style? And not some mutated version of fire style, Sunset Yao? How much chakra does this guy have inside his body? Shadow clone jutsu. In desperation, Hiruzen Sarutobi tried his best to separate more shadow clone, but because there was not much chakra left, he could only summon 3 figures in the end. Even if the number is small, he must face the difficulty. Otherwise, he will be swallowed by that huge fireball. Water style, water barrier. The 4 Sarutobi Hiruzen formed seals at the same time, and then a large amount of water spewed out, converging into a huge water wall that lay across the path of the fireball. Water and fire are on the verge of breaking out, and the astonishing heat immediately evaporates the water curtain, causing the heat to steam and fill the surrounding area. Hiruzen, let me help you. Danzo, who had regained his composure a little, suddenly threw himself into the battlefield. Psychic art. Danzo summoned the psychic beast Dream Taper, which opened its mouth wide and roared with strong winds, blowing away the surrounding heat to prevent it from being affected. No, I can't hold it anymore. Danzo, call for reinforcements quickly. Even the 4 layers of water barrier can't completely resist the advance of the great fireball. Sarutobi Hiruzen, was sweating like rain, and he was obviously at the end of his strength. Danzo made an immediate decision and recalled all members of the Roots and Umbu, temporarily leaving the front line to provide emergency support here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After receiving the order, the Umbu members quickly evacuated the battlefield, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Everyone gathered behind Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, forming a new line of defense. Block that fireball. Clear. Water-style water barrier. Hundreds of people performed water-style together, and huge waves of water surged out. Finally, the Great Fireball's offensive was contained and gradually extinguished. As the last flame was extinguished, the huge Great Fireball was finally stopped. But there was no trace of relaxation on the faces of everyone in Konoha, and the expressions of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo were even more solemn. Just one jutsu from Uchiha Itachi requires so much manpower to resist. Is he really a human? Or is he a tailed beast wearing human skin? Lord Hokage. In the darkness, countless hurried footsteps approached along with shouts. A rough estimate was that there were about 500 people. Seeing these reinforcements, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face finally flashed with relief. Reinforcements finally arrived. It was only a few minutes from the beginning of the battle to now. Unexpectedly, he almost didn't survive the arrival of reinforcements. Stay alert and prepare to fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Yes, Lord Hokage. At the same time, young patriarch, members of the Uchiha clan also gathered around Uchiha Itachi. They looked at Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo with unfriendly eyes, and the atmosphere was tense. Hiruzen, how is your recovery going? Danzo asked in a deep voice, rarely standing on the front line against the enemy. Of course, all this is due to the existence of the Uchiha family. If not, Danzo would have remained hidden, just like watching a fire on the shore, waiting for all the dust to settle before slowly emerging to clean up the mess. I still need a moment, please fight for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked tired, and there was a sense of powerlessness in his voice. 100 root members under Danzo. In addition to the 100 Umbu under Sarutobi Hiruzen, 500 Konoha elites were now reinforced. Our combat strength has increased to 800 people. On the other hand, there are only 300 people on Uchiha's side. Faced with such a disparity, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt confident in his heart. 300 versus 800. The advantage is mine. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a little more at ease. What's more, this is only the first batch of support, and more ninjas will gather in the future. After all, this is their own territory, so they will naturally have more confidence. Uchiha Itachi, surrender immediately. I may be merciful and spare your life. Danzo stands on top of the Dream Taper's head, commanding and showing his majesty. His gaze swept over the Uchiha tribesmen below, and an imperceptible murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Let go. Absolutely impossible. This is just a bluffing strategy. Once the opponent really surrenders and gives up resistance, he will raise the butcher knife without hesitation. However, healthy Itachi did not seem to be panicked, but instead had a smile in his eyes. Master third generation, does this also represent your opinion? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was as dark as water. He looked at his heart with his nose, remained silent, and restored chakra wholeheartedly. He must respond to the Uchiha clan's actions tonight. Okay, I understand your choice. It's a pity that because of your wrong decisions, many innocent people will lose their lives. The healthy ferret shook his head and chuckled with a hint of regret. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly and said jokingly, "Listen to this. Are you determined to fight? A fight against the odds? Why did Danzo-sama say this? We are clearly the innocent party. It's very simple. If you leave, everything will be calm." The healthy ferret spread out his hands easily, making a helpless gesture. Uchiha Itachi, stop being so mysterious. Do you think you can really escape? Even if we spend everything today, we will wipe out the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Danzo snorted. He really couldn't stand Uchiha Itachi's calm look. I'm so anxious. How can this guy be so calm? This completely frustrated Danzo's desire to see the other party panic. Then please show me your skills, Danzo-sama. When Healthy Weasel said this, his eyes flashed with deep meaning. You will see it. I hope you won't kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy. Danzo said coldly, his face as deep as water. Everyone, please step back. He ordered the tribesmen who were following closely around him. Yes. Without any hesitation, everyone quickly distanced themselves. What does he want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, unable to guess what Healthy Itachi was planning. But the next moment, the answer is revealed. Healthy Weasel asked the tribesmen to disperse just to avoid them being affected. At this moment, there was a shock that shook the world. A red Susu suddenly rises from the ground, no longer the third half-body form, but the true, completed body. With a figure of 100 meters tall, wearing a Tengu armor, and spreading wings on his back, he looks like a god descending into the mortal world. The 10-fist sword transformed from a gourd shape into a 40-meter-long sword, shining with red light. The power of the divine weapon shocked people's hearts. The Healthy Itachi stand in the gem space between Susanu's eyebrows. Looking down, the Konoha ninjas, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, were as small as ants. What amazing power! No wonder Uchiha Madara can be so arrogant all his life. No one can catch his eye except Senju Hashirama. If I can continue to have this power, maybe I will be like him. He clenched his fists. At this moment, he and Susanoo became one, and he could feel the power of the perfect Susanoo vividly. Not only the eternal Mangekyo can control the complete form of Susan, the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan is also possible. It's just that Mangekyo SI power is limited. Under normal circumstances, one use will almost result in blindness. But with the help of the immortal human body, the eye power can be restored, and it is not a bad idea to indulge in the luxury of enjoying this power occasionally. Shimura Danzo, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Can you say it again? Perhaps. I will consider your proposal. Healthy Itachi controlled Susanoo to lift the slender 10-fist sword and said with a smile. Just that smile made Shimura Danzo feel chills all over his body. Bang dang. The Vajra wishful rod in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand slipped involuntarily, and he looked up at the sky in shock. What exactly is this? Complete body Susanoo? Standing under the 100-meter-tall Susanoo, they couldn't even reach each other's ankles. If they wanted to see Itachi, they could only look up at the sky. It's over. The last trace of luck in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was completely shattered. How could he still fight this battle? Unexpectedly, after spending half of my life as a gentle person, I finally made a decision, only to be greeted by the completed Susanoo. Senju Hashirama has been dead for many years, and without first Hokage by his side, how can they, a group of mortal ninjas, fight against this earth-shattering divine power? He glanced at the Konoha ninjas behind him and felt mixed emotions in his heart. 800 people? Now, even 8,000 people are of no avail. In theory, the party with more people has a greater chance of winning. But now, the rules are being rewritten in Itachi's hands. The 40-meter-long 10-fist sword was the new rule he set. Facing Itachi's declaration of war, Danzo subconsciously took a step back, his eyes full of fear. But then, he realized, how could he show a trace of fear in front of so many people? Hiruzen, no matter how powerful he is, we cannot surrender. Danzo gritted his teeth, as if this could correct his previous gaffe. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer cares about Danzo. Fight? How to fight? The completed Susanoo can split the leaves in half with just one swing of his sword. Although they were extremely reluctant to admit it, their defeat was determined from the moment Susanoo appeared. Alas, why did the reversal come so quickly? The advantage was clearly on their side. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the huge Susanoo with sorrow and anger. Damn Uchiha. They didn't play according to the common sense of ninjas at all. After fighting for so long, apart from the Great Fireball, what other methods does the opponent have like ninjutsu? What kind of ninja are you? Hiruzen, I'll feint attack. Follow me. As if aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's despair, Danzo dropped these words and rushed forward without hesitation. As if to release his inner fear, Shimura Danzo actually attacked Susanoo. Faint? Faint? Where do you attack? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He looked up and down at the huge Susanoo. With his decades of combat experience, he could not find a single flaw despite all his efforts. But it was too late to stop Danzo. He was seen rising into the air, holding a sharp kunai, stabbing Susanoo's knee. Danzo, what are you doing? Hiruzen Sarutobi exclaimed. He also thought that the other party had some hidden skills that he wanted to reveal. This is the result. You wanted to follow you. Bite. With a crisp sound, the kunai broke instantly. What? Danzo was shocked. He was so indestructible. He quickly wanted to escape, but there was no way out. How could a healthy ferret let him go? Controlling Susanoo's legs to release chakra shock, Danzo instantly received a strong impact and fell from the air. Before Danzo could get up, Susanoo raised his right leg high and stepped down hard. Boom! At that moment, the entire Konoha seemed to have experienced an earthquake. This is the giant of Konoha. Every time he stamps his feet, Konoha will be shaken. A Konoha villager who just fell asleep. Damn! The Imperial Formation? In an instant, Konoha became brightly lit, and countless people woke up from their sleep. Quickly dragged the family and everyone to a safe location. Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen screamed and screamed. Danzo, oh no, it should be Danzo-chan now. As Susanoo raised his feet, Danzo could no longer be seen in the pit. An Uchiha curiously walked over to investigate. Uchiha was always disgusted. Is Danzo finished like this? After a while, he loudly reported to the healthy ferret. Report to the young patriarch. I found a small amount of Shimura Danzo in a lot of dirt. Oh, you didn't use Izanaji. After hearing the report, the healthy ferret's eyes flashed. I thought it would have to be solved again. Is it because the eye of distinguished heavenly gods is too precious to be used? Danzo only had one Sharingan, which he used when he captured Shursue's distinguished heavenly gods, and later replaced his eyes with Shursue's eyes. Distinguished heavenly gods are very precious, so it's normal to be reluctant to use them. Only, you're going to die, but you still can't bear it? It's like a gold shovel that doesn't improve the quality even after the last drop of blood, and still wants to take advantage of it. The final outcome is the golden coffin. Lord Danzo! Everyone in Jinbu was stunned. They couldn't believe that the clever and cunning leader of Jinbu would die so foolishly. Take Kanashi Susanoo? Is this really something humans can do? Avenge Danzo-sama. No matter how stupid Danzo's actions were, as root members, they could not remain indifferent to Danzo's murder. Everyone in the roots immediately rioted and rushed towards Susanoo like crazy. Fire style, firebomb. Water style, water shockwave. Lightning style, thunder strike. Earth style gun. Wind escape, wind killing formation. Rumble. Various escape techniques are intertwined, and the momentum is fierce. It was like a downpour that hit the Tengu-like armor on Susanoo's body, but it failed to cause even a flicker. The attacks are like bubbles, all dissipated under the indestructible armor. Their offensive was in vain, but Susanoo's counterattack was like thunder, causing heavy casualties to the members of the root organization in an instant. Itachi controlled Susanoo to raise the 10-fist sword high, without any complicated moves, just slashing it down with one sword. Simple and direct. The world was shaken, and a force that split mountains and rivers exploded. Boom! The dazzling sword light pierced the sky. None of the members of the root organization who were touched by this sword light, nor their bodies, were left behind, because they will be imprisoned in the 10-fist swords forever and ever, lost in the dream woven by Genjutsu. With one strike of the sword, the root organization suffered heavy losses. Except for a few diehards who were deeply brainwashed by Danzo, the rest all had the intention of retreating, and the offensive came to a halt. The second sword, the 10-fist sword, swept past. No matter whether they were still resisting or trying to escape, no one was spared. Be fair and selfless and never show mercy. By this point, Uchiha Itachi had completely defeated the enemy. After losing Danzo, the root organization was severely damaged. From then on, the root of Konoha existed in name only. Witnessing the majestic power displayed by Susanoo, everyone in Konoha was in danger, and the whole place was silent. This kind of power is beyond the power of human beings to contend with. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was so gloomy that he could almost cry out, and the supporting ninjas who had just arrived behind him all had facial muscles twitching. Are we actually facing off against the perfect Susanoo? Lord Hokage, how do you feel at this moment? Uchiha Itachi asked softly as he looked down from the height of Susanoo. Although it was a whisper, it seemed particularly clear in this dead silence. Uchiha Itachi, you win. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists with a deep look in his eyes. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to admit that this battle was a great victory for Uchiha. The complete Susanoo is almost invincible. If Itachi is willing, with just a few sword swings, the entire Konoha village will be reduced to ashes. Please put forward your conditions. Now that Danzo is dead, some grievances may be put aside. I think we can put down our weapons and talk peacefully. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's already old face seemed to have some traces of time added to it. Konoha, which was entrusted to him by the Second Generation Project, failed to protect it after all. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, the Konoha ninjas behind him couldn't help but be stunned. Lord Hokage, this is... bowed to Uchiha. It seems that the world of Konoha is about to change. Compared with Konoha's frustration and loss, the Uchiha tribe's emotions instantly rose after hearing the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen admitting defeat. The admiration for Uchiha Itachi arose spontaneously. One person suppresses the entire Konoha. How majestic this is! After many years, Uchiha has finally reappeared as a Madara-level powerhouse. Konoha has admitted defeat, and Uchiha Itachi naturally no longer has to maintain the huge consumption of Susanoo. He slowly descended from the sky, like a god above the clouds descending to the mortal world. Everyone's eyes were firmly attracted by this scene. Uchiha Itachi rubbed his slightly sore eyes, turned his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and chuckled. Then I won't be polite. Master Hokage is old and should no longer work hard for Konoha. Why don't you retire and take care of yourself and pass on the position of Hokage to the young people in the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen hunched his back and took a deep breath. I can agree to all these. In a few days, I will retire, elect the 5th Hokage, and allow the Uchiha clan to participate in the Hokage election. At the same time, the Uchiha clan can return to live in the old site and regain their former status. What do you think? Uchiha Itachi nodded with great satisfaction. Hokage-sama is so thoughtful. What Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned was exactly what the Uchiha clan expected. Because they are unable to participate in Hokage elections and have been excluded for a long time, they feel marginalized by Konoha. Hence the desire for change. Of course, the Uchiha family has its own problems, but these can be solved slowly. Leave it to discussion at a later date. And everything that Uchiha Itachi has achieved for his people in front of him undoubtedly makes the Uchiha clan satisfied. The young patriarch is wise and mighty. Ahaha. Does this mean that Uchiha will also have the opportunity to become a Hokage in the future? This is what the young patriarch fought for us. The Uchiha people were full of enthusiasm. Seeing that the mood of the Uchiha clan gradually calmed down, Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown finally relaxed slightly. Everything seems to be moving towards a happy ending. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. I object. A cold word came through the air. Both the members of the Konoha village and the Uchiha clan could not help but be extremely surprised and followed the news one after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen's just relaxed mood suddenly became suspended again. I almost couldn't carry it in one breath. Who are you? What are you against? The shadows dispersed, and a towering figure suddenly appeared. The tall body completely blocked the moonlight, with the familiar Tengu armor and wings spread out. It turned out to be Susanoo in another perfect form, the same as a healthy ferret, except that the color is changed to a gentle light pink. Spring. The healthy Itachi raised his head, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. This was none other than Susanoo from Uchiha Spring. She was able to open to her full body so easily, without any trace of reluctance. How did she do it with just a pair of Mangekyo? Young patriarch. Uchiha Yun dragged the three of them and approached panting. Although there were no scars on his body, his fatigue was evident and his breathing was rapid, as if his physical strength had reached its limit. The only ones he dragged were the unconscious Uchiha He and Uchiha Chon. There is also Uchiha Itachi, who has a weak breath, as if the fire of life will be taken away by a breeze at any time. Yin, you guys, what's going on? What kind of fierce fighting did they go through in the field to cause so many people to fall? With a plop, Uchiha Yin sat down on the ground in front of the healthy Itachi. He stretched out his thumb and said weakly, "As expected of the young patriarch, the four of us can't subdue each other, even if we work together. On the contrary, I was quite embarrassed by those three artifacts. Thanks to Izumi, her pupil technique, Life Realm God, can strengthen herself and activate the complete body, Susanoo. Coupled with 4 versus 1, we finally won. It's just that he hit his Zanami and we can't save him. Young master, is there anything you can do?" The healthy ferret was silent. After listening to Uchiha Yun's narration, healthy Itachi's defenses were a little shaken. Izanami? And 2 people were tricked. If this happens, wouldn't it mean that both eyes will go blind? A precious pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. How could I be so desperate in this time and space? Looking at the 2 people on the ground, healthy Itachi fell into deep thought. I thought they were just comatose due to excessive consumption, but it turns out they were poisoned by Izanami. This is troublesome. He can't break this technique. Unless they realize and accept their fate, they cannot escape the shackles of this spell. Yes. Healthy Weasel suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Although he himself can't do it, there is someone who can definitely do it. I thought of a solution. Healthy Weasel chuckled, opened a group chat, and got busy. He sent a private message to Uchiha Obito. "Obito, have you finished dealing with it? There are some difficulties here, and I need your help." At this time, in Kamui's space. "Get up, are you giving in now?" Obito stood on the high point of a cube, looking down from above. Below, the masked man collapsed to the ground, panting, eyes empty. As soon as Obito finished speaking, the masked man clenched his fists. A trace of unwillingness and anger flashed across his face. Is this guy just full of shit in his head? Don't get rid of me happily, just like to tease people like this. Is it really that fun? What's even worse is that his Kamui ability fails from time to time, making him unable to escape even if he wants to, and can only be trapped here like a toy. Now, the masked man is exhausted. Simply, he decided to pretend to be dead and remain motionless. Hey, move around. Don't be like a stone. It's so boring. The masked man thought silently. Pretend to be deaf. The showdown begins. Then, it seems I can't play anymore. Obito suddenly sighed helplessly. Oh, forget it, let's withdraw. Hearing this, the masked man's eyes almost popped out. Could it be the dawn of freedom? My heart is overjoyed. Just when he thought Obito was leaving, he found him looking around, as if he was looking for something. Soon, Obito seemed to have a target. I saw him jump into the middle of Kamui's space and said with a smile, "This is it, the core place which can cover the entire Kamui space." Immediately afterwards, Obito quickly formed a seal and slammed his palm to the ground. Gedo statue. The samsara eye shines with dazzling purple light, penetrating time and space, and the Gedo statue in the distant Yuin village comes through and appears behind Obito. Boom! Gedo statue breaks out of the ground and roars, showing its terrifying power. Time and space were distorted by Kamui, and Obito teleported to the top of Gedo statue. Then, violent thunder and lightning poured down like a waterfall. Hey. In an instant, the entire Kamui space was illuminated by the light of thunder. What A B asterisk 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 D? The masked man is about to collapse. He doesn't want to die just like that. He still has a great dream that has not been realized. He quickly tried to avoid it, but the position Obito chose was too insidious. There, Geto statue's attack covered almost the entire space. In the case of being unable to blur, no matter how agile the masked man is, it is also impossible to completely avoid Geto statue's attacks. Damn. In an instant, thunder and lightning drowned the figure of the masked man. At the same moment, Yuin Village, Nagato suddenly opened his eyes. The purple samsara eyes seemed to carry their own pressure. Nagato, what's wrong? Conan, who was always by his side, noticed something was wrong, slightly opened his red lips, and asked. The Geto statue was stolen. Nagato's eyes were filled with confusion. The reincarnation eye is required to control the Geto statue. But now, is there another pair of reincarnation eyes in this world? Geto statue was stolen. Conan showed surprise, obviously aware of the seriousness of the situation. Where did the super thief come from? Even the Geto statue can be walked along. Nissan, a sneaky figure, peeping like a kitten, trotted closer. Hearing that familiar voice, Healthy Itachi turned around instantly. Sasuke, why did you come here? It's very dangerous here. The Healthy Itachi smiled, but there was a hint of helplessness between his brows. Brother, it's even more chaotic outside than here. Sasuke looked frightened and pointed with trembling fingers toward the way he came. Brother, I saw too many fallen people along the way. Also, what happened here? Why did so many people gather? On my way home from school, the whole earth seemed to be shaking. Little Sasuke's little face was full of fear, and he slowly relaxed until he was close to the Healthy Itachi. Huh? How come there are two brothers? Sasuke walked up to the Healthy Itachi and suddenly froze. He looked at Uchiha Itachi lying on the ground, and then at the Healthy Itachi who was tall, majestic, and full of energy. Forget it, they're all brothers anyway, so just hug anyone. It's inconvenient to hold my brother who is lying on the ground, so let's hold him while he is standing. So, Sasuke rushed forward and hugged the Healthy Itachi tightly. Nissan, hug. The Healthy Itachi opened his arms and caught him steadily. He gently pressed his forehead against Sasuke's and smiled softly. Although he comes from another time and space, his love for Sasuke has not diminished at all. Brother, what is this? It's so cool. I saw one just now, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sasuke raised his head and stared at Uchiha Izumi's complete Susanoo, with little stars twinkling in his eyes. This is the ability of Susanoo, Mangekyo Sharingan, and you will also have in the future. So, you have to open your eyes quickly. The Healthy Itachi rubbed Sasuke's head and chuckled. Really, brother? I can be so powerful. Little Sasuke is full of excitement and yearning for power at a young age. It's a matter of time, don't worry. Let's go see your sister Quan first. Healthy Weasel twitched the corner of his mouth and changed the topic at the right time. He had no doubt that Sasuke could activate Mangekyo, but at this time, you may have to wait a while. He originally experienced the Night of Genocide and some verbal stimulation before he activated Shan Magatama. Now that there is no trigger for the Night of Genocide, Sasuke's eyesight may be open even longer. The Healthy Itachi hugged Sasuke and retreated to a safe distance. He wanted to see Quan's next move, and he had no intention of intervening. Having defeated the third Hokage before, he did not push Konoha into a desperate situation, but only fought for more rights for Uchiha. I came here purely to save Uchiha Izumi, and now Izumi has activated Mangekyo and has become a real strong man. It's up to her to decide her own affairs. A healthy ferret certainly doesn't overwhelm the rest of the family. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Izumi's voice fell from the sky with an unmistakable coldness and arrogance. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He looked up at the Uchiha spring that stood above Susan. Call him by his name? Even Uchiha Itachi would respect his dignity and call him Hokage. And Uchiha Izumi, actually, it seems like she's planning to leave no room for anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was heavy, and he had a premonition that what might happen next might not be pleasant. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi. Who is your excellency? Uchiha Spring. She said her name coldly. Uchiha Spring. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Uchiha's super genius? Why hadn't he heard of this name? Oops, could it be the superpower hidden in Uchiha? Looking at the complete Susanoo, he was obviously on the same level as a healthy Itachi. Uchiha Izumi? I understand. So, did you reject the proposal I made before? Did you think it was unreasonable? It's okay, we can renegotiate. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, as long as we can still negotiate, everything will turn around. Talk. No need. As soon as Uchiha Kwan's voice fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition in his heart. As expected, as Uchiha Izumi slowly spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression gradually darkened. She calmly announced, "First, you immediately step down as Hokage. Tomorrow morning, the Uchiha clan will elect a new Hokage to take over. It is a waste of time to skip the election process. Second, from now on, the position of Hokage will only be held by the Uchiha tribe, and Konoha will also accept the leadership of Uchiha. Rebels, we will have the right to take any measures. Third, Konoha must fully compensate for the damage caused to Uchiha tonight, and the deceased will receive 10 times the wartime standard. Above." As soon as Uchiha Izumi finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands trembled unconsciously due to anger. "How dare you speak? Even Danzo would not dare to sign such a clause. Are you kidding me? I didn't sense your sincerity at all in this conversation." Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. Not only him, but many Konoha ninjas around him also had expressions of indignation on their faces. Negotiation? Uchiha Kwan crossed his arms over his chest, his long black hair fluttering in the wind, looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen proudly. "When did I mention the word negotiation? I'm just informing you." Sarutobi Hiruzen. Her words were like the wind on a cold night, cutting through people's hearts with coldness. The strong will dominate the weak. If you feel dissatisfied, just do it. Uchiha Kwan's eyes flashed with red light. With undoubted power, it seemed as if Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen were not worth mentioning. "This is Kwan." Shock was written on the healthy Itachi's face. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could that girl who was once as gentle as water become like this? His eyes were fixed on the other person, and he faintly noticed the shadow of Uchiha Madara. Oh my god! Healthy Itachi was shocked beyond words. He couldn't help but look at Uchiha Itachi, who was still sleeping soundly on the ground. He said somewhat helplessly, "You're in big trouble now." From love to hatred, this troubled Konoha. Sister Kwan is so domineering. Brother, have you seen it? In contrast, Sasuke looked excited and full of admiration. Be good, we won't watch this. Healthy Itachi covered Sasuke's eyes. To avoid being misled, he is still so young. Konoha sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Izumi, her attitude of indifference to everything. For a long time, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. "Sorry, your request is too ridiculous, and we cannot accept it." Uchiha Kwan was not surprised at all, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It doesn't matter. You will change your mind soon." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if there were needle pricks in his back, and a sense of crisis suddenly arose. He shouted urgently, "Don't act rashly." However, it was too late. Uchiha Izumi drew his sword without hesitation. Chong! Following Susanu's will, Mikazuki Munakika was withdrawn from his waist. The complete Susanoo is 100 meters tall, and the weapon in his hand is also a giant blade that is 40 meters long. The long knife cuts through the night sky. This is the sharpest artifact in history, shining with a captivating light under the moonlight. Cut! Uchiha Izumi didn't hesitate at all, driving Susanoo to chop down hard at Konoha below. "Stop! I promise you." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were about to burst, and he shouted with all his strength, intending to stop the attack. But Uchiha Izumi was determined, and his actions did not stop at all. Boom! The third day of the month is about to fall. The target is the bustling center of Konoha Village. The indestructible sword energy swept out. Rumble. The earth trembled, dust filled the sky, and everything was destroyed wherever the sword energy passed. The mountains shook and the earth-shattering sound could be clearly heard even 10 miles away. Nothing can stop this sword energy, not even Konoha's symbol, Hokage Rock. Boom! The sword flashed. The mountain peak split open. The Hokage Rock is neatly divided into two. The sword energy did not stop and continued to move forward, cutting off Konoha's protective wall. Eventually, it moved away from Konoha, leaving an unfathomable crack along the way. It wasn't until the sword energy dissipated in front of everyone's eyes that they came back to their senses. He looked up blankly at the shocking complete form of Susanoo. This power that shakes the world. It's really amazing. At this time, a deep crack extended from Susanoo's feet through the bustling streets of Konoha and across the Hokage Rock, spreading to the end of sight. From this moment on, there was a chasm like a chasm in the center of Konoha Village. All ninjas obey orders. Start rescue operations immediately. Find survivors. After issuing the order, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes sadly, his face full of sadness. Uchiha sprang. Opening his eyes suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Susanoo in front of him, with a cold light flashing in his eyes and a murderous intent. Why do the battles between ninjas cause innocent villagers to suffer such disasters? Her knife cut the entire Konoha in half, and no one knew how many lives were lost in this disaster. Young patriarch, please go to Jichuan quickly. She is too impulsive. Why bother making trouble like this? Uchiha Itachi slowly turned around and saw an extremely anxious young Uchiha man running towards him. Uchiha Itachi blinked, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, this was a radical member of the clan, right? Those radicals were clamoring all day long to make Konoha pay the price. Why are they so soft-hearted now? The young man seemed to be aware of Uchiha Itachi's doubts, and sighed, full of helplessness. Young patriarch, it is true that I am a radical, but we are not willing to destroy Konoha. He spread his hands and added, without Konoha, where can we, the Uchiha clan, go? They just want to take back their rights and interests from Konoha, or go one step further and win the position of Hokage. Destroying Konoha was never part of their plan. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help laughing. Is this what it is called? Radicals think you are too radical? Don't worry. Quan knows what's going on. Don't worry too much. Uchiha Itachi said with relief amid chuckles. Yes, is that so? That being the case, there's nothing to worry about. The Uchiha young man smiled awkwardly at Uchiha Itachi and then stepped back. Oh my god, I haven't seen you for a while. What good things have you done? Along with Kemui's light, Obito wearing a white mask appeared next to Uchiha Itachi. He looked around, his voice full of surprise. Before Uchiha Itachi could speak, Sasuke suddenly trembled. Ah! Sasuke screamed in horror, obviously frightened. Who are you? He stared at Obito's white mask with wide eyes in horror. In the dark night, an expressionless face suddenly appears next to you, which would scare anyone out of their wits. Obito glanced at him and suddenly pinched Sasuke's little face teasingly. Aren't you a person without fear? Are you so responsive? Sasuke couldn't say a word and hid in Uchiha Itachi's arms in fear. Stop teasing him. Sasuke is scared by you. Uchiha Itachi smiled helplessly. Obito raised his eyebrows. How can this kid become a powerful ninja if he is so timid? Let's not mention this for now. What on earth is going on? Where did this little slit come from? Obito pointed at the gap in the middle of Konoha and asked curiously. Uchiha Itachi briefly recounted what happened. That's pretty much it. TSK. So she has gone dark. As expected of Uchiha, this is a classic scene. Obito grinned and gave a thumbs up. Quan has his own sense of proportion, so we don't need to worry too much. I would like you to do me a favor and take a look at these two people first. They have been hit by a Zanami, and I can't undo it in a short time. Uchiha Itachi pointed at the two unconscious people on the ground and said. Obito glanced down, his eyes lingering on Uchiha and Uchiha. Izanami, it's a small matter, just take care of it. Obito smiled confidently, took a step forward and squatted down beside the two of them. He put a hand on his forehead to explore the situation. Well, if you want to crack Izanami, you must calmly accept your fate and truly repent to be free. After so long, they still haven't been able to break free from that technique. They seem to be quite determined. Not bad, very good at steaming. Suddenly, Obito seemed to feel something, raised the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, "Haha, that's it. Without your intervention, the outcome of these two people would be death. No wonder they are unwilling to surrender to fate. Once the Jinjutsu is lifted, their lives will end." Itachi frowned. Then what should we do? This is tricky. Accepting fate is equal to welcoming death. If you don't accept it, you will be imprisoned in Jinjutsu forever. Both roads seem to be dead ends. Obito said meaningfully, "Isn't enough to cut off fate?" As soon as he finished speaking, Obito's right eye suddenly glowed with a powerful purple light. A technique activates. Modify the cause and effect and graft the fate of the two people onto yourself. At this moment, Obito can change the fate of the two of them however he wants. Click. There seemed to be the sound of something breaking. It's like the moment when the shackles are broken. I am destiny. Awake. Obito flicked his fingers, as if responding to Obito's movements. As the snap of fingers fell, the eyelids of the two Uchiha men began to tremble. Soon, the two slowly opened their eyes. Young patriarch. The two looked excited and immediately realized who had rescued them. Go and rest. Itachi smiled and nodded. Yes. The Mangekyo trio left. Obito looked around and found a comfortable stone to sit down with a happy face. The show is about to begin. Itachi turned his gaze to the huge Susanoo in Uchiha Spring, smiled slightly, and then looked at the devastated Konoha village. Uchiha Kwan's sword shook the world, and a bottomless rift was cut out of the entire Konoha. However, what is incredible is that not a single Konoha villager died under this sword. Yes, it's that incredible. When he trampled Shimura Danzo to death, the movement caused by that move was like the heaven and earth toppling. The whole Konoha shook 3 times. The villagers of Konoha are not stupid. Whether it is an earthquake or other reasons, they will naturally not stay in the house. The residents of Konoha, who had experienced countless disasters, were able to cope with it with ease and immediately hid in shelters throughout the village. There was no one in Konoha, and Uchiha Izumi's knife actually didn't hurt any life. Obviously, Uchiha Izumi had a sense of control in her heart. Although her temperament changed drastically, she did not become a real crazy killer. That knife was intended to shock, not destroy. Duanzo indirectly saved Konoha. Itachi couldn't help laughing. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been fighting on the front line, and he doesn't know these situations yet. He thought that the villagers in Konoha had been wiped out at the hands of Uchiha Izumi. At this point, he had made up his mind. You are very strong. I am far from your opponent. But my will of fire will never shrink back, even half a step, because of this. There wasn't much expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Perhaps people would have such a face when they are extremely angry. See highway mouses USI. He began to form seals. This is the most powerful forbidden technique he has mastered. It requires the sacrifice of the caster's life to summon Shinigami to seize the enemy's soul. Facing the godlike perfect Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen may only be able to give the opponent a slight threat with this forbidden technique. As a Hokage, he could not just watch Konoha being destroyed and villagers being killed without doing anything. However, facing the seal of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Izumi remained indifferent. The arrogance was palpable. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless and just continued to form seals silently. Ghoul. Lord Hokage. The investigation is completed. There are no casualties in Konoha. Suddenly, a figure jumped in the distance. The sound came before anyone arrived, and an uncontrollable shout of excitement came, interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's spellcasting. He was stunned. What? Say it again. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously grabbed the arm of the Umbu member who came to report. This move revealed the turmoil in his heart. The villagers have already moved to shelters, and our losses are limited to buildings and other materials. Umbu quickly recounted the information. Sarutobi Hiruzen panted rapidly, seemingly confirming the authenticity of the news. No casualties? Very good. After a while, he calmed down a little and turned to look at Uchiha Izumi with complicated eyes. Your Excellency, Uchiha Izumi, thank you for your mercy. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, but had to thank the other person despite being suppressed. But in the world of ninjas, power is everything. What's more, Uchiha Izumi is indeed merciful, and it doesn't hurt to destroy some buildings. As long as no major casualties are caused, that's fine. Konoha has agreed to the conditions you mentioned before. Sarutobi Hiruzen said categorically. Any further delay would appear to be ungrateful. If he was a step too late, even the shelter would be in trouble, and he would really want to cry without tears. Uchiha Quan nodded lightly, with a steady hum coming out of his nose. Then we won't bother you. However, Your Excellency Quan, regarding the issue of compensation and pensions, can you please extend some time? I need time to raise funds. The time limit is 3 days. That's enough. Thank you for your generosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, then turned and left. The corpses were left at the base of the ground. Regarding Danzo, he just pretended that this person never existed. Not a word was mentioned. It was lucky for tonight to end like this. He didn't dare to ask for more. Uchiha Quan watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's retreating figure, with a smile quietly forming on his lips. He still has to thank us. This is the meaning of power. Susanu's state was released, and Uchiha Izumi landed lightly from midair. She walked directly towards healthy Itachi, passing by Uchiha Itachi who was lying on the ground, without even giving him a look. Hi. Obito waved hello. Is he Obito-senpai from the group? Quan looked at his outfit and hesitated slightly. That's right. Thank you, Obito-senpai, for your help. After thanking him, Uchiha Izumi turned his attention to the healthy Itachi. Itachi, I want you to be the Hokage of this era. A gentle smile bloomed on Uchiha Quan's face again, and the indifference and dominance just now were so gentle that they seemed like an illusion. Me? Healthy Weasel was stunned for a moment, not expecting her to make such a suggestion. He couldn't laugh or cry. Quan, I don't belong to this era. I will leave sooner or later. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Uchiha Itachi on the ground. Instead of asking me to do Hokage, it's better to let him. Before healthy Itachi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Quan's gently raised hand. No need. Since you are not happy, let the clan leader consider it. He forget it. Uchiha Izumi shook his head slightly. Clan leader. Chief Fugaku. Suddenly, small sounds of greetings sounded around. Uchiha Fugaku appears. He nodded his chin slightly in greeting to the tribesmen around him and walked slowly in front of everyone. His eyes passed over Uchiha Itachi on the ground, and he shook his head slightly. He had been watching the battle, but did not intervene. He just watched the changes. He also learned the truth about the two Uchiha Itachi from the tribesmen. Without comparison, there is no harm. I thought my son was good enough, but when I saw Itachi from another time and space, I feel that the version in my hand is not so fragrant. With a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes, Fugaku nodded to the two of them. Izumi, Itachi. Well done. Although it was a compliment, one could not tell from Uchiha Fugaku's calm face whether he was happy or sad. Itachi, father. Quan, clan leader. Sasuke, dad. Obito, oi. The four of them each greeted each other in different ways. Uchiha Fugaku's face couldn't help but tighten. The first few were still normal. But what is the operation of oi? Do humans say hello like this? Who are you? The seriousness that Fugaku had managed to maintain was instantly broken. It's me, clan leader, I'm Obito. Obito took off his mask and said with a smile. Obito, Fugaka couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that familiar face. You, Obito, didn't you die in a war? Fugaka looked at him with squinted eyes and couldn't help but ask. Actually, I didn't die at that time. I just hid quietly to practice. Now that I have completed my practice, I have returned to the world. Clan leader, V, I give 50%. How about I come back and be your Hokage deputy? Uchiha Fugaka's face twitched slightly. You forget it. Do whatever you want. He stopped talking to the funny Obito and turned his attention to Uchiha Spring. He said solemnly, Izumi, currently no one from our Uchiha clan is suitable to sit on this Hokage position. Seizing it by force can only temporarily make them bow their heads. As time goes by, conflicts will inevitably emerge. Uchiha Izumi Kaido said indifferently. Whoever dares to object, just take action and solve it directly. Fugaka shook his head. You're still too young. Things can't be that simple. You might be able to solve it with one person, 10 people, or even 100 people. But if everyone in Konoha stands on the opposite side, is it possible that you want to eliminate them all? Furthermore, Mangekyo's power is not eternal, although I don't understand why you can manifest the perfect form so easily. But your eyesight must have begun to be damaged, right? Uchiha Izumi frowned. What Fugaku said was true. Her eyesight did deteriorate slightly. The pupil technique of her left eye, Fate Realm God, can forcibly increase her power and enhance it in all directions, which naturally also includes the enhancement of pupil power. With the blessing of nearly unlimited eye power, she can unlock the complete body of Susanoo. However, the Destiny God cannot be triggered repeatedly and can only be used once in a short period of time. Otherwise, as long as Uchiha Izumi keeps using his left foot to step on his right foot to block the bug, he will be able to smash the ninja world with one punch. But after the fun is over, the price is also huge. The huge backlash not only caused unbearable pain, but also made her extremely weak. Fortunately, this kind of backlash can be transferred through the Izanagi technique of the right eye and disappear. Her extreme desire for power allowed her to obtain the Fate God, and her extreme fear of death allowed her to master Izanagi. Her Izanagi is different from the forbidden technique used by the Uchiha clan that consumed Sharingan. The Izanagi of the family rewrites reality, and hers can only transfer damage, but it is practical enough. Izumi quickly calculated in her mind that with the current intensity of use, she could still activate the full Susanoo 3 times. Clan leader, what should we do? Uchiha Izumi asked sincerely. Let me think. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes and thought deeply. The current situation was complicated, and he needed a foolproof strategy. If only the 4th generation were still here. Fugaku sighed softly. This sigh seemed to have touched something. Healthy Itachi and Obito suddenly exchanged glances. 4th generation, they all said in unison, Hey. Yes. Obito clapped his hands and said excitedly, Can't we just call Minato-sensei back? Minato-sensei will definitely be able to handle everything. Yes, if it is the 4th generation, all problems will be solved. Healthy Itachi nodded with a smile. Uchiha Izumi looked confused and was confused by the 2 Riddlers. 4th generation? Does it mean 4th Hokage? But hasn't 4th Hokage been dead for several years? Uchiha Izumi was about to ask. Obito smiled mysteriously and used Kamui to distort the space. You'll understand later. As the figure gradually disappeared in Kamui, he dropped a word. I'll dig a grave first. Shinigami mask? This should be it. Obito is playing with a ferocious Shinigami ghost face in his hand. Namake's Minato's soul was swallowed by the Shinigami because of the ghoul seal, and he fell into endless darkness. Simply digging the grave was not enough. He had to bring his teacher's soul back from the other world. Obito adjusted the mask in his hand and put on his face without hesitation. The moment the mask fit his face, he seemed to feel that something extremely dangerous was coming from the underworld to the world through this mask. Is this Shinigami? Why are you so weak? Shinigami's power was attached to Obito, but he couldn't feel even a trace of pressure. It seemed that the other party posed no threat to him at all. It seems that all my previous preparations were redundant. Originally, he planned to use all means if he really wanted to fight Shinigami, but he didn't expect that he seemed so relaxed now. In that case, Obito raised a smirk on his lips and turned to face Shinigami in front of him. Minato-sensei, I'm here to save you. After saying that, he stretched his hand directly towards the terrifying face and opened its mouth with force. Then he put his hand into Shinigami's throat and groped inside. Shinigami's eyes widened in shock, and then the fire of anger began to burn. Dignified Shinigami. How could he be insulted like this by a mortal one day? It glared at Obito. According to the rules, it could not take the other party's soul before completing the transaction. But as long as Obito gets what he wants, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, it will definitely take away Obito's soul and torture this person severely. However, Obito knew nothing about it at this moment, and just frowned and searched inside. So many souls. Summoning Shinigami to fight against enemies is a sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. It seems that besides Minato, many people have suffered the same fate. Finally, he felt a familiar scent. Yes, that was Minato-sensei. Got you. Obito pulled out his arm excitedly. Ugh. With a retching sound from Shinigami, Obito held a small ball of light in his hand. It is the soul of Namikaze Minato. At this moment, a strong malice suddenly struck. When he looked up, he saw Shinigami staring at him fiercely. Snap! Too crisp! Loud slaps fell on Shinigami's face. You still want to take away my soul? Have I given you too much face? If you don't get out of here, I'll make you fly. Obito took off his mask and threw it aside, raised his 2 fingers, and said fiercely to the astonished Shinigami in front of him. Shinigami covered her cheeks with a confused look on her face. After finally being summoned, he was not only insulted, but also beaten for no apparent reason. What is even more puzzling is why the human being in front of me can touch it in its spiritual state, and he actually dared to attack himself as a Shinigami. It was so audacious. Still not leaving? Do you want to sign with me? Seeing this, Obito raised his palm again to strike. Shinigami was so frightened that he immediately retracted into his mask and disappeared. Damn, the world is really terrible. Finally, I'm honest, take some credit. Obito smiled and clapped his hands, ending it all. With the reincarnation I strengthened by Yu, he can already look at or even surpass existences like Shinigami in terms of personality. For a little god of this level, there is nothing to fear. Once you have a soul, the rest is much simpler. Obito bought a reincarnation puppet directly from the Gold Coin Mall and recreated Minato's body through filth reincarnation. Then, he launched the reincarnation technique and began to completely resurrect Namikaze Minato. Resurrection, my teacher, Obito called affectionately. As reincarnation started, the hard-working master returned to the place where he had worked hard all his life. Minato voice. Stop it, Minato-sensei. Start working quickly. Obito said eagerly. Obito pulled Minato Namikaze, who looked confused, and dove into the space vortex that Kimui had broken. While moving, Obito succinctly explained the situation to Minato. However, the newly resurrected Minato was still confused. Obito said a lot, and he understood almost nothing. Even Minato's flexible brain fell into a brief stagnation at this moment. His mind was filled with questions. Wasn't Obito sacrificed? Why is he standing in front of him alive again now? And he actually has the ability to resurrect himself, a person who has been dead for many years. What happened all these years? Before Minato could figure out, Obito had already taken him away using Kimui teleportation. No matter where in time and space, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, always seems to be busy. But who makes him so charming? As soon as he stands up, everyone will admire him, and most problems can be solved easily. Simply the most perfect tool man. Uchiha Obito. I'm done. I'll show you the battle damage version of Konoha. Picture JPG. Shinomiya Yua. So fast? Have you finished killing them all? Is cutting fruit fun? Uchiha Bito. What are you talking about? In your eyes, am I that kind of perverted murderer? I didn't kill anyone, and I saved a lot of people. Without me, the Uchiha tribe would be dead, and they would lose at least 70% of their population. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Okay, I'll compliment you, but what's going on with this ravine that looks like a natural chasm? Is there a magnitude 10 earthquake in Konoha? Uchiha Bito. It was done by Izumi. It was split by the complete body Susanoo with one blow. How about it? It's handsome, isn't it? Shinomiya Yuzuki. 6. As expected of a young man, he is really ruthless. But this is also a good thing. It can store water in the middle. It is simply a purely artificial canal that runs through Konoha. It will be much more convenient to transport in the future. Let Yamato build a few more bridges, and a unique landscape will be formed. I even thought of a name. It's called Wuxiang Blade Hajama. Uchiha Bito. So you also? Shinomiya Yue? Question mark. Me too what? Uchiha Bito. It's okay. I just suddenly felt something. By the way, the name you chose is pretty good and quite cultured. I'll tell Mr. Minato, and let's use this name. Shinomiya Yuzuki. I didn't pick it. It was picked by a purple-haired girl who is good at lightning style. I just quoted it. So what's the situation on your side now? Is the fight over? What's the follow-up? Uchiha Bito. The fight has been finished a long time ago. Minato-sensei has probably taken care of everything now. I'm already lying on the bed. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Minato? Did you resurrect Minato from that time and space? Just to deal with the aftermath for you? I'm a worker by destiny. Namikaze Minato. Oh, I knew it. Uchiha Bito. Huh. There's nothing I can do about it. Minato-sensei, why are you so useful? He who can do it should work harder. Shinomiya Yuzuki. What about Uchiha Itachi in your space and time? Kill him? Or something else? Uchiha Bito. No. The clan leader wants to protect him, otherwise the angry Uchiha will tear him apart. Itachi is now blind and cannot exert much of his fighting power. He will probably have to work as a security guard in the clan and enter old age early. But the good news is that the eyes can still be fused and have been transplanted to the clan leader. The clan leader will soon be able to evolve the eternal Mangekyo. With clan leader Izumi here, and with Minato-sensei controlling Konoha, Konoha will get better and better in the future. As for Itachi's future, he shouldn't have a particularly bad life. I resurrected Shursui. Shursui will enlighten him, and Sasuke will also accompany him. Well, of course it's hard to say. Shursui and Sasuke seem to have a weird attitude towards him now. Shinomiya Yue. It's really a betrayal of everyone. Uchiha Itachi. This is inevitable. From the beginning, there was a problem with his choice. He should never destroy his own tribe for the sake of Konoha. If it weren't for the chat group, my end wouldn't be very good. They can take care of things in the group. I'd better continue fishing. They are all mature group members and can solve problems by themselves. Yue held the fishing rod leisurely, enjoying the fun of fishing, waiting for the fish that was destined to take the bait. Huh, there seems to be some movement. He sighed softly, and the fishing rod in his hand was heavy. A smile appeared on the corner of Yue's mouth, and he began to slowly reel in the line. After a while, a huge black fish was pulled out of the water and leaping. It looks like dinner is in order. This is the realm of a fishing master. There is no need to carefully build a nest or bother with baits. The big fish will still fall into the trap. Well, okay, it's actually the magic of this fishing rod, which is made of wood style. It is close to nature and attracts fish to come closer unconsciously. Yue was carrying tonight's delicacies and was about to process them when she suddenly found someone in the group calling him by name. Uchiha Bito. At group, something happened to you. Come out and clean up the floor. Shinomiya Yue. What's going on? Tsunade. Where are you? You dare to bring me here. Do you know who I am? I want to tell my grandfather and let him educate you. However, if you're willing to give 5,000, no, 50,000 yen, I could consider keeping it a secret. What about it? Yue touched her chin and smiled. This little Tsunade revealed her incomparable desire for money in her words. Across endless time and space, Yue seemed to be able to see a small figure on the other side of the screen, snickering proudly. But this guy is only 3 years old. Oh, by the way, first Hokage once mentioned that because he likes to gamble, little Tsunade has been exposed to this habit since she was a child. So, little Tsunade started gambling when she was 3 years old. Yua gave a bad laugh. Little guy, you want to fight with me? Let me give you a surprise. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Is this little Tsunade from number 11 Shangyuan Street, Konoha Hidden Village, the country of fire? Uchiha Obito. The root of Konoha? When did it come from? Tsunade. How did you know? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Not only do I know who you are, I can also contact your family. At Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Yua, what's wrong? I was planning to have a drink with Madara. Shinomiya Yua. Looking through the chat history above, your little troublemaker is haunting. Senju Hashirama. Hey? Suna. 12 years of the Konoha calendar. Little Tsunade, who was bored at home after losing all her money in gambling, suddenly became energetic. Grandfather, those little eyes were full of disbelief. But my grandfather has been dead for more than a month. Gambling was both a pastime and an escape for her, a distraction from the grief of losing her grandfather. Now seeing Senju Hashirama talking in the group, little Tsunade felt confused and uncontrollably excited. Tsunade, Grandpa, you are not dead. Senju Hashirama, why did I die? Wait a minute, Zayazuna, we don't seem to be on the same channel. We don't belong to the same time and space. I am Senju Hashirama in the 2nd year of Konoha, and you are in the 12th year of Konoha. There's a full 10 years difference. You're not talking about me. After the explanation, little Tsunade was silent for a long time, wondering if she understood. Tsunade, then, are you a grandfather? Senju Hashirama, well, Suna, you still don't understand? Forget it. You're still young, and it's hard to explain. Just think of me. Tsunade, Grandpa, I miss you. Senju Hashirama sent a head-touching emoticon. Senju Hashirama, okay, Suna, don't be sad. I'll always be here. Shinomiya Yuzuki, although it's a bit inappropriate, I'm still curious about how Hashirama on Tsunade's side died. Uchiha Obito, curiosity +1. Senju Hashirama, I'm a little curious too. The cause of Senju Hashirama's death has always been a mystery. The god of ninja, even Uchiha Madara, defeated him, but he died inexplicably. The records in history are also very vague, and there is no accurate information. This makes people not curious. Tsunade, my grandfather died in battle. The anime didn't give any specific information about Hashirama's fall, and the manga only vaguely mentioned death in battle in the early setting. So let's start editing it. Shinomiya Yuzuki. 6. The god of Otsutsuki is coming. Uchiha Obito, fight to death. Namikaze Minato. It's unbelievable. I can't think of any opponent who can defeat first Hokage-sama. Unless that enemy is a ninja army composed of thousands of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi. It may be that the first Hokage suffered internal injuries after the battle with Madara in the Valley of the End, and his body gradually weakened, and finally died suddenly in a certain battle. Uchiha Madara. Nonsense. During the Valley of the End, I didn't even touch Kakuzu's clothes. I was the one who was beaten throughout the whole process. How did he get injured? It is more likely that he followed me because he was too sad after my death. Senju Hashirama, that makes sense. Wait a minute. Who wants to bury you with you? Uchiha Obito. Madara's personality has changed so much that he even makes jokes. It's hard to imagine that this is him before. Picture.jpg. Obito sent a photo from the 4th Ninja War. At that time, Madara had a cold face and looked down upon the ninja coalition forces with domineering eyes. Such a comparison is really shocking. 6 Paths Obito. What are you talking about? He has become much more restrained in the group. You have to come and meet him offline. I guarantee you will be surprised. On Hashirama's birthday, the two of them were competing to see who could float farther, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Shinomiya, I always feel that the topic style in our group is getting more and more off-kilter. Little Tsunade, how do you know about the news about Hashirama's death in battle? Tsunade, My second grandfather told me. Senju Hashirama. Tobarama? Okay, I think I understand. I said that for a ninja, the best outcome is to die fighting to protect what you love. No matter what the real reason is, Tobarama will definitely say that I died in battle. This is the pride of our Senju clan. Tsunade. So, Grandpa, when will you come back? Second Grandpa said the war is about to begin. People in the village are very nervous. The key is the casinos are closed. Senju Hashirama. It seems that this is what worries you the most, Tsunade. Hey. Shinomiya Yua. War? I seem to smell something interesting. At Senju Hashirama. The one who is about to appear is the one with the samsara eye, six-path sage jutsu, ultimate wood style, six paths body. God Senju Hashirama. I want to see a river of blood. Namikaze Minato. Put the fish higher and farther away from the fire source. This will make it less likely to burn and taste better. Shinomiya Yue glanced at the burning bonfire and suddenly realized, so she adjusted the bracket to raise the position of the fish. Namikaze Minato. Remember to make a few cuts on the fish and brush the sauce every once in a while, so that the grilled fish will be more delicious. Yua took out a small knife and ran it back and forth on the fish a few times, cutting out nice patterns, and then applied Minato's special secret sauce on it. Namikaze Minato. Actually, grilling fish is very simple. You just need to control the heat. In about 40 minutes, the fish will be on the table. If you roast it for a long time, the meat will become dry. If you pick it up too early, it will be undercooked. It is very important to master the time. Shinomiya Yue. I understand. Thank you. Namikaze Minato. You're welcome. I'm very happy to be able to help you. After ending her private chat with Minato, Yue continued to focus on grilling fish, full of expectations. This is a technique taught by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who is known as the god of cooking. It must be extremely delicious. As night falls, the Death Forest enters its most dangerous time. For those candidates who are still stuck here, finding a safe campsite is the first priority. Unless they have absolute confidence in the strength of their team, most people would never dare to light a fire overnight, because the flame is undoubtedly a signal flare for the enemy. But Yua not only raised a big fire, but also flipped the fish in her hands as if no one else was around. As waves of fragrance filled the air, he seemed not to care whether his position would be revealed. All around him, pairs of eyes were paying close attention in the darkness. I don't know how many teams are hidden in this small space. That's the person who openly exposed the scroll before the exam. One of the teams whispered, yes, if I remember correctly, it should be the scroll of heaven. A member of another team joined the discussion with greedy eyes. What they were holding was the scroll of earth, and they couldn't help but be excited when they saw the opportunity right in front of them. I'll do it, someone couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly. As soon as I heard that a fool was willing to take the lead, a voice of encouragement suddenly came from the darkness. Well done. Be energetic. Don't lose your share. Immediately afterwards, a shuriken shot out of the air and flew towards Shinomiya Yue at an astonishing speed. The man couldn't help himself and started to act. Although everyone understands the principle of shooting the first bird, once you successfully snatch it, you will be the first to taste the sweetness. This shuriken immediately attracted everyone's attention. But what is surprising is that in the face of the fatal attack, Yue still sat still and concentrated on the grilled fish in front of her. Why didn't he hide? Still didn't react? In the end, there was no reversal, and the scene where everyone imagined Yue avoiding the attack at the critical moment did not appear. The shuriken hit solidly. Is it a related household? It's really rotten. These great ninja villages, even places like the Chunin exam, have people who can have connections. Some people couldn't help but laugh. Shuriken is not a powerful thing. Any genin can react to it. But the other party was stunned and didn't make any move at all. How could this make people not doubt whether he came into the examination room through connections? Everyone shook their heads. Do you really think that the Chunin exam is just playing house? This will kill people. Just when everyone thought it would be a tragedy, an accident happened. The shuriken that was supposed to hit the target actually bounced away. When? The sound of metal hitting was particularly harsh in the quiet night. It seems that the object it hits is not the fragile human body, but hard steel. What's going on? Everyone fell into chaos instantly, until I heard that understatement. Deep forest creation. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. For a moment, the whole world seemed to freeze. The ground suddenly rolled up like waves, and the thick trees seemed to be summoned by some unknown force, growing crazily upwards. The target of these trees is obvious. It is the direction from which the shuriken flew just now. What is this? A man yelled in terror from the darkness. But in an instant, he was tightly bound by countless entangled tree roots, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. His teammates stepped forward to try to untangle the tree trunk, but found that they could not move even the slightest bit against this obstacle, which was as solid as a copper wall. Where did the attack come from? It popped up instantly from the ground. There was no warning at all. On the other side, Yue gently raised the grilled fish in her hand to her nose and sniffed. Well, it should be just right. After carefully putting the food aside, he slowly stood up and turned towards the forest shrouded in night. So many friends are here. Are you all attracted here by my grilled fish? It was eerily quiet. Everyone fell silent in unison, only daring to secretly glance at the figure sitting around the campfire, whose face was illuminated red by the jumping flames. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Logically speaking, they took the initiative to attack and surrounded this guy. But now, they were restrained by an inexplicable pressure and couldn't move. Finally, one team of candidates could no longer bear the invisible pressure and ran away. One escape. Lightning whirlwind strikes, accompanied by a loud boom. A huge beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth appeared in his hand, forming a giant lightsaber shining with white light. As the words fell, a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire forest of death as bright as day. All the candidates hidden in the dark corners were immediately exposed, including the look of panic and astonishment on his face, seeing the magic sword suspended in mid-air in front of them. Like a magic weapon from myths and legends, these young people almost wanted to spit out the resentment in their hearts. What the hell is this? Tell me it's not true. He's from the Leaf Village. You actually say he's Genin level? Unfair game. Can such a person be admitted to the Chunin exam? Now, these people still don't understand that Yue is not a related party at all. He dares to be so showy by himself because he is not afraid of anyone at all. Yue waved her arms lightly and saw the huge energy blade penetrating the sky and earth sweeping across the ground with a devastating force. Everything it touches disappears instantly. There was no deafening sound as a background, and the whole process was as quiet and as smooth and natural as erasing notes with an eraser. Those candidates who were the first to turn around and evacuate have already stopped moving. He looked at the new wide chasm that appeared in front of him with trembling eyes. If you take another half step forward, or slow down and stop for a moment. Now, probably no one can stand here and complain about how incredible this all is. Okay, everyone, please come here and line up in order. Remember to hold your head and squat down. Yue said in a calm tone. Everyone's bodies trembled slightly, but they still obeyed the order and came out in order. After Yue counted the number of people, she found that there were 7 or 8 teams with a total of more than 20 people standing in front of her. He couldn't help but shook his arm and commanded, "It's right here, squat down." The people in Wuyang just squatted down obediently, holding their heads. In the crowd, a person looked up at Yue and then quickly lowered his head. A flash of shock and palpitations flashed in his eyes. He had just thrown a shuriken at this man. The candidate from Longyin Village suddenly remembered the legend that had been circulating in the village. There was a rumor circulating in his village. I heard that Kakuzu, the legendary ninja of Longyin Village, was ordered to assassinate the legendary first Hokage. But he only threw a shuriken from a long distance. He thought that Kakuzu's situation at that time should be similar to his. After settling everything, Yue walked back to the bonfire, slowly picked up the skewer of grilled fish that exuded an alluring aroma and continued to taste it. This fish is still warm. Another corner of the forest of death. Although the bright lightsaber only appeared for a moment, it was such an obvious sight that Naruto would not miss it. He raised his eyes to look at the night sky, which was exactly where the lightsaber once appeared, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It's so dangerous. Who uses ninjutsu? Even a brief glance at that lightsaber made Naruto's hair stand on end. However, in addition to fear, he also felt an uncontrollable fighting spirit welling up in his heart. This must be a formidable opponent. I must find him a challenge. Naruto clenched his fists and grinned, as if he couldn't wait to face this contest. Naruto, come and have something to eat. Sakura smiled gently by the fire and handed Naruto a piece of freshly prepared food. Ah, thank you. Naruto took it generously and said with a smile. Speaking of which, Sasuke hasn't come back yet. After taking a bite of food, Naruto looked at Sakura suspiciously and said, Sasuke was nowhere to be seen from morning to night, and he didn't leave any news. Don't worry, Sasuke is so powerful, he should be fine. Sakura explained with a smile still, as long as he comes back here within 5 days. Hearing this, Naruto's heart dropped a little, and he nodded and said, that's right. After eating, Naruto lay down on the spot and rested his head on his hands. Sakura, you should go to bed early. I'll be on guard tonight. At the same time, a slight but disturbing sound came from deep in a corner of the death forest. In a hidden tree hole, Sasuke's figure quietly arrived. There are many Lion Majesty hiding next to the grass in the tree hole. Their cold eyes are staring at Sasuke. They swallowed the snakes and looked at them eagerly, as if they were choosing people to devour. But Sasuke was not afraid at all and walked calmly, even stepping directly over the head of a small snake. In the end, those Lion Majesty did not dare to attack Sasuke and let him get close to the tree hole. Orochimaru. Entering the tree hole, Sasuke shouted and looked around. Sasuke-kun, why are you coming to see me so late? In a large tree hole, Orochimaru was squatting on the ground, tinkering with something. He was not surprised to hear Sasuke's voice. The snakes outside have already passed on the information. I was too busy telling you something before that I forgot to take my Kusanagi sword. Fake goods are just fake goods, and they will never be as smooth as the real ones. Patting the imitation Kusanagi sword on his waist, Sasuke stretched out his hand directly to Orochimaru, as if he was reaching out to someone else. Orochimaru's body didn't move, but his head ignored the shackles of the body and turned 180 degrees. This awkward scene was replaced by the lingering confusion on Orochimaru's face. Your Kusanagi sword? Sasuke-kun, when did I take your things? Orochimaru raised 3 fingers. I remember that there are 3 Kusanagi swords in the ninja world. 2 of them are in my hand, and the 3rd one is with Itachi. What's yours? Chong. Sasuke pulled out the imitation Kusanagi sword and showed it to Orochimaru. It's just like this one. Orochimaru's head stretched out leisurely, and he looked at it curiously. Immediately, there was some astonishment on his face. Sasuke-kun, I do have a Kusanagi sword with the same style as this sword, but it is in my collection. It doesn't seem to be yours, right? Sasuke didn't take it seriously, but shook his outstretched hand. I know, but I'm a student. Can you send me off? Orochimaru, is it really okay for you to just blackmail me outright like this? Orochimaru was speechless, but looking at Sasuke's expression, he didn't look like he was joking. Then, Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a small snake came out of his mouth. Then, like a Matryoshka doll, the little snake opened his mouth again and spit out a Kusanagi sword. Sasuke even told him such important information. It was just a Kusanagi sword. Just give it to him. He still has one anyway. Plop. The Kusanagi sword was spat on the ground. Sasuke raised his eyebrows and bent down to pick it up neatly, not disdainful of the slime on it. He took out a handkerchief and began to wipe it carefully. A moment later, a Kusanagi sword flashing with cold light appeared. Thunder flashed in Sasuke's hand, and the Kusanagi sword also turned thunderous. There seems to be no pause, and it is extremely smooth. The familiar feeling is back. With this thing is useless, and I'm not good at dual sword style either. Sasuke smiled lightly, took off the imitation Kusanagi sword from his waist, and handed it to Orochimaru. Let this be a souvenir for you. Orochimaru was stunned. What do I want with this thing? But this was a gift from Sasuke, and it would be rude to refuse it, so he had to accept it. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru forced a smile, thinking that he would find a place to lose it later. Sasuke nodded, took out a storage scroll, and took out a brand new scabbard. The Kusanagi sword was inserted directly. Not too long, not too short, just right. Orochimaru couldn't help but choked and couldn't hold himself any longer. He even prepared the scabbard in advance. Co-author, you had the idea of my Kusanagi sword from the beginning, right? Sasuke-kun, let me see you off. Before Sasuke could say anything, Orochimaru stood up directly and greeted each other with a smile, which made his meaning obvious. Send this living dad away quickly. Sasuke naturally understood the meaning of Orochimaru's words, smiled, and prepared to leave. But this time, due to Orochimaru's movement, Sasuke also saw what he had been tinkering with while squatting there. There are actually 3 people? Upon closer inspection, there were teeth marks of the same size between the necks of these 3 people. Seeing this, Sasuke couldn't help but shrink his eyes. This is Curse Seal. Orochimaru hasn't given up research in this area yet. Sasuke-kun, what's the problem? Orochimaru couldn't help but feel confused when he saw Sasuke's footsteps stopped. Sasuke shook his head slightly. It's okay, but I have to remind you that those 3 guys are a team Raikage values. If something happens to them, there may be quite a stir on Raikage's side. Orochimaru was startled for a moment, then smiled. Don't worry, I'm just doing some research and I don't intend to take their lives. These little guys have been rude to me several times, and they need a little lesson. Orochimaru thought that Sasuke was worried about causing a diplomatic dispute between Konoha and Kumovikure, so he explained and comforted him. Unexpectedly, Sasuke looked sideways in surprise. This is nothing. Sasuke made a chopping motion with his sword. I mean, if you're going to get rid of them, remember to get rid of all traces. In the Chunin exam, everyone relies on their own strength. If candidates fight among each other, they will die. Raikage thinks that their skills are inferior to others at most. But if you're caught bullying someone, Raikage will definitely be furious. Orochimaru smiled, his golden vertical pupils showing interest. Sasuke-kun is quite ruthless. So, are you worried about me? Sasuke spread his hands. I'm worried about what you do. Who can kill you, you scoundrel? Raikage is most likely to get angry out of anger, and he can't do anything to you. The most you can do is issue a wanted notice to greatly increase your bounty. You can arrest yourself later and collect the reward. Sasuke shook his head and laughed. Okay, let's go now. After waving his hand, Sasuke turned around and left calmly. Orochimaru watched, and he didn't look back until Sasuke's figure completely disappeared under the night sky. He knelt down in front of the Kumovikure team again and began his research. When Sasuke followed Naruto's breath to find their destination, Sakura had already fallen asleep peacefully. Naruto was communicating in a low voice with the small Nine Tails. Sasuke. Sensing Sasuke's aura approaching, Naruto looked up and saw Sasuke's figure on the treetops. You guys are finally back. Naruto growled under his breath. Sasuke landed lightly and sat down next to Naruto. Is the matter settled? Then when are we going to snatch the Earth Scroll? No need to worry. No matter which team they are in, they will always go to the tower in the center of the forest. We just need to stop them there. We have as many scrolls as we need. Sasuke picked up a branch and poked it at the campfire and said calmly. Naruto's eyes lit up. What a great idea. The Cruel Death Forest assessment was originally supposed to be an undercurrent and a hidden struggle. Now, the style has suddenly changed. A huge procession marched across the area. The gongs and drums are loud and loud, as if they are afraid that others will not know that there is something going on here. For candidates were seen carrying a wicker chair, and Yue was sitting on it, swaying slightly as the chair rose and fell. His expression was a little embarrassed and helpless, but more of a sense of freshness. After capturing this group of people last night, He gave them a symbolic punishment of a few hours and then let them leave. Unexpectedly, these people were chatting endlessly overnight. They were waiting at the door early in the morning, carrying a chair and waiting for him. Before Yue could speak, everyone gathered around him and sat on the wicker chair. Claiming to escort him all the way to the high tower in the center of the forest, he even insisted on recognizing him as the boss. "You really hurt me." This sudden change made Yue dumbfounded, but he still reluctantly accepted the hospitality of these overly enthusiastic younger brothers. Isn't that Yue? Why does he have so many younger brothers following him? The movement here naturally attracted the attention of others. Some old faces also appeared one after another. Ino crossed her arms and looked helplessly at the team in the distance. "Don't be surprised what happened to this guy." Shikamaru looked thoughtful. During this period of time, Shinomiya Yue's impression on him has always been unfathomable. After pondering for a while, he said, "Yue must have a deep meaning in doing this." Choji didn't say anything, just munching potato chips, looking very leisurely. "Boss Yue, we found a team from Yuin village ahead." The figure flickered, and a candidate who was good at investigation appeared on the branch in front. He knelt down on one knee and reported, "Aim Hidden Village. There are many people surrounding Yue. Some were captured last night and then surrendered, and some were defeated along the way today and then joined him. So far, there are almost 30 people in Linlin. At this moment, a round-nosed candidate wearing a red vest next to him was stunned for a moment, and then asked for admission with a smile on his face. "Boss Yue, let me go. This is a candidate from Yinin Village, and it was only entered into the account today. The strength is good, and he is good at Earth Style ninjutsu. In terms of attributes, Earth Style is better than Water Style. The Rain Hidden Village is generally dominated by Water Style. If there is a fight, the people in the Rain Hidden Village will have a much lower chance of winning from the beginning. Okay, you go and fight." Yue nodded and waved her finger. "Yes." Tudong Wu nodded heavily, and then left with his two teammates with an excited look on his face. The three of them jumped onto the nearby trees and galloped along the front. As soon as they left the team, Tudong Wu's teammates couldn't help but ask, "Captain, why are you so positive? Have you really considered yourself someone else's little brother? It's not shameful for us to lose against many and be captured. There's no need for this. They are the elite seeds of Yinin Village." They were tracking a team holding the Earth Scroll today and originally planned to take action. As a result, a group of young men like Yue who were passing by were herded up and surrounded by more than 10 or 20 people. No matter how talented they are no match, so they can only become Yue's little brothers. But they were caught, and the two teammates just mixed in and paddled. But they didn't expect that Tudong, as the captain, would be so attentive. It was as if he was asking to attack in order to please the so-called boss. After listening to the complaints from his two teammates, Tudong showed a meaningful smile. "What do you know? You've become someone else's younger brother anyway. This humiliation is definitely irreversible. When the assessment is over, there is no guarantee that you will be reprimanded by Tsuchikage-sama. But if you think about it from another direction, what if everyone becomes Sigong Yue's younger brother in this assessment? Isn't it commonplace? Everyone is the same. Don't laugh at anyone. This is called a different kind of respect. Do you understand?" Tudong Wu smiled inscrutably. When the two companions heard this, they suddenly realized, "Captain, you are really thoughtful." Immediately, the two expressed their deep admiration for the captain, who usually seemed rough but was actually delicate, and gave a thumbs up. "Also, have you noticed that some people inside look at Shinomiya Yue very strangely?" "What's this weird method?" the two teammates asked in confusion. After thinking for a moment, Tsukado-mu replied, "It's just like the way we usually look when we see Tsuchikage-sama. Respect, awe, worship." The teammates were stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Isn't this too exaggerated? Do they really think Yue is that strong?" Tudong Wu shook his head. "I don't know, but what is certain is that he is indeed not an ordinary person. Okay, get ready to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures appeared in front of him. "Use that move." "Clear." The figures of the three people quickly separated and formed an encirclement towards the candidates in Yuin village below. Fleur closed her eyes and entered the state of perception and whispered, "Someone is coming." "Where?" Hydrangea and Water Lily immediately entered a state of alert. They had just seen someone looking this way from a distance, but before they had time to react, the person ran away. I originally thought that the opponent knew that he was outmatched and left, but unexpectedly, he went to call for reinforcements. Do you think you can defeat us by recruiting helpers? Too naive. After Fleur reported the opponent's location, Water Lily sneered and quickly formed a seal. Water style. Kirasame hidden jutsu. There is never a shortage of water in the Death Forest. The water molecules in the air instantly turned into white mist, spreading like cotton candy, and the vision became extremely blurred. The three people in Yuin village gradually disappeared into the mist. Is this ninjutsu similar to Kirigakure no Jutsu? Muzo Tadu was underground and lost sight of the target, but he did not panic and closed his eyes. As long as you can't fly, the traces you leave on the earth will always expose you. Earth-style, earth-listening technique. Invisible waves emanated from Tadangwa's body. He was like a bat at the moment, able to capture the sounds coming from the ground. Heartbeat, footsteps, even breathing. After a moment, Tangwu smiled. "Found you." He quietly moved underground to the feet of the three people in Hidden Rain Village, and then activated ninjutsu. Earth-style Deleo Danwu. Boom! The earth suddenly cracked open, and Tangwu emerged from it. At the same time, hard rocks suddenly appeared and quickly formed an upside-down bowl-shaped structure, trapping the three people from Yuin village inside. Tangwu put his hands on the dungeon and continued to cast spells. As long as he continues to inject chakra, the dungeon will continue to repair and cannot be broken from the inside. In addition, the dungeon will also absorb the chakra of the trapped people. Over time, no one can withstand it. "It's your turn," Tangwu shouted loudly. The two teammates who had been prepared for a long time immediately took action. "Here comes Captain." The two stood on the top of the dungeon, quickly formed seals and slapped. Earth-style gun. Violent noises suddenly came from the dungeon, and countless rock spikes sprouted from the walls. There was nowhere to hide in the small space, although these rock thorn attacks are dense and violent. However, since the current purpose is to capture rather than kill, the length has been reduced just to achieve the effect of heavy damage but not fatality. "It's done, Captain." A teammate stood up slowly, his face full of joy. They have used this trick countless times, and countless enemies have fallen at their feet. Once the skill chain is formed, the opponent basically has no power to fight back. Tangwu nodded. He also felt that there was no movement inside. It must be that the other party gave up resistance. He removed his hand from it and stopped the flow of chakra. But you still have to wait a while before opening it. At this moment, suddenly, boom! There was a loud noise, and the dungeon suddenly collapsed. A huge figure rushed out from it, its black and white body so huge that it was shocking. "It's a giant panda." Panda rush. Hydrangea rode on the panda's neck, waving her fists to command. Water Lily and Furong clung to the panda's back. The three of them relied on the panda to survive this move unscathed. This panda's skin is so thick that even rocks can't pierce it. Earth-style wall. Tangwu quickly slapped his palm on the ground, and a thick earth wall rose up in response, trying to block the panda's impact. But the earthen wall was shattered by the panda as easily as a fragile piece of paper. Kaifeng technique. Paper blowing snow. Hydrangea holds a talisman in her hand, and with the injection of chakra, the things hidden in the talisman spurred out in an instant. Suddenly, like an avalanche, the sky was full of white paper mixed with the wind. "Captain, let's take action together." Two teammates came to Tangwu at the critical moment. Earth-style, Earth-stone dragon. The three of them formed seals together and pressed their palms heavily to the ground. With their full cooperation, a ninjutsu that far exceeded what was expected at this stage was unleashed. The ground seemed to come alive, and a huge dragon head slowly rose up from the soil. Immediately afterwards, a long body, a giant dragon composed entirely of soil and rocks, appeared lifelike. Roar! The giant dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, jumped into the air, and started a fierce battle with the white paper falling from the sky. While the battle was raging, the huge team led by Yue was slowly approaching. The battle situation, there was still stalemate, and their team stopped at the edge of the battlefield. I'm so horny. What is that, Panda? Yue suddenly sat upright from the wicker chair. He stared intently at the huge black and white figure in the center of the battlefield. There are actually living pandas in the ninja world? Yue couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't seen this thing in so many years, and it felt familiar to her. Of course, Yue still has an obsession with pandas. Once, when he was playing a mobile game with 10 T0s and more than 20 T1s, he was defeated by Panda. You finally get the starting hand, and the opponent's substitute comes down. You use your backhand to channel the spirit, but the opponent's skeleton knocks you out, and the channeling is in vain. You chase after you and use your skills, but the opponent's psychic panda uses your skills to get to your face and hit you with A. It's a miracle to be able to avoid becoming famous after hitting here. Since then, Yue has always wanted to have a panda of her own, but her wallet didn't allow it. Stop. With a light drink. The earth suddenly shook, and countless trees grew like crazy. He controlled everyone instantly. Even the huge panda couldn't move. The fighting at the scene suddenly stopped. Panda. Hydrangea struggled for a while and found that she couldn't break free at all. After calling out helplessly, the panda shook his head sadly, as if he could do nothing. How so? Hydrangea opened her mouth in surprise. Since signing the contract with Panda, she has never seen anyone able to restrain its power. Boss Yue. Tudong Mu respectfully greeted Yue as she gradually approached. Yue smiled, waved her hand, and the branches that trapped Dao De Wu and his teammates immediately dispersed, and they could move again. The three of them stood behind Yue respectfully, and their previous superficially respectful actions had now turned into sincere awe. Loli said, "Oh no, Hydrangea, right? You know me? Of course, can I buy this panda?" Yue helped Hydrangea and the others release their restraints, then looked at them hopefully and asked, "Who are you? I don't even know you. I won't sell panda." Hydrangea hugged the panda tightly and looked at Yue warily. She felt the terrifyingly powerful aura of this person, who might be able to take their lives with just a thought. But this was not enough to shake her trust and protection of her psychic beast. Seeing this scene, Yue understood that her wording was inappropriate, and it seemed that she shouldn't have made such a request so hastily. "Okay, I didn't think well. Then do you know any information about other pandas? If so, can you recommend one to be my psychic beast? I promise you will enjoy very good treatment if you follow me." Seeing that Yue no longer asked for her psychic beast, Hydrangea lowered her guard a little, but still shook her head and said, "I don't know any other pandas. I only know Panda." Yue rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. It seemed that she really had no connection with pandas. "Okay, can you let me sit down for a while and give Panda a try?" His wish was downgraded to a lower level. If he didn't get the ownership, he could at least experience the fun of riding. After a brief moment of thinking, Hydrangea nodded and agreed. Okay. In fact, in terms of strength, Yue can definitely take away her partner by force. But he didn't choose to do that, so she didn't want to appear too ungrateful. After hearing the permission, Yue jumped on the panda's back without hesitation. Ah, such soft hair. Touching the delicate and soft feeling underneath, Yue felt extremely comfortable. Set off. Yue waved her arm gently, and the army resumed its journey. Sitting on the back of the panda on the way forward, Yue's face was full of satisfaction. Compared to a wicker chair, this journey couldn't be more beautiful. Time passed quietly. There's only the last day left before the end of the death forced assessment. During this period, everyone who was attracted to Yue or met by chance was arrested. They all became Yue's little brothers. At first, these newcomers felt very humiliated and lost all face. But after some old-timers in the team released Shirkai, they suddenly woke up. Yes, if everyone becomes Yoyue's little brother, then who else will laugh at whom? As a result, various 8 gates and even bizarre ideas appeared. Some even pretended to be insiders and lured their companions from the same village. Good brother, I have a good thing here. How about you come over and take a look? When I heard there was something good and I was from the same hometown, how could I not go and take a look? Naturally, the result is that everyone becomes a little brother together. This raises a question. I was deceived by my brother, so as my brother, why don't you come with me? In this way, more and more people joined Yuyue through spreading the word from 1 to 10 and from one to another. On this last day, more than 70% of the team in the entire Death Forest has gathered at Yuyue, except for those who were close to Konoha and a few who unfortunately died during the trial. Most of the others gathered here. At the same time, located outside the central tower of the Death Forest. Sasuke, is anyone really coming? Naruto sat on the ground, looking at the empty road leading to the tower and asking, isn't everyone eliminated? It's been so many days, and I haven't seen a team yet. Where have all the people gone? Sasuke still lowered his head and concentrated on wiping the Kusanagi, sword in his hand, looking quite calm. Whatever the rush is, it will come eventually. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have said this 13 times. Because you asked me the same question 13 times. Sasuke responded. Sakura on the side smiled and watched the exchange between the two teammates. At the same time, she also prepared food for everyone at noon today. Jiraiya. 0.0. Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya-sensei, you are finally willing to take the lead. Jiraiya, well, spent some time studying this thing. To be honest, even after watching the group video and with a lot of evidence in front of me, it's still hard for me to believe the authenticity of this group chat. This level of power is far beyond the scope of the ninja world. 6 Paths Obito. Didn't the group leader admit that he is an outsider? In his words, it's an extraterrestrial demon. Shinomiya Yuyue. I am an extraterrestrial demon. Fortunately, I am watching the group, otherwise they might not be able to say bad things about me. 6 Paths Obito. A bit preemptive. Uchiha Obito. Yuyue, don't believe him. What could have happened to him? He must have felt guilty after being arrested in person. 6 Paths Obito. I'm absolutely sure now that you are definitely not me. I was definitely not that bad when I was a kid. Say quickly, who are you? Jiraiya, don't get excited. No matter what the origin of the group leader is, his help to us is indeed huge. We should be grateful. Shinomiya Yuyue. Remington. Namikaze Minato. So Jiraiya-sensei, which era are you in now? Jiraiya, here I am. It's the 63rd year of Konoha. I just left Konoha and am planning to sneak into the Hidden Rain Village to gather information. Uchiha Obito. Oh, isn't that just right? Now that you have information about Nagato, you should be able to defeat them easily. Wait, something seems wrong. Jiraiya-senpai, you went to Amigakure Village to gather information. Now that you have information, don't you need to go? Jiraiya smiled and said, haha, you are right. But I still have to go see Nagato and the others. I feel very guilty for their situation. It was because I paid too little attention to them that they were poisoned by Hanzo. Uchiha Obito, wrong? Senior Jiraiya, this is not your problem, nor is it even Hanzo's problem. Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to be quite good at comforting people, but I have accepted these fates, and I won't be too sad. Shinomiya Yuzuki, Obito is not joking. Danzo is actually behind all of this. In order to provoke a war between the Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Earth, Danzo deliberately disguised himself as someone from a Wagakure village and attacked the ninjas of the Kingdom of Rain. When I met Yahiko and the others, I attacked them as ninjas from the Land of Rain. In the end, Nagato burst out the Rinnegan to come to the rescue, but this also exposed his ability. When Danzo saw this, he had a wrong idea, which led to the subsequent tragedy. This is mentioned in the anime plot. It is not clear whether it is original by the crew, but it is true, so don't dare to talk nonsense. On a path outside Konoha village, Jiraiya's footsteps suddenly stopped. Danzo! The image of the man, always wrapped in bandages and with a sinister expression, appeared in his mind. Did he actually do it? Jiraiya's fists clenched involuntarily, and a look of anger flashed across his face. But then he showed a confused expression. In his mind, those group videos uploaded by Yue did not show this key plot. Jiraiya, is this true? Uchiha Obito, it's true. The group video does not include this part because it only has a general plot, and some details are not included. We have dealt with several Danzos, and we all know his underpants clearly. Namikaze Minato. Although it may be an exaggeration to say this, 9 out of 10 major accidents in Konoha are related to Danzo. Jiraiya. I know, I won't let him go. Shinomiya Yue. Yes, there's another victim. Every time a new person joins the group, as long as Danzo is still alive, he will become a newbie gift bag, and gold coins will burst out under the laughter of the group friends. Uchiha Obito. There is no killing without buying and selling, but Danzo is an exception. Shinomiya Yue. I suddenly had an idea. Since there are so many bad Danzos, is there a good Danzo? Why not bring one into the group and let everyone train him? Uchiha Itachi. It is indeed possible, but we have to find Danzo who is very early in the timeline, or even a young Danzo. People don't become bad in a day. As long as there is enough time, maybe we can train a Danzo who can handle the responsibilities of Hokage. Uchiha Obito. It's better to act than to think. Yuzuki, do it quickly. Shinomiya Yue. Okay, I'll go tinker with it. After saying that, he quit the group chat, looked at the teams still rushing around, and shifted his attention slightly. He focused his attention on the data panel in front of him, which displayed his Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Left eye pupil technique. Eternal Kingship. Open the VIP pass and unlock a 20% discount in the chat group mall. Right eye pupil technique. Supreme level. Chat group level permanently +1. Take it from the chat group. Use it in the chat group. All his strength comes from the chat group, and the pupil technique he was born with is naturally deeply bound to the chat group. Yue once thought that everything she had was given to her by the chat group, and if one day the chat group suddenly took everything back, what should he do? The answer is screw his balls. Anyway, it has been fun for so long. The next few days will be fun day by day. Those are not things he should consider. It's none of his business what kind of culprit or purpose is behind the chat group. Focus back on the panel in front of you. You only need 500,000 to evolve to the Eternal Mangekyo. No, it should be 400,000 yuan after the 20% discount. Yue calculated in her mind, and then suddenly smiled. It's pretty cheap. I don't know if it's because the pupil skill bonus is too buggy. The cost of upgrading his Mangekyo is extremely expensive, almost the same as the Rinnegan. But this is nothing more than a small amount of money to Yue now. He has not even strengthened himself for a long time. Save a lot of gold coins. Because there is no need at all, with the current strength, it is enough to walk sideways in the ninja world. It is enough for the time being, and the gold coins are saved for emergencies. Strengthen it and upgrade the chat group to a higher level. Yue clicked lightly and put in 400,000 gold coins. Suddenly, he felt a warm current emerge from inside his eyes, surrounding his 2 eyeballs. This warm feeling is really comfortable. After a while, when the warmth gradually dissipated, Yue opened her eyes again and was surprised to find the penguin logo, which was originally monotonous in black and white, has become lively and colorful. Black and white, full color. This is too weird. How can I show off Sharingan to others? After taking a closer look in the mirror, Yue looked helpless. Anyone who can see this Mangekyo pattern without laughing is considered a god. But at least there is some gratifying news coming. Bite. The chat group has been successfully upgraded. The current group chat level reaches level 4. More permissions have been unlocked. Yue then checked the new functions that evolved into the Eternal Eye. Left eye pupil technique. Divine power. You can enjoy a 50% discount in the Gold Coin Mall and also have a chance to purchase rare products in the non-ninja world. Right eye pupil technique. Godhead. Directly increases the overall level of the chat group by 2 levels and permanently increases the maximum level limit by 1 level. As expected, once you reach the eternal level, you can quickly increase the group chat level. US smiled lightly, obviously having expected this. In this case, let's try inviting new people to join. After saying this, Yue quickly swiped her finger to bring up the corresponding options on the panel. Lao Ma, use the pull function of the designated target. Use this function to invite a specific character to become a group member, but it will consume one invitation. Are you sure you want to do this? After pressing the OK button without hesitation, what I want to add is Shimura Danzo. Bite. Recruiting completed. After completing everything, Yue opened the group chat interface again. When he returned to the extremely lively group interface, he found that everyone was still chatting happily, and the person being discussed was actually Danzo. Chat group. Uchiha Bito, shocked. Everyone, I found the son of prophecy. Jiraiya, question mark. Namikaze Minato, question mark. Six Paths Abito. I guess the person you're talking about is yourself. It's too narcissistic. Uchiha Bito, you don't feel good if you don't quarrel with me for a day, right? Of course it's not me. I'm talking about the prophecy child in the original plot who didn't interfere. Senja Hashirama, I'm also curious. Children of prophecy refer to people who can change the structure of the ninja world, right? Other than Naruto, who else would have such great influence? Uchiha Bito, it's Danzo. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya-sensei's 2 consecutive question marks have written all his doubts on his face. Jiraiya, I would never have guessed that this would be the answer, where you young people's imaginations are rich enough. Six Paths Abito, you might as well be yourself. Uchiha Itachi, I seem to have guessed what Abito was going to say. Uchiha Abito, as expected, my good brother understands me. I'll invite you to play Fruit Ninja next time. Look, in the original plot, if there was no Danzo, everything would be very different. If Danzo hadn't gone to the Land of Rain to cause trouble, Yahiko wouldn't have died, and Nagato wouldn't have gone dark. Furthermore, the death of the rope tree is inseparable from Danzo. The detonating talisman can kill anyone, and it is under Orochimaru's nose. But the rope tree is dead, and it was disemboweled with all its organs missing. This must be Danzo's handiwork. This led Orochimaru to embark on the path of pursuing immortality, initiated taboo human experiments, and planted the seeds for Tsunade's hemophobia. Without Danzo, none of this would have happened, and both Orochimaru and Tsunade would be in Konoha. Due to the chain reaction, it is estimated that we will not be able to fight in 3 wars. Then I naturally don't have to go deep behind enemy lines to blow up the Shinwu Bridge. Under this assumption, Konoha's lineup is quite luxurious. All Sannin are here, plus Minato Sensei and White Fang, as well as Shursui, Itachi, and a group of Uchiha masters such as Chief Fugaku. Simply invincible. Isn't this the child of prophecy? If Danzo had died early, Konoha would have unified the ninja world long ago. Senju Hashirama. Such an analysis does make some sense. Namikaze Minato. I didn't expect it. Did you really come up with this idea yourself, Abito? Shinomiya Yuzuki. It feels like some artists can only show their value after death. Uchiha Abito. Hey, it's very different. The works may be more valuable when the artist dies, but when Danzo dies, the whole world becomes peaceful and beautiful. Shimura Danzo joined the group chat. Konoha 15 years. The Country of Thunder, Cloud Hidden Village. In the office of Reikage Building, a long table is spread across it. Second Reikage AI and Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, sat at opposite ends. The expressions on their faces were extremely serious, and they were obviously discussing an extremely important matter. Then, this is the Armistice Agreement. Please review it with Second Hokage. Second Reikage AI handed over a document and placed it on the table. Immediately, Danzo stepped forward to take it and handed it to Senju Tobarama. Teacher. With an honorific, Senju Tobarama nodded, took the document, and began to look at it carefully. Seeing this, Danzo retreated to his position behind his teacher and continued to perform his protective duties. Hey, Danzo, what does it say? Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side suddenly bumped him with his arm and said curiously with a smile, "It's nothing," Danzo said with a sullen face. At the same time, "I feel a little crazy. Hiruzen, you don't even look at the situation. How dare you whisper? You will be happy when you are scolded by the teacher later." Seeing that Danzo refused to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was asking for trouble, so he could only mutter a few words and then gave up. But for them who just won the victory, there is nothing wrong with relaxing a little, right? Danzo performed his duties as a guard meticulously, standing up straight behind Senju Tobarama. However, he was still a little excited after winning the battle. Just about 2 years ago, not long after the person who was respected by everyone as the first Hokage passed away, the cloud-hidden village began to become restless and finally launched an attack. Konoha naturally could not sit idly by and quickly announced a counterattack. This conflict lasted for several years, until finally the opponent was forced to negotiate a settlement. That's how today's meeting happened. Senju Tobarama quickly finished reading the document. "There is no problem. Then, Konoha and Kumogakure have officially ceased war," Senju Tobarama announced formally, picking up a pen and preparing to sign his name on the document. Just when everything seemed to be going in order, Danzo, who had been concentrating all the time, suddenly fell into a trance for a moment. When he recovered, there was lingering shock in his eyes. A chat group that draws people into it across endless time and space. Something. After digesting the prompt information from the chat group, Danzo was shocked. He has lived for more than 10 years and has never heard of anything so outrageous. At this moment, he suddenly had a strange feeling. It's like someone tapping your ear gently. It's not noisy, but you can know that the other person is calling you. "Uchiha Obito, at Shimura Danzo, you move so fast. Tawanzi, please post your photos quickly. Your age will determine our attitude towards you." At the age of 20, he was beaten to death. At the age of 30, he was beaten to death. At the age of 40, he was beaten to death. At the age of 50, he was beaten to death. And at the age of 60, he was beaten to death. "Hurry up and take the photo. Can't wait." Danzo felt bad after seeing this string of information. So he came up and wanted to F*** him. Where did this shrimp rice come from? Is there any grudge between them? According to the other party's theory, he is the youngest person to be disabled at the age of just 20. Shimura Danzo, a member of the Uchiha clan? Who are you? I don't remember ever messing with anyone from the Uchiha clan. The teacher is indeed right. The Uchiha clan does have a problem. Uchiha Obito? Question mark. Uchiha Itachi? Question mark. Uchiha Madara? Question mark. Six Paths Obito? Question mark. Shinomiya, you. Ouch. The timeline is closed. It turns out that you scared Danzo first, which led to the Uchiha clan being targeted. Case solved. Bang dang. In reality, Shimura Danzo suddenly trembled and kicked Senju Tobarama's chair in front of him. Tobarama's body shook, and the pen in his hand flew away. The people beside him, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Akamichi Phone, Uchiha Kai, and others, couldn't help but open their mouths. He is so brave. Danzo, is he really not afraid of being taught a lesson by his teacher? Senju Tobarama twitched the corner of his mouth, turned his head, and stared at Danzo expressionlessly. "Danzo, what's wrong with you?" But Danzo didn't even care about the majestic teacher at this moment, and looked at the name that popped up in the group with shock on his face. Uchiha Madara. Danzo's face was filled with surprise. He didn't recognize the series of Uchiha in the group chat, but it was impossible for him not to recognize Uchiha Madara. This is a character who fought with the first generation and indirectly led to his downfall. His strength can be seen in Madara. Now that the first generation has passed away, if Madara comes back, who else can stop him? Danzo, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Tobarama also saw that something was wrong with Danzo and immediately stood up and put his hand on his shoulder. "I didn't hit Jinjutsu either. Why are you so excited all of a sudden?" Senju Tobarama frowned. Danzo was always the calmest one in the past. Why was he so flustered now? Danzo suddenly grabbed Senju Tobarama's arm and said word by word, "Teacher, I saw Uchiha Madara." The moment he heard this name, even Senju Tobarama couldn't help but his eyes suddenly became serious. But he immediately realized that the other person had already passed away. Impossible to appear. Madara is no longer here. What are you talking about? After Tobarama's reminder, Danzo came back to his senses, his eyes suddenly clear. Yes. Uchiha Madara has already been killed by the first generation. Why do I get so stressed out just by seeing a name? Teacher, I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Danzo lowered his head. Tobarama patted his shoulder and looked at him deeply. Have a good rest after you go back. He didn't think much about it. During this period, Hiruzen, Danzo, and others had been accompanying him to fight everywhere, so it was normal that he didn't have a good rest. There was an accident, but it doesn't matter. Raikage, let's continue. Watching Hiruzen hurriedly pick up the pen and hand it to Tobarama, preparing to continue with the signing ceremony. Danzo's consciousness was once again immersed in the group chat. Shimura Danzo, you can't be Uchiha Madara. Who are you? How dare you impersonate this name? Uchiha Madara. It seems that you subconsciously ignored that information when you joined the group. I'll forgive your rudeness this time. I won't be so easy to talk to next time. Information? Danzo was stunned for a moment, and then recalled a piece of information when he entered the group. The group members come from different timelines? Danzo gasped in shock. So outrageous? Doesn't that mean the other person is really Uchiha Madara? He realized this instantly. His face couldn't help but darken. Question: what should I do if I offend a powerful group member as soon as I join the group? Uchiha Obito. Duanzi, you haven't said how old you are yet, but I can probably guess a little bit from the way you talk. After what happened to Uchiha Madara, Danzo no longer dared to underestimate any group member, even though he had never heard their name. But Bao Buki is a super powerful person from another timeline. Shimura Danzo. Master Uchiha, I am just 20 years old now. But there shouldn't be any hatred between us, right? The relationship between Jing and I is actually pretty good. In other words, there is still some relationship between Uchiha and I, so there is no need for him to be disabled. Shinomiya, I changed my face so quickly. I'll give you a thumbs up. Group leader. Seeing the title of the leader of the group above Yu Yu's head, Danzo vaguely felt a strong pressure coming towards him. These group members are scary enough. Who is this group leader who can connect everyone together across endless time and space? I feel like a super ninja like first generation, so I'd better treat him with caution. Shimura Danzo. The leader of the group is joking. It's just the necessary respect for the strong. Senju Hashirama. You don't need any training at all. You're already honest just a few minutes after joining the group. Shimura Danzo. Hatsu Shodai. Seeing this name appear, Danzo almost couldn't help but scream out in surprise. But luckily, he remembered that the other person was from a different timeline. Danzo, what happened to you today? Saratobi Hiruzen bumped Danzo's arm. He looked at Danzo and trembled from time to time. The expression is also weird. No, it's nothing. Danzo suddenly trembled under the touch of Saratobi Hiruzen, then replied perfunctorily and continued to remain silent in the group chat. Hey, Hiruzen, this is an unprecedented opportunity. From now on, I will surpass you. I entered the group chat again with excitement, but what I saw were two big links. Shimura Danzo, seniors, this is Uchiha Obito, group video. One is the development history of the ninja world. One is about your highlight clip. You will understand everything after reading it. Danzo clicked on the video out of curiosity, wondering what good thing it was that made the big guys in the group so serious about it. My highlight moment? Could it be that I, Shimura Danzo, became a Hokage later? Let me be healthy. 1 minute later, Shimura Danzo. Who is this? Why is he wearing the same face as me? And stole my name. Everyone, this is definitely not me. I wouldn't do such a B********* D thing. Is this my future? Danzo's words are a bit unacceptable. He is a man with a firm will of fire. How could he degenerate into such a wicked person? Let's explain it first. Danzo rubbed his eyebrows. Now he understood why his friends had a strange attitude toward him. He is a supervillain who appears throughout the entire plot. If you do it yourself, You don't need to think about it to know that you will be rewarded with huge gold coins. I guess in the eyes of his friends, he is like a moving golden mountain. Shimura Danzo, everyone, whether you believe it or not. I'm a good person now. Things in the future haven't happened yet, so that shouldn't represent me. Uchiha Bido, I believe you, but you're just talking nonsense. In this case, you let me go to your world to verify whether you are sincere so that everyone can rest assured. Shimura Danzo, don't do this, I'm afraid. Shinomiya Yuzuki, where's the progress of your story now? After reading the script, did you miss the opportunity to be a Hokage because you were too timid? Namikaze Minato, actually, I think becoming a Hokage is not that simple. The second generation project may have started observing their abilities and qualities a long time ago. Third generation Sama is the best in Tobarama's team, and he is willing to give everything for Konoha at critical moments, which just shows his loyalty to the village. The combination of these conditions allowed him to finally gain trust and inheritance. So Danzo, it may be a little difficult for you to recreate this scene. Uchiha Itachi, so you have passed the Golden Horn and Silver Horn levels? These two people are not easy to deal with. Shimura Danzo, Golden Horn and Silver Horn? Everyone, please get off first. The chat group attracted so much attention that I almost forgot about it. After exiting the group chat, he immediately became vigilant. His eyes swept over the scene like a hawk, but he did not see the two brothers, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. Haven't you shown up yet? Danzo calmed down. He only came to his senses when the group members said it. The group members reminded him that in the original plot, when Kyumogikure and Konoha signed the armistice agreement, the two of them, Gold and Silver, did not intend to give up the fight. They even ignored Raikage's dissuasion and attacked everyone during the ceremony, resulting in the sacrifice of second Hokage and Raikage. Suddenly, a burst of restlessness came from not far away. Coming, Danzo tensed up his nerves instantly and saw a group of figures approaching quickly. The two of them, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, and dozens of elite ninjas who had experienced hundreds of battles. What are you doing here? Raikage seemed a little confused. After all, the two brothers had always opposed peace negotiations. Why do they show up on their own initiative today? Have you figured it out? Jin Jiao showed a weird smile. We are also part of the village, so we naturally have to be there to witness such an important occasion. While talking, the two men and their men surrounded him, even pushing aside the security personnel who originally protected Raikage. Very good. I hope you understand. Raikage didn't notice anything strange at all, but still had a smile on his face. Jin Jiao In Jiao is Kumo Gakuin's veteran, and his prestige in the village is not low due to years of fighting. He has not the slightest doubt that the other party may have impure motives. Teacher, be careful. The other party may take action suddenly. Danzo leaned down and whispered in Tobarama's ear. Senju Tobarama turned his head in surprise, feeling that Danzo's idea was very whimsical. Kyumogikure has been defeated. If he attacks Hokage at this time, wouldn't he be digging his own grave and leading Kyumogikure to a dead end? Moreover, although Raikage seems rough and arrogant, his thoughts are still delicate. How can he be a reckless man? He will not do such a thing. After Danzo reminded him, he returned to his original position. There was no expression on Senju Tobarama's face, which was still as calm as water. But as a voice came to his ears, Danzo was stunned for a moment. Bite. Group member Shimura Danzo significantly changed the plot and received gold coin reward, 300,000. It's done. Joy surged crazily in my heart. 300,000. Oh my God. Although he hasn't seen the gold coin mall yet, Danzo can guess that this is definitely a huge sum of money. His joy was both due to the gold coins and excitement that Senju Tobarama could survive. It seems that his reminder still made the teacher pay attention to a master of Senju Tobarama's level. His reaction ability is absolutely outrageous. With precautions, it would be absolutely impossible for the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn to make a sneak attack. The armistice agreement was finally signed. From now on, our two families will lay down their arms and no longer fight. Second Raikage stood up, walked slowly towards Senju Tobarama, and stretched out his hand. This moment seemed to mean that the long-standing dispute between the two great powers was about to come to an end with the handshake of two shadow-level powerhouses. Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, and others followed closely behind, as if they wanted to witness this historic moment. However, as Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, and others approached, Senju Tobarama narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body quietly began to be on guard. At first he thought all this was expected, but Danzo's seemingly nonsensical reminder made Senju Tobarama faintly aware that something was wrong. Although the atmosphere at the scene is still peaceful on the surface, undercurrents have quietly formed. However, these subtle changes were well concealed by Senju Tobarama, and no one noticed any flaws. He slowly stretched out his hand and shook Second Raikage's palm. I will send someone to Konoha to resolve the matter of compensation as soon as possible, Raikage said with a forced smile on his face. When the time comes. But before he finished speaking, he only heard, "Drink!" A roar rent the air. Immediately afterwards, a sharp long knife shaped like a cattail fan struck the unprepared Second Raikage in the back with precision. This is one of the treasures left behind by the legendary sage of 6 paths, the 7-star sword. Ugh! Second Raikage let out a cry of pain. The whole person was sent flying several meters away and fell heavily to the ground, making a loud bang against the wall. When the dust settled, we could see that he was dying. What can I say? He used his last bit of strength to raise his eyes to look at Yin Jiao, who had taken action. His eyes were full of disbelief, and then he kicked off his legs. Similar. Suffering a fatal attack without any preparation, even if the body is as strong as the Second Raikage, there is no way to save it. Just when everyone was still shocked by this sudden change. Horo gold rope. Almost at the same moment, the golden horn also moved, and a golden thin rope was instantly waved in his hand, and it quickly wound towards Senju Tobarama. The distance between the two was already close, so before anyone else had time to react, the dazzling rope had already approached the tip of Tobarama's nose. At this critical moment, no one noticed that an ordinary pen placed on the corner of the table suddenly displayed strange symbols. Whoosh! With a slight teleportation sound, Senju Tobarama's figure appeared strangely behind Jin Jiao. He was shocked. How is it possible to escape? Obviously, they did not expect that this sneak attack, without warning, could be easily resolved by the other party. Facing the enemy in front of him, Tobarama will not show mercy. I saw him quickly launching an attack. Water style, hard vortex water blade. Countless water flows gathered in the palm of the hand and condensed into a powerful high-speed, rotating water javelin at an extremely fast speed, fiercely penetrating Jin Jiao's body. Under the powerful thrust, Jin Jiao's entire body was pushed out like a kite with its string broken. There was a loud noise. Tobarama, Kanakaku, and the others fell directly through the wall from the top of the tall building to the downstairs, and soon disappeared. Hiruzen. At this time, Danzo on the other side immediately shouted after seeing this, trying to wake up Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seemed a little sluggish because of the sudden turn of events. At the same time, after almost all the ninjas from Yunin village who were present were wiped out by the dozens of elites brought by Golden Horn and Silver Horn, the remaining people who were alive immediately changed their goals. The siege came up to subdue these few survivors from Konoha village. Hurry up and don't hesitate. Listening to the urging voices of his companions, Akamichi used expansion jutsu without hesitation to resist the intruder's attack. When the huge fist swung, even the air was squeezed, making a muffled sound. Subsequently, several ninjas, including Uchiha Mirror, Mito Gate Flame, and Kohara Kahuru, also began to use their respective ninjutsu to start the battle. Why did it suddenly change? Also, what the hell is going on in Yunin village? They don't even spare their own people. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the dead Second Raikage and asked with shock on his face, while quickly forming seals. Stopping the war was not at all what the Golden Horn and Silver Horn expected. They could not accept surrender, so they chose to rebel. Danzo quickly explained. How did you know such a confidential matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, extremely surprised. Of course, it's the information obtained by our Konoha Root organization. What is this Root organization? Why haven't I heard of it? Don't ask these questions now. Hiruzen, get ready to take action. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately tensed up his nerves and his eyes became extremely serious. The next second, he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of burning dragon flames. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Danzo then cooperated with Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire dragon to perform wind release. In an instant, the fire took advantage of the wind, and the wind assisted the fire. The combined power of ninjutsu suddenly doubled. The violent fire wind swept through the entire office building, and bursting flames shot out of the windows into the sky. Akamichi Kaifeng, Uchiha Kai, and others quickly stopped and retreated behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, thus avoiding this catastrophe. Water style. The elite ninjas led by Golden Horn and Silver Horn reacted very quickly and used water style to resist the flames. The opponent had a large number of people, and the huge water flow quickly extinguished the flames. In the steaming mist, I saw a figure suddenly fanning the banana fan in his hand, which immediately blew away the dense smoke around him, revealing the Silver Horn holding the fan. His face was extremely gloomy, as if it could drip water at any time. Second Hokage's response is really quick. As expected, he is the fastest in the ninja world. Injiao said coldly, "But what can we do? You cannot escape death today. As long as you die, the rest of Konoha will become a mess, and sooner or later we will be defeated by us. Go, deal with them." Following Silver Horn's gesture, dozens of elite troops gradually surrounded him. The huge disparity in numbers put great pressure on Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Several people secretly glanced at the place where Senju Tobarama took away the Golden Horn. They couldn't help but feel a little panicked when they didn't see the teacher return for a long time. Seeing this situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, feeling that the situation was very unfavorable. If morale is low, half of the war has already been lost. He took a deep breath and was about to step forward and cheer everyone up. However, someone turned out to be one step faster. Danzo stepped forward firmly, protecting everyone behind him. Danzo? Mito Munin, who knew Danzo's temperament well, found it unbelievable. How dare this guy stand up at this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then felt a sense of relief in his heart. Danzo, you finally understood the will of fire. Everyone, don't be afraid. Danzo's voice was sonorous and powerful. Even if we all die here, we must destroy all the enemies. We must not let them threaten Konoha. At this moment, Danzo's figure seemed to grow taller and his tone became firmer. The will to die appeared on his face. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. For the future of Konoha, we will fight to the end. Never take a step back. Vacuum sword. Danzo holds the weapon, and the chakra condenses into a layer of sharp wind attribute chakra covering it, assuming a dual posture. Standing at the front of the team, once the two sides come into contact, Danzo will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. However, he was unafraid and looked determined. Danzo is right. Kill one without losing anything. Kill two and gain one. A red pill appeared in Akamichi's hand, and his face was full of determination. Then let's fight. Come on. Danzo gave the order and rushed towards the enemy group first. Facing 10 times the number of enemies, he showed no fear and high fighting spirit. It was as if they were surrounded by enemies. I won't let you steal all the limelight, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, summoned the Vajra Wish Wish staff with his psychic skills, kicked his legs, followed Danzo's footsteps, and moved forward bravely against the enemy group. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but complain, "Damn, this guy Danzo is still the sinister villain." Now he starts to show off his acting skills. He must know that Tobarama is observing them secretly, right? Now I have a good impression. At some point, Obito's figure quietly appeared on the scene. However, his body showed an illusory blue color, and no one around him could see him or hear his voice. This is a new live broadcast function after the chat group upgrade. Members can enter the live broadcaster's world as an illusion and quietly observe everything that happens like bystanders. Suddenly, with a whoosh sound, Namikaze Minato's figure flashed next to Obito. He smiled helplessly and said, "Obito, you can't say that." Minato looked at Danzo, who was fighting desperately among the enemies, and continued, "No matter what he thinks in his heart, at least now he is taking huge risks to fight. This is not an act. The enemy will not show mercy." Wind release, vacuum wave. Fire style, exploding fire eggs. While they were talking, Danzo was already besieged by the enemy. He was so distracted that he was injured in many places. Konoha really has many outstanding talents. In Jiao smiled coldly, with a fierce look in his eyes, "But today I'm going to clean out a few of you first, and see how long you can last." Ginkaku made a sudden move, and the gold rope in his hand was like a runaway lion majesty, attacking the injured Danzo like lightning. "Teacher, it's time to take action." Although he was aware of the attack, there was no trace of panic on Danzo's face. He knew that Senju Tobarama must be back now, and he is probably watching from here. With the strength of the teacher, it is easy to deal with Golden Horn, who has lost the opportunity. After so long, Golden Horn must have been solved long ago, right? As if to prove his judgment, the situation at the scene changed instantly. The water on the field violently rioted without warning. Countless water droplets rose into the sky like crazy. The originally gentle water droplets turned extremely hard at this moment, like stones piercing the enemy. Who would have thought that the harmless water beneath our feet could turn into a deadly weapon? Many enemy ninjas were caught off guard and fell down screaming as the water droplets penetrated their bodies. Even Silver Horn was affected. A huge pool of water formed under his feet, attracting all the surrounding water and forming a huge whirlpool, trapping him firmly and preventing him from moving. Water style, water dragon, bite explosion. At this time, Senju Tobarama suddenly jumped out of an inconspicuous pool of water. His face was stern, and he quickly formed hand seals. The roar sounded, and a large number of water droplets condensed into a vivid and lifelike water dragon rolling and roaring in the air. Following Tobarama's action of slapping the ground, the water dragon dived straight towards Silverhorn. Panana fan. Facing the crisis, Ginkaku grimaced and used all his strength to activate the Six Paths ninja tool, the banana fan, releasing a raging sea of fire to contend with it. Boom! The two forces collided and produced a deafening explosion. Huge water surged out. Earth-style wall. At the critical moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately used the earth flow wall to protect everyone. At this time, a series of steady and powerful footsteps approached. "Well done, Danzo." Senju Tobarama's calm voice came over. "From today on, you are." Danzo's eyes lit up. "From today on, you are." Senju Tobarama's voice attracted Danzo's full attention like a magnet. He straightened up involuntarily, his eyes full of passion and expectation. While his heart was surging, an inexplicable sense of tension made him hold his breath. Even Obito and Minato, who had always been on the sidelines, were touched by this sudden change and turned their gazes here. What the hell? Is he really the one? Obito opened his mouth slightly, with an incredible look on his face. Namikaze Minato raised the corners of his mouth, with a hint of teasing in his smile. Obviously, he had already anticipated how things would develop next. Under everyone's gaze, Senju Tobarama said slowly, "Danzo, from today on, you are Hokage." Hokage. The moment he heard these two words, Danzo seemed to be enveloped in a huge excitement. He almost jumped with excitement. "Really? I'm actually going to be a Hokage?" Assisted. Those two words were like a bucket of cold water poured on the boiling flames, making Danzo sober up. His eyes widened instantly. "Ga?" After completing the following words, Senju Tobarama couldn't help but show a slightly happy expression. "Thanks to your alertness this time, I discovered Yin Jiao's intentions. If I hadn't been reminded in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Even with my strength, if I am hit by a sudden attack, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape unscathed. As he spoke, Tobarama lightly patted Danzo on the shoulder, seemingly giving affirmation and encouragement. But at this moment, Danzo's whole person seemed to be frozen, and the smile that had just bloomed on his face was frozen at the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha! This is so funny." Obito laughed mercilessly next to him. Although the power of the Hokage's assistant is not small, it is far from the real Hokage. Namake's Minato next to him smiled and added, "After all, the second Hokage is in his prime. Now that the crisis has passed, why would he consider retirement so soon?" Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Danzo's face twitched. "Don't put on that bitter face. It's not bad to be the Hokage's assistant. At least it's second only to the Hokage, isn't it?" Obito was still teasing him happily. Danzo couldn't help but glare at him. "Is it funny?" Obito raised his eyebrows at him and smiled playfully. "Just laugh. I can't laugh anyway." Then Danzo quietly cast a resentful look at Senju Tobarama. "Teacher, can you speak without being out of breath? This kind of going up and down is really frustrating." "Danzo, congratulations." Sarutobi Hiruzen strode over, slapping Danzo on the back excitedly, as if he was the one being promoted. "Very happy." At the same time, Akamichi Kaifeng, Uchiha Sutra, and others also expressed their congratulations one after another. Uchiha Jing sighed with emotion. "That is Hokage's assistant, second only to the teacher in the whole of Konoha. Danzo, don't forget to take us with you." Mito Kadoyan winked at him. Danzo squeezed out a stiff smile and nodded to them. "They're all here, and there is no one to drink, right? You're not my teammates. You are my weakness, right? How come the sword is really hurt?" However, Danzo suddenly had an idea, and an idea came to him. Got it." Danzo looked at Senju Tobarama. His helpless eyes instantly changed to firm and serious eyes. Obito, who had been observing Danzo, noticed this scene and couldn't help but widen his eyes. "The old actor. This is the old actor." Danzo said slowly, "Teacher, I think I may not be qualified for this position yet. It's better to let Hiruzen take it." As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, and even Senju Tobarama showed a hint of surprise. "Danzo, what are you?" Senju Tobarama was a little confused. He knew the characters of several disciples well, and knew that Danzo was a person who dared to take risks and act decisively. But the desire for power is greater than the rest. But because of this, he has always been worried that Danzo's strong desire for power will lead him to extremes. Now that Danzo has made great achievements, Tobarama wanted to take this opportunity to give him a powerful position, even if it might lead to his sinking. After all, everyone has shortcomings. He thought about it in his heart, but didn't take it to heart very much. He believed that he could guide his disciples to the right path at the right time. Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to be dissatisfied and touched Danzo. "What are you talking about? This is the teacher's affirmation for you. How can you refuse?" But at this moment, Danzo's expression was extremely clear and pure, and it seemed that he no longer had the naked pursuit of rights in the past. "Although I am very happy to receive the teacher's recognition, the position of Assistant Hokage has a heavy responsibility." He said, "Hiruzen's ability is better than mine. I believe that if he's allowed to do this job, the effect will be better." These words were unambiguous, and he seemed very determined even after giving up an attractive position. Now Danzo is like a being who thinks about problems from the perspective of Konoha as a whole, without any selfishness at all. Everyone listening to this conversation was shocked, especially Obito, Minato Namake's, and others. "You are really good at acting, as expected of you." Obito gave a thumbs up. "Who said Danzo is old? This Danzo is great. Absolutely amazing." Danzo." Senju Tobarama called out his name with complicated emotions on his face. "If you really don't want to be the Hokage's assistant, then forget it and just give it to the monkey, as you said." After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more confused. He was suddenly promoted to such an important position even though he had done nothing special. On the contrary, Danzo nodded happily, but was snickering in his heart. Assistant? It sounds nice, but it's actually a lot of trouble. I don't want it. Hiruzen, you're going to have a hard time. My goal is to become a Hokage. In the original plot, I was always assisting you, but from now on, it's your turn. Although Danzo still dreams of becoming the supreme leader of the village, he is no longer as eager to achieve this goal as before. For him, it changes from an immediate need to a long-term planning ideal. Just when everyone was confused about what had just happened, Senju Tobarama suddenly asked about the topic of roots. So, Danzo, tell me what this mysterious organization is all about. There was a hint of suspicion in his voice. Even the second Raikage of Yunin Village didn't know about the Golden Horn and Silver Horn Rebellion, and even died because of it. So why would Danzo know? According to him, his information came from an organization called Root, and this Root organization came from Konoha. This is bizarre. As a Hokage, he can actually have a mysterious organization hiding under his nose without being discovered. Sarutobi Hiruzen and several other teammates also looked curiously. Root tissue of Konoha? They had never heard of it before. Danzo smiled slightly and explained, "It is a team I secretly established to perform covert missions. The reason why it is called Root means that it is like the invisible but huge and complex root system under a big tree, silently supporting and protecting the Leaf Village." After hearing Danzo's explanation, Senju Tobarama was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but ask, how'd you do this? Danzo actually has this ability? He is Hokage, so he naturally knows how much effort it takes to form a force. Danzo just opened his mouth and was about to explain. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening loud noise broke the silence, and the entire ground shook violently. The wall was violently knocked open, and a tall man with bronze skin and muscular muscles walked in through the damaged area. His face was resolute, but his eyes were extremely gloomy. He looked around and saw only corpses on the ground and the dead second Raikage. Sizzle! In an instant, dazzling thunder erupted from the man's body, and the surrounding air trembled. You did this! His roar of rage threatened to tear the roof off. This person is none other than the future third Raikage of Cloud Hidden Village. Since everyone at the scene was killed by the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, the news did not spread. And now, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn who launched the rebellion have also been eliminated by Tobarama. With no evidence of death, Konoha became the only living person and naturally became the primary target of suspicion for the third Raikage. Senju Tobarama's eyebrows rose slightly, and he also realized the seriousness of the problem. Alas, he sighed helplessly. How did things become like this? They are victims, but now they can't explain it clearly. What if you tell the other party? Your elders of Kumogakure village, Kanekaka Ginkgo, attacked and killed second Raikage, and also killed all the Kumogakure ninjas present. And they, Konoha, had to get rid of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn just to protect themselves. This explanation is really unbelievable. Even Tobarama himself found it unbelievable. If such a thing happened in Konoha, he himself would not believe it. Young people, don't be fooled by what you see in front of you. What you see may not be the truth. Senju Tobarama's tone was full of calmness and determination. It may be hard for you to believe, but the culprits are indeed the two brothers, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. They tried to prevent the signing of the armistice and suddenly attacked and killed the second Raikage. We had to kill them in self-defense. That's all the truth. However, Sanlietsi didn't believe it at all. Second Hokage, I thought you were a gentleman, but I never thought you would do such a despicable thing. Tobarama found with a headache that it was really difficult to explain clearly. After all, the reputation of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn in Yunin Village is extremely high. Without conclusive evidence, verbal explanations alone cannot be convincing at all. Believe it or not, Tobarama's eyes were calm and firm. He was not afraid of this young and impulsive man, and even had the confidence to subdue him directly. If it weren't for Danzo's previous reminder, He himself would have almost been caught in Golden Horn's sneak attack. In this case, Konoha should settle the score with Yunin Village. At this time, Senju Tobarama secretly prepared the Flying Thunder God technique and quietly waited for the other party's choice. What happened here? Astonished sounds came from outside, and the flashing afterimage behind Sanlietsi gradually revealed the figures of many Kumogakure ninjas. As the owners of this place, what happens in the core area cannot be hidden from their eyes. That's Master Second Raikage. What happened to him? One of the voices shouted in shock. He has no breath. It was someone from Konoha who did it. Another person shouted. Everyone suddenly became furious. Their eyes widened with anger, and they glared the Konoha group fiercely. Kill Raikage-sama. If the negotiation fails, you must pay the price. As the sound of swords rubbing together came, Tobarama snorted involuntarily. These guys are so reckless and completely brainless. In this case, let them have a taste of real power. Presumably after today, Konoha and Kumogakure will be at odds with each other. But, because we are Hokage, we must carry out a ruthless attitude. Danzo, Hiruzen, I want you to learn this lesson today. Tobarama quickly formed a seal, and 3 clones appeared in the space behind him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. All the clones and the main body instantly held a large number of flying Thunder God kunai in their hands, with cold light flashing and murderous intent. Teacher, let's go together. Sarutobi Hiruzen and other disciples stood firmly beside Tobarama, their weapons ready to go. At this critical moment, wait, teacher, Danzo suddenly stepped forward and stood directly in the middle of the confrontation between the two sides. Obito teased from the side. Is Toanzi going to start causing trouble again? Danzo replied in the group. I'm not trying to show off. I'm just a messenger. Danzo, Tobarama frowned. What do you want to do? A strange smile appeared on Danzo's face, and he looked at the ninjas of Yunin Village opposite, full of provocation. Teacher, we are the misunderstood party now. Even if we can't explain the truth, we still have to fight with them. What good will this do to our reputation? If the battle starts, wouldn't this directly confirm our reputation of Konoha using dark methods? What's so difficult about that? Can't we just get rid of them all? Tobarama said, with a murderous look on his face, as cold as ice. But Danzo didn't panic. That's not what I meant. I think there's a better way to solve this problem. Oh, what method? Keep talking. Tobarama's tone softened slightly, and he sounded interested in Danzo's proposal. After breathing a sigh of relief, Danzo said confidently, since we don't believe each other's claims, how about asking a fair and impartial person to judge? I happen to know such a candidate here. He is strong enough and has a fair personality. He is most suitable for doing this kind of thing. Sanliko immediately interrupted Danzo. Do you think anyone will believe the person you found if you do this? In the face of doubts, Danzo never flinched. Believe it or not, it's up to you, but he is already there. Seeing this, everyone became nervous. Who is it? We'll see what happens in a while. Danzo turned to a certain direction and bowed his head slightly in salute, as if there was indeed an invisible person there. Lord Hashirama, I'm in trouble. Brother, first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing this loud name, both Senju Tobarama and Sanliko were startled, especially the latter, as if he saw something impossible. 2,000 words have been added to the previous chapter. If you feel that the plot is broken when you read this, please scroll up. What are you talking about? Brother, he has long. Tobarama's tone was full of disbelief, but he couldn't suppress the shock and nostalgia in his heart. After all, the person he mentioned was the person he respected the most and was the most important. Compared to Tobarama's doubts, Sanliko's reaction was even stronger. If Hashirama was really alive, there would be no need to fight this battle. Everyone would be scared out of their wits. This is the intimidating power given to opponents by the strongest in the ninja world. He's scaring us. The first Hokage has passed away. The Kumogakure ninja quickly regained his composure after a brief panic and stared at Danzo with a sneer while still feeling frightened. Are you using the name of First Hokage to suppress us? Humph! Don't say he is dead. Even if he is still alive, we Kyomogakure will not be afraid. Our newly appointed third Raikage-sama is not under Senju Hashirama. Someone in the crowd snapped. Of course, he said this because he knew that Senju Hashirama was no longer here. However, when third Raikage heard this, not only did he not feel happy, but he frowned. When did he become qualified to compare with Senju Hashirama? Just say it. Why do you want to drag me into it? Senju Hashirama is incomparable to you people. Before his death, the entire ninja world did not dare to act rashly. And after he left, everyone felt that they were the next Hashirama. Okay, shut up. Stop mentioning the god of ninja. We're not qualified to compare with him. Third Raikage-sama, he's just a dead man. No matter how strong he is already dead. If he dares to show up, I can kill him with one hand. But at this moment, it seems that the rumors are quite fierce. A simple and honest voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this familiar voice, Senju Tobarama raised his head suddenly. Oni-chan, he followed the sound and saw a familiar figure standing next to Danzo. His eldest brother, the first Hokage of Konoha Village, the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. Wipe it, brother. Tobarama's figure flashed in front of Hashirama in an instant, his face full of disbelief. Standing in front of Hashirama, Tobarama could clearly feel the strong vitality emanating from him. This is Senju Hashirama alive. But hasn't he already? Back then, it was he who personally placed his brother's body deep in the cemetery known only to the core members of the Senju clan. Absolutely unknown, safe, and secure. Just came. Hashirama showed his usual smile and patted Tobarama on the shoulder. This familiar behavior immediately reminded Tobarama of the time spent with his brother. It's really you, brother. But you clearly... A mysterious smile appeared on Hashirama's face, and he whispered in a low voice, Tobarama, actually, I'm not dead at all. All these years I just hid in the shadows to see if anyone would disrupt the peace I was trying to maintain in my absence. Look, I'll catch you. But I collected the body for you with my own hands. Oh, that one is actually a wood clone. Even Madara can't tell apart. You think it's real. There's nothing strange about it. Tobarama gritted his teeth and complained, Brother, you even lied to me. This is also for confidentiality. Hashirama explained with a smile. Brother, don't do this next time. Tobarama showed a resentful expression. Compared to the warm scene on Tobarama's side, the Kyomogakure ninja on the other side looked as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. First Hokage. They were trembling as they spoke, and their faces were extremely pale. Only San Lazy was calm, but he still felt unprecedented pressure. Is he really the god of ninja? With the appearance of Senju Hashirama, the situation reversed instantly. Now Konoha is in control of the situation. The Kyomogakure ninja, who had previously dismissed Hashirama, was now shrinking in the crowd and did not dare to say another word. Unfortunately, Hashirama ended his conversation with Tobarama and turned his attention to them. In an instant, all Kyomogakure ninjas felt a sense of terror, as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Their backs started to sweat. Which little brother just said that he wanted to kill me with one hand? Hashirama's eyes swept across the crowd, and everyone immediately panicked and fled in all directions. After a while, there was only one person left standing there, who was the one who made the arrogant remarks before. Hashirama did not rebuke him, but instead showed a kind smile. It's you, little brother, come on. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time. I'll give you 3 moves. Take action first. Hashirama lightly punched a few times, looking ready to go. The other party's eyes widened, as if doubting his ears. I fight Senju Hashirama. Don't be afraid. I'm very kind. Hashirama's tone was calm. Seeing that he still didn't dare to move, Hashirama further persuaded. Come on. Don't be so nervous. Perhaps feeling that there was no way out, the man raised his hands tremblingly. Okay, that's it. Zhu Jian smiled and nodded, but the man suddenly softened again and lowered his hand again. Hashirama sighed helplessly. Oh, How can you fight with me if you are so nervous? Well, I'll give you two choices. Hashirama thought for a while and gestured with two fingers. First, overcome your fear, and let's continue. The second is, before he could finish speaking, 22,222. The other party shouted quickly. Choose two. You will never regret it. Hashirama asked in surprise. You decided so quickly? Once you say something, you can't change it. I don't regret it, never. The young man opposite nodded his head quickly. Just kidding. If you challenge Senju Hashirama in a one-on-one challenge, you can't hope to win unless the whole village unites. It's simply impossible for him to do it alone. Moreover, in addition to his amazing strength, Hashirama is famous for his kind heart. The choice he gave at this time was obviously a step. If he didn't get off at this time, he would really be in arrears with his IQ. Seeing the other party's resolute attitude, Hashirama sighed softly and nodded in agreement. If you say so, then there is no need to fight. Hearing this, the other party immediately became excited. Then may I ask, sir, what should I do now? Fight me. A powerful voice interrupted their conversation. Bang! The ground shook violently, and everyone was drawn back. I saw a tall and mighty figure standing there, wearing casual clothes and loose hair. He crossed his arms and glanced at the whole audience with a stern look, looking domineering. But that iconic face had already revealed his identity. Uchiha Madara. I'm going up against Uchiha Madara. The young man, who was still somewhat energetic, screamed in surprise, and his voice was a few pitches higher. Then I could no longer bear such intense pressure. His vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. How dare you speak so arrogantly like this? Ninjas are becoming less and less useful nowadays. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and turned his eyes away from the unlucky guy. I didn't expect Madara to still be alive. What happened between him and Big Brother? What is going on? Senju Tobarama's eyes were full of confusion. It was okay for his elder brother to pretend to be dead. Now, even Madara is faking his death? So you guys are acting here one after another? So is the battle in the Valley of the End just a farce? Danzo, what on earth is going on? Senju Tobarama called Danzo over, and it was because of his call that Hashirama showed up before. It was obvious that Danzo must know some secret connection between them. Tobarama was very confused. What on earth was his elder brother doing? Why didn't he tell his younger brother anything? It seemed as if she had been deliberately hiding it from him. Teacher, Danzo looked at him with some confusion. What's going on with brother and Madara? You must know something. Tobarama couldn't help but ask. Obviously, he is the current Hokage and his teacher. So how come he is the only one who is kept in the dark? Teacher, didn't Shodai tell you? Danzo pretended to be surprised and showed a real expression. If Big Brother had told me, I wouldn't be so confused. So what are you planning? A mysterious smile appeared on Danzo's face. Teacher, in fact, Shodai and Madara-sama have already joined the Root organization, and we are quietly protecting Konoha in secret. As for what we are planning specifically, I can't tell you at this moment. It's all part of the plan. This mysterious look made Tobarama feel itchy, as if he was being scratched by a cat's claws. What is so secret that even I can't know? Is Konoha facing an unprecedented crisis? All kinds of thoughts came to my mind, mainly because the two strongest people chose to hide their identities. There must be a deeper meaning behind doing this. It can't just be done for fun. That is to say, Hashirama and Madara do not have the ability to read minds yet. Otherwise, after hearing what Tobarama is thinking now, he might say something. Hey, we just do it for fun. With Danzo keeping silent, Tobarama could only speculate based on his own guesses. Danzo, you really can't tell me even a little bit of news? Countless possibilities flashed through my mind, but none of them were supported by any actual intelligence. Just endless suspicions. Finally, he turned to Danzo to try to find the answer. Suddenly, Danzo smiled. If the teacher is willing to join our Root organization, then I can tell the teacher everything. Me, want to join too? Senju Tobarama said, in surprise. Since Shodai and Madara-sama are already among them, it wouldn't be inappropriate for you to join, sensei. Came Danzo's gentle yet persuasive voice. That's not impossible. Since my eldest brother is here, he must trust you. Okay, let me join in. I want to see for myself what you are planning. Why are you being so mysterious? With curiosity in his heart, Tobarama agreed immediately, his eyes revealing his eagerness to solve the mystery. Success! Danzo was slightly excited, as he had finally succeeded in convincing his teacher to join the root organization. He had this idea long before Hashirama and Madara expressed their desire to see this world. Use the claim that Hashirama is a member of the root organization as bait to attract Tobarama's attention. Hashirama will return sooner or later. Once Hashirama leaves, Tobarama's participation will mean that the root organization has brought a truly important person. And with such heavyweight support, how could others like Hiruzen and other outstanding ninjas refuse to join? In this way, the entire Konoha will gradually be incorporated into the root organization. At that time, it will not only be the root of Konoha, it is the root of the entire ninja world. Going further, the root of the solar system, the root of the Milky Way, until finally, the entire universe is filled with his tentacles. Make root organization great again. Hokage, he wants to be one. But for now, the discovery of the root organization is more important than the position of Hokage. After all, even the Hokage has joined in. And hey, nominally Tobarama is still his subordinate. It is the opposite of Tiangang. Okay, Danzo, now I'm also a member of the so-called root organization. Don't hide anything from me now, Senju Tobarama said in a deep voice. Teacher, are you sure you want to listen? This story is really hopeless. Sometimes knowing too much can make people more painful. Danzo's face was somewhat solemn. Stop talking nonsense. Just say it quickly if I tell you to. Tobarama's face darkened instantly, and he reached out to twist Danzo's ear. This kid is still pretending to be mysterious. Teacher, I'll tell you. Danzo cried out in pain and begged for mercy. Tobarama snorted and then let him go. That's right, teacher. In fact, outside the ninja world we live in, there's a very powerful creature. They're a tribe called Otsutsuki. They feed on the energy of planets. Any life on a planet they visit will be destroyed. Danzo slowly told the horrible truth. Otsutsuki is brought out as the villain again. It's just half made up and half true. In fact, except for the god of Otsutsuki, the other Otsutsuki that have appeared in the plot do not pose any threat to the chat area. It can even be said that group members can easily defeat them. But Tobarama didn't know that. When he heard this, he stopped for a moment. You mean our planet has been targeted? Tobarama immediately felt the seriousness of the situation. What the eldest brother and Madara have been planning in secret turns out to be this terrifying crisis hidden from the outside world. It's not that they were targeted, but that they never really left the ninja world. Seeing his teacher's increasingly serious expression, Danzo continued. In fact, chakra was introduced into this world by the Otsutsuki tribe. They came here a long, long time ago, but due to some unexpected circumstances, they did not succeed in swallowing up the land beneath our feet. And now these guys are still hiding in the dark, secretly staring at this world with drooling eyes. There's also a specific name. Ishiki is an important member of the Otsutsuki clan. Through Danzo's description, a terrifying figure was outlined in Tobarama's mind. The other party is always lurking, waiting for the best opportunity to come. At the same time, somewhere, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who is currently possessing Ji, suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. It was as if some disaster was about to befall him. An invisible pot was being put on his head. What's going on? I feel like things are going to get worse. He was puzzled as to why he had the illusion that someone was watching him. Logically speaking, I have always been secretive in my actions, so it is impossible for me to be discovered so easily, right? The truth is out. The second Hokage was right. It was indeed the Kinkaku and Ginkaku guys who started the rebellion. Senlazy said seriously. Konoha is not only innocent, but also implicated. Let me draw up a compensation document later to compensate you all. I wonder if everyone is satisfied with this handling? Seeing San Zi's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Isn't this too fast? This is an absolutely overwhelming force. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions secretly glanced at Hashirama and Madara, their eyes filled with admiration. This power, just by standing there, he could scare a shadow from a big ninja village into surrendering on the spot. He is so powerful that it is frightening. Although Konoha did nothing wrong. Third Reikage, don't act like we're bullying you. Look carefully at this wound. Danzo laid the second Reikage body in front of everyone. The hideous and fatal wound immediately caught everyone's eyes. This is seeing the wound caused by the seven-star sword. San Zi's eyes were full of disbelief. It's actually true? This terrifying power that combines the force of thunder and slashing blows can only be unleashed by any other weapon except the seven-star sword. How is it? Do you believe it? San Lazy nodded and remained silent. It turned out to be Jinjiao and Injiao. Even though the truth was before him, he still found it hard to believe. After a moment, San Lazy said solemnly, I'm sorry. If the previous bowing of his head was due to pressure from Hashirama, this time it was out of apology from the bottom of his heart. Danzo shook his head and laughed. Third Reikage, what's the point of just apologizing? If it weren't for the sensei's quick reaction, our fate would have been no better than that of the second Reikage. How about doubling the previous compensation? San Lazy gritted his teeth. The original compensation is already very large, and if it is doubled, it will be an astronomical figure. After this incident, the people of the Hidden Cloud Village will have a very difficult time for the next few decades. But there is no way. This matter was already wrong, and now the opponent has two invincible people, Hashirama and Madara. The Hidden Cloud Village has no right to refuse. Forget about the compensation. After paying this compensation, how will you have the money to train ninjas and other expenses in the future? Danzo showed unexpected thoughtfulness, which surprised San Lazy. However, San Lazy was not moved by this. He didn't want compensation. That only means that the other party has a bigger plan. He asked cautiously, what does Konoha want? Danzo smiled mysteriously. It's simple. I want to invite Reikage-sama to join an organization. This organization is called Root. I founded it. It means to guard in secret. San Lazy had a blank expression on his face. I've never heard of it. The implication is, what kind of crappy organization is this? I've never heard of it. They say they're guarding him secretly, but they're trying to drag him in as a thug. How could a dignified Reikage do such a condescending thing? He might as well just pay the compensation honestly. Danzo waved his hand. Don't be so quick to refuse, Reikage. He turned around and explained. Shodai, Madara-sama, and my sensei are all in this organization. Although the organization is not well known, its members are all powerful people who are famous in the ninja world. There's no shame in Reikage-sama joining in. Are you really not going to reconsider this? After all, it's a huge amount of compensation. The god of ninja and the Shura of ninja world are actually in this so-called broken organization. San Lazy's face was filled with astonishment. He secretly observed the expressions of Hashirama and Madara and found that they looked normal. San Lazy couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It was actually true. Okay, I'll join. San Lazy made a decisive decision. Since so many powerful people are involved, it is okay for him to join this unknown broken organization. Oh no, you can't call it that now. With these two in it, it should be called detached and independent from the world. Welcome. Danzo opened his arms with a relaxed smile on his face. San Lazy asked directly, so, the compensation we agreed on can be waived, right? That's right. Danzo replied. San Lazy immediately showed a relieved expression. Just a small concession can save a lot of money. This deal is really worth it. Just when the atmosphere was somewhat relaxed, a hurried Kimogakure ninja appeared in front of everyone and reported to his superior. Report. Reikage-sama, the body of Master Kinkaku has been found. From the tone of this subordinate's voice, it can be heard that he still calls the rebellious Jinjiao sir, and it is obvious that he is still unaware of the actual situation. After hearing the news, Sanlazy's expression instantly became serious. Bring him here for me to see. Then he added, remember, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn are no longer part of our top leadership, so there is no need to give them such honorifics. After hearing this, the messenger's face flashed with surprise, but he quickly returned to normal, nodded and left. Soon after, people saw the body being carried over. Although his face was bloody and difficult to identify, it was still possible to tell that the person was undoubtedly Jin Jiao. However, this body was covered with terrible perforation wounds, and in some places one could see the ground behind directly through the flesh. It is obvious that these are all caused by the previous hard vortex water blade attack. Sanlazy suddenly picked up the cold and stiff body and threw it heavily in front of everyone in Konoha. Due to the huge force, the body bounced on the ground several times before stopping. Facing the scene before him, Danzo couldn't help but frown. Reikage, what are you doing? The other party calmly explained. In fact, this person is not the real Golden Horn. Golden Horn doesn't have so many holes on his body. The only one with so many holes on his body is SpongeBob. So it's SpongeBob. Since it's not the Golden Horn, then killing it has nothing to do with Kumogakure. As for the matter of Golden Horn, let's just consider it as missing. Hashirama, Danzo, Tobirama, Madara. There was silence at the scene, and everyone looked at each other. Obito couldn't help but laugh. This unlucky Golden Horn died in vain here. Not only will the Hidden Cloud Village not help him get revenge, they will also directly distance themselves from him. But this guy deserved to die anyway. Those who betray the village deserve this fate. Namikaze Minato said calmly. In order to break this awkward atmosphere, Sanlazy immediately changed his attitude and showed great hospitality. Dear guests who have come from afar, please allow me to express my respects. Please follow me to enjoy a grand banquet to show our respect for our distinguished guests. After saying this, he gestured and invited everyone to follow him. Hashirama smiled and agreed. Good idea. I can also go to Tobirama to chat and have a drink. On the other hand, Madara seemed to be leaving with no interest. I thought I could have a fight to relieve my boredom, but forget it. It's better to leave early. He looked at Obito and Minato. Let's go back then. However, before he could finish his words, Hashirama grabbed his sleeve and stopped him. Why are you in such a hurry? Come stay and join us in the fun. Hashirama persuaded. Okay, I'll stay a little longer then. Madara smiled helplessly and agreed. Then you go first, he said to Obito and the others. The show is over, Minato-sensei. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Obito disappeared. Then goodbye, everyone. Minato smiled lightly and left. Sanlazy was just about to leave when he suddenly saw the silver horn on the ground that seemed to be printed on the ground. He was able to survive intact after being bitten by Tobirama's water dragon head-on, all thanks to the Nine Tails chakra in Ginkaku's body. Otherwise, it would have turned into a pile of slag long ago. Sanlazy couldn't help but frown and said something to his subordinates nearby. Shovel this guy away. He is not a silver horn. Silver horns are not that flat. By the way, after you shovel it, burn it together with the SpongeBob SquarePants and throw the remaining ashes outside the village. Also, it would be a waste to put away the Six Paths ninja tools and give them to someone like this. Yes, Reikage-sama. Let's go, everyone. Don't let these external things affect your mood. The Reikage led the way, with the others following closely behind. During the journey, Hiruzen suddenly grabbed Danzo and asked curiously, "Can we also join the root organization you mentioned just now?" When the other companions heard this, they all echoed it. Looking at this group of expectant companions, Danzo showed a satisfied smile. "Isn't this the celebrity effect?" He replied, "Of course. From now on, you will all be new members of the root. Especially you, Hiruzen. You are welcome to join us." Danzo smiled meaningfully, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen a little confused. The other side, Land of Earth, Iwagakure Village. Report to Master Tsuchikage. The people from Konoha have left the Hidden Cloud Village. It seems that they have reached a ceasefire agreement. The news that Awadakure requested an alliance with Konoha had already spread throughout the ninja world. All the countries in the ninja world were nervously watching the movements of Konoha and Kumogakure, because this is related to the balance of power and future pattern among the major ninja villages. Second, Sachikage frowned after hearing the report. During the Ninja World War, countries attacked each other and engaged in intrigue and deception, but now Konoha and Kumogakure suddenly formed an alliance. Such a change is really unexpected. If these two parties really unite, no one in the ninja world will be able to control them. If one day they turn their spearheads against the Iwagakure, they might be in great danger. He pondered for a while, then calmly said to the intelligence ninja, "Okay, I understand. Continue to closely monitor the movements over there." "Yes, Sachikage-sama." The intelligence ninja saluted in response and quickly left. The Hidden Cloud Village signed the armistice agreement with great enthusiasm, even solemnly vowed never to break this agreement again. Hashirama, Madara, and Tobarama followed on their journey back to Konoha. Their itinerary was not concealed at all, as if they wanted everyone to know. Senju Hashirama returned to the village. When the group appeared at the entrance of the village with great fanfare, the whole of Konoha instantly boiled over, and the cheers almost overturned the sky. But apart from this, other countries in the ninja world also knew that Hashirama was still alive. Report to Master Sachikage. I have obtained new information. The intelligence officer came to the Sachikage office again, reported the latest intelligence to him. "You mean, the first Hokage appeared in Konoha? Isn't he dead?" Wu was wrapped in bandages, but his only exposed eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. The intelligence officer shook his head. "I don't know what's going on, but Senju Hashirama definitely showed up." The little eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm afraid the news of his death was deliberately spread by Konoha. The first Hokage is not dead at all. Alas." As Wu spoke, his tone gradually became lower, and his words revealed deep helplessness. Just one Senju Tobarama is already difficult enough to deal with, and now the first Hokage has been confirmed to be alive. It seems that the balance of this world is about to tilt again because of Konoha's existence. Why is Konoha so blessed? All the strong ones are there. Wu scratched his butt and lamented that the world was somewhat unfair. I don't know why, but I always feel my skin itchy. I won't talk about the outer level of Senju, like Hashirama and Madara. Senju Tobarama is also a top master. He developed the bloodline elimination technique of dust style, thinking that he could crush Konoha on the battlefield. As a result, the other party took out an impure world reincarnation. I heard your ninjutsu can turn people into atoms? Yeah. As it happens, I have a ninjutsu that can restore atoms into humans. Wu waved his hand, with a hint of fatigue in his voice. Go ahead and continue exploring. Tell me any new information as soon as possible. Yes, Master Sachikage. The agent replied respectfully, then turned and left. However, less than half a day later, the intelligence agent hurried back. Report to Master Sachikage, he gasped. I discovered something new. The agent seemed a little excited. Wu raised his head and motioned for him to continue. Not only is Senju Hashirama not dead, Madara is not dead either. He is still in Konoha village. The name immediately reminded him of the time he went to Konoha to seek an alliance more than a decade ago. At that time, he didn't even have the chance to meet Senju Hashirama before he was ruthlessly driven out by Madara. Go confirm it again, Wu said in a deep voice. Yes. The informant left again, and half a day later he returned to Wu for the third time. Master Sachikage, I found some new information. Go ahead. Wu's brows furrowed even more tightly. Two Madara have appeared in Konoha village now. The intelligence officer reported seriously, without any hesitation in his tone. This news made Wu Yi, who is usually as calm as a mountain, widen his eyes in shock. Do you know what you're talking about? Faced with doubts, the intelligence officer responded firmly. Every word is true. I am not exaggerating. Explore further. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he changed his mind. No, don't probe anymore. I'm afraid you'll find more and more. I'd better go and see it myself. After saying this, Wu jumped out of the window and rushed towards Konoha at full speed. Finally, after spending a certain amount of time, Wu arrived at his destination and witnessed an incredible scene with his own eyes. There are really two Uchiha Madara in Konoha village. At this moment, Konoha was completely blocked by a huge wooden shield. It was not far from Konoha. The two figures were fighting fiercely with the giant Susanoo in its completed form, and every attack was as shocking as the descent of a god. Their fighting power is so strong that a random collision can easily destroy the surrounding hills. Amid the flashes of swords and sabers, the earth seemed to be plowed into several deep furrows. Just one look at it is enough to make people terrified. Uchiha Madara? Why would I have such a dream? Wu was completely stunned. However, just as he was stunned, a terrifying sword energy swept across and cut the hill next to him in half. Wu quickly left the battlefield and did not dare to stay for long. After returning to the Hidden Rock village, the first thing Wu did was to find the intelligence officer who provided the key information. Because of the accurate information you provided, you have now been promoted to Deputy Minister of Intelligence. Patting his shoulder, Wu said expectantly, "Keep going, do a good job. I believe you are capable of taking on this position." The sky is blue and, waiting for the rain, Wadaxi is waiting for you. The smoke from the cooking stoves rises up and trickles into the village quietly. Yue sat comfortably on the soft back of the panda, in a good mood, humming a little tune. As the panda's owner, Hydrangea could only follow behind. Although Yue had invited her to sit with them, she declined. At this time, a younger brother suddenly appeared and hurriedly reported, "Boss Yue, we are almost at the tower." "Oh, so fast," Yue said with some surprise. "Then let's go quickly and pass the level as soon as possible." Yue smiled and waved for everyone to move forward. However, he noticed that the younger brother looked hesitant, as if he had something to say but didn't dare to say it out loud. "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Yue asked curiously. The younger brother scratched his head awkwardly. "Boss, do you still remember the requirements for this level? Not only reaching the tower is considered successful, but also collecting both the Heaven and Earth scrolls. The scrolls we have now are incomplete. You are worried because of this." Yue smiled gently, seemingly not worried about it. "Don't panic. I'm ready for you." After saying that, Yue suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it. A handful of scrolls of various colors flew out from his hand, tumbling in the air, and finally fell steadily into the hands of the people behind him. "It's connected. Everyone, check if there's anything missing." Suddenly, exclamations broke out all around. Those who were originally struggling with anxiety are now simply overjoyed. "It's the Scroll of Heaven. It's exactly what we need. Captain, now we can pass this level." The younger brothers were all overjoyed and started discussing excitedly. Especially those weaker ninjas who originally thought they had no hope of getting any rewards were all grinning from ear to ear. For this assessment, the 5 major countries have jointly set up a considerable bonus. Passing the test of the Death Forest will satisfy one of the basic conditions for receiving the bonus. They didn't dare to hope for the top few places, but they could hope for a bonus or something. For many people from the small ninja village, this is simply a godsend. "Haha, I didn't expect that I could pass the level without fighting. That's awesome. I guess this is all thanks to Boss Yue. It's not like I've been a younger brother for nothing." Someone is coming. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the Kusanagi sword beside him, and stood up suddenly. "Naruto, wake up!" He walked up to Naruto, who was sleeping soundly, and kicked him hard a few times. Naruto opened his eyes blearily and rubbed his eye sockets. "What's wrong, Sasuke?" "Someone is coming." Upon hearing this, Naruto instantly came to his senses and jumped up as if he had been injected with chicken blood. "Where is it?" He rubbed his hands together, looking towards the intersection with sparkling eyes, full of anticipation. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. The people who appeared before him were not from another team, but from Class 8. Naruto-kun. Hinata waved hello happily. So it's Hinata and the others. Naruto was a little disappointed, but he quickly cheered up and responded, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, how are you? The three of them came up to them, and you sighed helplessly. We may be eliminated. Naruto was extremely surprised. What? With your strength, you didn't even get a scroll? It's not that I can't get it. It's that I can't find an opponent at all. You spread his hands, looking helpless. Can't find anyone? There are obviously dozens of teams taking the test. Naruto said in disbelief. Those people were taken away by Yue. Shikamaru's lazy voice came from behind. Naruto turned around and saw the people from Team 10 slowly approaching. Shikamaru, you said Yuzuki took the rest of the team away? Naruto asked anxiously. What's going on? Who knows? Maybe he has thought of some new way to play. Ino shrugged, looking helpless. Obviously, the situation in their Class 10 was not much better. When everyone got together, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Fortunately, at this time, Naruto's spirit was back again. Let's ambush Yue and see what he's up to. I opened this road and I planted this tree. I want to pass by here and leave some money for my passage. At the intersection, an orange figure stood proudly with his hands on his hips, blocking everyone's way. Naruto. Yue was slightly stunned, then smiled. What the hell are you doing? Why are you playing the role of a robber? Yue said with a smile. Naruto pouted, looking helpless. It's because you took everyone away that we can't find the scroll at all. Sasuke did bring one back, but Hinata, Shikamaru, and the others haven't been found yet. So you're going to rob me here? Yue touched his chin and looked at Naruto with interest. Now that you know, just hand over the scroll obediently. Otherwise, if I start to fight you, you will suffer. Naruto grinned. Yeah. Yue stood up from the panda's back and stretched her muscles a little. Then let me see if you have made any progress recently. Come on, Yuzuki. Naruto assumed a fighting stance, his expression becoming serious. A few faint traces of eyeshadow gradually appeared at the corners of the eyes. He has recently been learning Sage Mode from a white-haired, lecherous uncle. Naruto, that Yuzuki guy has an extremely large amount of chakra, almost comparable to Senju Hashirama. Handle with caution. Kurama inside reminded. Got it, Kurama. Naruto nodded seriously. Just when the atmosphere became tense, someone suddenly stood up. Boss Yue, there's no need for you to deal with such a small character yourself. Just let us do it. The person who was speaking was wearing shit yellow clothes with the word death printed in red on his shirt. He is the ninja Zactung from Audiobook. You gonna take the initiative to deal with Naruto? Yue turned her head to look at Sakdang, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Seeing Yue's gaze, Sakdang raised his head proudly and showed his modified arm. Boss Yue, please rest assured that we are more than capable of dealing with this guy. This kind of power can even destroy rocks, he said with confidence. Okay, go ahead. Yue suddenly couldn't help laughing and waved to Sak. Yes, boss. Sak smiled evilly, turned to Naruto, and said loudly, if you dare to offend the boss, be prepared to accept my lesson. Seeing that it was not Yutsuki who attacked, Naruto's expression obviously fell. He pointed at Sak listlessly. Yue, you want this guy to fight me? Naruto's lack of interest instantly angered Saku. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Die! He attacked in anger. Sky slashing wave. Sakdun shouted loudly, gathering strength in both hands, and a large amount of chakra poured into his arms. The next moment, Sakdun ejected all the chakra he had accumulated in one breath. Bang! Chakra turned into a violent sound wave and rushed out, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, straight towards Naruto. However, Naruto's expression remained calm, even a little bored. In an instant, the sonic explosion rushed in front of Naruto. Poof! Naruto just waved his hand lightly, and the powerful sonic explosion was easily dispersed like smoke. He looked so relaxed as if he was shooing away flies. How is that possible? Sakdun's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He looked down at his arm in shock. He had clearly released the sky-cutting wave just now. Why do I feel so light, as if I were blown away by the wind? Hey, do you want to continue? Naruto's slow voice came. Sakdun suddenly raised his head and glared at him. Don't be complacent. I just didn't perform well just now. Take my sky-slashing wave. Sack Stirrup inserted his hands directly into the ground, and the sound waves quickly spread along the ground, binding Naruto's feet. Naruto felt a slight restraint under his feet, and he could break free with a little effort. But he did not rush to break free, but continued to appreciate Sackthorn's performance. Sack Stirrup released several sonic explosions in succession, which were several times more powerful than before. However, Naruto just raised his hand and swept it lightly, and those sound waves were instantly wiped out. What the hell is going on? Sakdun was simply stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. How could a person's body be so hard? He didn't even try to dodge and disperse the sound waves so easily. You know, the power of the sound wave is enough to destroy rocks. Hey, stop standing there and help me. Cold sweat broke out on Saccard's forehead. The opponent was obviously too strong, so he had to ask his teammates for help. Toussaint rolled his eyes, his tone revealing helplessness. Didn't you see? That guy dared to challenge the boss. His strength is definitely comparable to Yo-Yo's. Let alone if the three of us attack together. It will be useless even if we increase the amount tenfold. Sackthorn was stunned. Thinking of that night, when Yo-Yo's sword seemed to be able to tear the whole world apart, I couldn't help but shudder. Boss, I've tested it. That guy is really strong. Sack Stirrup retreated back to the team awkwardly. You can do it now without any worries. Yue couldn't help laughing. Why, you won't go to fight? How dare I? I'm just testing the waters for you, boss, to see if the other party is qualified to let you make a move. Sackdun answered awkwardly. Yue shook her head and laughed, then turned her gaze to Naruto. Naruto, time is running out. We'll compete in the third test tomorrow. Now let's end this test in the Death Forest. Although he still wanted to fight Naruto in his heart, the sudden appearance of Sakuteng had made him lose that impulse. All right, Naruto nodded in agreement, but Yutsuki, it seems we won't be able to pass the level without the scroll. Besides, there are so many of you there must not be enough scrolls. After the exam, at least half of them will be eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto saw Yutsuki throwing several scrolls at him, both heaven and earth types. Where did this come from? Naruto's face was filled with surprise. I bought it. You can share with Shikamaru, Niji, and the others. Let's get through this first, Yue said with a chuckle. In the gold coin store, everything in the Hokage world can be bought, and these days the earth coiling axis is no exception. You could buy a roll for a few gold coins. It's not expensive at all. And there will be no problem for these scrolls to be tested by examiners, because their effects are exactly the same. Naruto walked back with the scroll. You stole so much. Did you even take out Yo-Yue's underwear? Everyone gathered around and asked curiously. I didn't steal it. Yue gave it to me directly. He still has a lot. I don't know where he got it from. His brothers also have it. Naruto scratched his head and said in confusion. Naruto distributed the scrolls to everyone, making sure everyone could pass the test. Then they walked towards the tower. Inside the tower, Mitarashi Anko and Marino Ibiki had been waiting for a long time. How many people do you think will pass the test this time? Hondo asked curiously. Marino Ibiki thought about it and replied, based on the ratio in previous years, about 1/3. It's still a bit much, but that's okay. We'll eliminate half of them later, and that will be just about right. Just as the two were discussing how to arrange the follow-up procedures, there was a noisy sound outside the door. Then, a large number of candidates began to file in, and soon they filled half of the venue. Why are there so many people? Mitarashi Hondo widened her eyes and scanned the hundreds of examinees crowded below. Didn't you tell them that people who lost the scroll don't have to come here? Anko turned to Marino Ibiki, thinking that those who had been eliminated had mistakenly come in. It's impossible for me to make such a low-level mistake. I have explained the rules very clearly. Marino Ibiki's expression was also very confused. This is weird, Hondo muttered to herself, and then shouted to the people below. Hey, we said that only the team that got the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth can enter here. What's wrong with you? The candidates looked at each other, then raised their hands one after another. Examiner, we all got the scrolls. Huh? Mitarashi Hondo was stunned when she saw the dozens of extra earth-coiling axes all over the field. Only one scroll was given to each team, and she had only given out 43. But now there are almost 90 scrolls here. How many scrolls did you send them? A faint voice came from behind me. Marino Ibiki. There are only 43. Not one more. Anko explained anxiously. Yeah, there was a hint of doubt in Marino Ibiki's eyes. The corner of Hondo's mouth twitched. What kind of look is that? Nothing. I just think some people are too stupid to open the scroll, even though they know what's inside. Marino Ibiki shrugged. So I wouldn't be surprised if I heard that you gave out twice as many scrolls now. I'm not that stupid. Hondo waved her arms angrily. Marino Ibiki spread his hands, smiled, and said nothing. Hondo was so angry that she snorted, turned around, and asked the examinees below loudly, "Where did you get the scroll?" It was given by Boss Yue. The candidates answered truthfully, although the matter was indeed very strange. Yue? Which Yue? Hondo became even angrier. Stand up. Suddenly, the crowd below tacitly split into two lines, leaving a large space. Shurgong Yue walked out of the crowd slowly, with an awkward smile on her face. I'm sorry, Examiner. They're all my subordinates. I couldn't bear to see them all eliminated, so I provided some small help. After he finished speaking, he scratched his head embarrassedly and made a gesture pointing his finger at the universe. Seeing Shinomiya Yutsuki's appearance, Hondo was stunned for a moment. This little guy was the culprit that caused her to be troubled by the scroll problem. This also caused her to be constantly ridiculed by Marino Ibiki. Suddenly, Hondo came up with an idea and decided to scare this troublemaker. She pretended to be fierce. Shurgong Yuzuki, do you know what the consequences of breaking the exam rules without permission are? Yue stroked her chin and thought seriously for a while. Will Minato invite you to dinner? It's Hokage. You can't call Minato directly. Anko corrected him with a frown on her face. Still want to eat? I think you should eat the purple eggs. Anko said with a sneer. Amir Jinin dares to address the Hokage by his name? Okay, stop wasting time. It's already happened. Let's move on to the next assessment. Marino Ibiki interrupted her rant. Are we just going to let this candidate who violated the rules go? Hondo was a little surprised. This didn't make sense. This is the order from the Hokage-sama. Marino Ibiki said calmly. Fire. Adult Hokage. When a name was mentioned, Mitarashi Anko immediately showed an admiring look. Okay, then I'll listen to the Hokage. Let's let this kid go this time. Pa pa pa. She clapped her hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. Dear candidates, Hondo's voice resounded throughout the venue. Everyone turned their eyes to her. Seeing that everyone was paying attention, Hondo began to announce. Since there are too many people at the moment, we decided to add a qualifying match. Next, you will have a one-on-one battle and eliminate half of the teams. Following Hondo's announcement, there was another commotion among the candidates below. Preliminary round? Why didn't you tell me that before? Isn't this a temporary addition? It's obviously aimed at Boss Yue, right? A candidate muttered in a low voice. The scene fell into chaos for a moment, but everyone realized that this exam would become more intense and cruel. Quiet. Anko shouted loudly. Now, teams that do not wish to participate can leave. But remember, this will be considered a voluntary withdrawal from the competition. As soon as she finished speaking, most of the candidates did not react, and it seemed that no one intended to leave. After all, now that we've come here, we should give it a try no matter what happens next. What the dog is lucky. You're not going to quit. In the crowd, Sasuke whispered to Yakushi Kabuto. Pharmacist Do was stunned. Why would I quit? Oh, Sasuke-kun, do you think I'm a threat to you? Yashidu pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose with his middle and ring fingers, and a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, Sasuke-kun. I'm very weak. Even if we fight, I can't beat you. Normally this should be a humble remark, but Sasuke nodded seriously. Really? Oh. Pharmacist Do almost couldn't hold back his laughter, thinking you actually believed it. As expected, Everyone in the Uchiha family is very proud. When you truly understand my true strength, see if you can still remain so calm. Ignoring Sasuke, Kabuto Yakushi turned to a group of Kumogakure soldiers that had infiltrated the crowd at some point. Yue Luoyang, Shihuan Chong, and Shihuan Jing. They look listless, which is a side effect of the curse. When Orochimaru saw these three strong bodies, he did not kill them directly, but chose to keep them as subjects for his experiments. Boss, why are we so unlucky? There are experts everywhere, Shi Huanchong said depressedly. That's right, any guy we meet might actually have such powerful hidden strength. Shi Huanjing agreed. You guys made the choice yourselves. Why are you asking me? Yue Luoyang was also convinced by these two idiots. To these three, the true identity of the man who defeated them was unclear. All we know is that it was a mysterious man dressed as a ninja from the hidden grass village who easily defeated them. Their lives were not taken immediately, but they were locked in a tree hole, so they managed to escape. The first assessment battle, Yue Luoyang versus Guideng Pingwei. As the random match results were revealed on the big screen, Mitarashi Anko loudly announced the two teams for the first match. Boss, you're the one who goes up first. We must perform well and show the strength of our hidden cloud village. The two brothers Shihuan were jumping around excitedly, as if they were even more nervous and excited than the people involved. They did almost nothing in the Death Forest, but just slept soundly for 5 days. Fortunately, there happened to be a pair of scrolls next to me, otherwise I might have been eliminated long ago. This incident dealt a heavy blow to these three people. So now that Yue Luoyang can be the first to appear, it is a great opportunity for him. If you can perform well, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. Don't worry, I will do my best even if you don't tell me. Yue Luoyang clenched his fists expressionlessly, his fingertips flashing with lightning, making his face look blue. Please invite both players to come on stage. Mitarashi Anko's voice sounded again, and her figure instantly appeared in the central area. At her signal, the other candidates retreated to both sides of the venue, leaving an open fighting space for Guideng Pingyu and Yue Luoyang to use. The Ghost Lantern Clan? I hope you're not too weak, and don't give me the chance to laugh at you. Yue Luoyang had a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't take the other person seriously at all. What are you talking about? Kongzhu. Guideng Pingyu didn't say any more nonsense and took action directly. Water cannon technique, sweeping fire. He quickly condensed a few drops of clear water with his fingertips and shot them towards Yue Luoyang at an astonishing speed. Yoshi Yoshi, puff puff puff. Although these bullets are made of water, don't underestimate them. Their power is enough to penetrate metal and stone, and the damage cannot be underestimated. A physical ninja? Humph! I love dealing with guys like this the most. A scornful smile appeared on Guideng Pingyu's lips. It is well known that most people who rely on physical skills to fight are good at close combat. However, once facing a long-range offensive character like him, it is often difficult for the opponent to get close enough to launch an effective attack. In other words, the party with absolute advantage in this situation must be the one with long-range suppression capabilities. For example, himself. Just as Guideng Pingyu was confidently preparing to increase the intensity of his firepower, he suddenly felt his body begin to tremble involuntarily. Can't help it. I can't help it. Although it looks very strange and even a little embarrassing, the number of water bullets fired will increase exponentially with each shake of the body. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with densely packed water bombs flying towards the target. Just when everyone thought Yue Luoyang could no longer hold out, he remained calm and composed, without any sign of panic or wanting to escape. Instead, it gives people a feeling of being ready to go, as if some earth-shaking changes are about to happen next. Sizzle. Next moment, Yue Luoyang moved. Boom! He stomped his foot on the ground suddenly, and instantly the earth seemed to tremble under his strength. Then, thunder exploded around his body, wrapping around him like a layer of flowing lightning, making him exude a terrifying aura. Lightning style, chakra mode. Sizzle. Yue Luoyang transformed into a lightning-fast figure and rushed straight towards Gui Pingwei. He faced the dense water bombs head-on. He took the opponent's attack head-on. Yue Luoyang's body was tightly covered with lightning armor that shone with arc light. When it collided with the water bullets fired by Gui Pingwei, it successfully blocked most of the attack. The remaining shock waves were no longer a threat to this ninja with a strong physique. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Gui Ping, you couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes widened. Not only was the defense so strong, but the opponent was also so fast. He didn't have time to react at all, and could only watch the powerful figure approaching. Before he had time to think about how to respond, the opponent's strong arms had already tightly grasped his body. Accompanied by a low roar from Yue Luoyang, he hugged his opponent with both hands, lifted him up into the air, and then slammed him to the ground. Thunder me bomb. These 4 words almost sounded as loud as a roar from his throat. Then an extremely powerful energy burst out from his body and fell down with destructive power. Boom! Dazzling lightning exploded, and the powerful electric current, mixed with physical impact, force hit Gui Pingyu heavily, causing huge damage. All of a sudden, the solid ground beneath my feet was torn apart by this force. It left behind a huge, deep pit and a network of countless cracks extending in all directions. There was an uproar in the audience, and everyone was discussing how this fierce battle would end. Damn, I hope the boss won't use too much force. Shi Huanchong said fearfully. What are you afraid of? There will always be casualties in battles. It doesn't matter if they die. Anyway, we have the support of Raikage-sama. What can the Hidden Mist Village do? Shi Huanjing next to him responded nonchalantly. With such a strong force, the person over there might have been turned into meat paste. Some people speculated about the fate of Gui Pingyu. It's really cruel, someone next to him added. However, when everyone was expressing their opinions, only Yue Luoyang, who was at the center of the battle, understood that things would not end so easily. Because at this moment, a finger was pointing at his forehead, and on the fingertip was a water droplet-shaped weapon that was about to be launched. At this distance, even someone as fast as you, the Flash, wouldn't be able to dodge it, right? As these words rang out softly, Gui Pingyu's voice could be heard, sounding a little tired. Just at the moment when he was about to be hit by lightning style. He quickly used his family's unique secret skill, the water transformation technique, to temporarily turn himself into liquid and thus avoid the fatal blow. However, the electric shock caused by the lightning still caused him considerable damage. If you don't admit defeat, I will really kill you. Do you want to try a close-range water gun attack? Gui Pingyu stretched out a hand and waved it a few times, his face full of confusion. You don't really think you can get away with it? At the same time, he continued, the water gun at this distance has the power to penetrate your lightning armor. I don't want to see blood, just admit defeat. Faced with such a desperate threat, even though his hands and feet were bound by the power of water and his head was under the gun, Yue Luoyang still maintained a calm expression. Don't you want to see blood, or can't you? Yue Luoyang asked in a deep voice. There was an undisguised tremor in Gui Pingyu's voice. Although he responded quickly, his momentary panic betrayed his lack of confidence. My lightning is not so easy to defend against. Yue Luoyang continued. Even if you can avoid most physical attacks, the combination of my Thunder Bomb and Thunder Armor will produce lightning attribute attacks that far exceed simple physical damage. Now you have to distract yourself to control me, and at the same time defend yourself against my attack. I wonder how much energy you have left to launch an attack. You're stalling for time, aren't you? After a short silence, Gui Pingyu sneered. Then you try it. Do you dare to bet? Oh, Yue Luoyang didn't say anything harsh, but his contemptuous smile expressed everything. Sizzle. As lightning exploded on him again. Bang! At the same moment, Kazuki Hirazuki's water gun fired a fatal blow. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Yue Luoyang looked extremely serious, watching the water bullet slowly flying towards him. He used all his strength to activate the highest form of reaction speed and lightning armor. At this moment of life and death, the The water bullet brushed past his cheek, leaving a bright red blood mark. But Yue Luyang had a smile on his face. What could have been a fatal blow ended up being just a scar. This deal was a huge win. Sizzle. Yue Luyang struggled hard and freed one hand from Gue Deng Pingyue's water transformation technique. A large amount of lightning condensed in the palm of his hand, making a crackling sound and shining brightly. I'm returning what I just said to you now. He placed his lightning-encircled palm close to the pool of water and asked with a smile, "Give up or die?" Gue Deng Pingyu sighed, looking helpless. "I didn't expect that you would turn the tables in the end." "Okay, whatever you want," he said compromisingly. Yue Luyang chuckled. "Smart choice." However, at this moment of relaxation, Gue Deng Pingyu suddenly counterattacked. He simply gave up on the hydrated upper body and attacked quietly from behind with his lower body. The body quickly transformed into a stream of water that covered Yue's face. Well, suddenly being controlled by someone, Yue Luyang stared at Guideng Pingyue with wide eyes, his heart burning with anger. This despicable guy totally disregarded his previous promise. He wanted to curse him out to vent his anger. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was choked by the water that poured in and made gurgling sounds. Ouch! Yue Luyang felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, struggling violently. He frantically scratched at the water on his face, but how could he catch the water with just his bare hands? The air gradually ran out. Even the strongest ninja can't recover if he can't breathe. Shi Huansong in the audience suddenly stood up and shouted, "Examiner! Examiner! Is this considered cheating?" He pointed at Gue Deng Pingyu in the arena. He just said he surrendered. He should be considered to have lost to the opponent. How can he still attack like this? Seeing Yue Luyang's ferocious expression due to suffocation, Shi Huancheng was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pan, running around in circles. In response to Shi Huanshou's question, Mitarashi Hongdo, one of the examiners, calmly explained. When did he say the word surrender? At that time, Gue Deng Pingyu's answer was just whatever you want, and he didn't explicitly say he gave up. Did I say that you need to clearly say the word surrender to be considered as admitting defeat? Hearing this, Shi Huancheng was stunned and could not believe his ears. Is this actually possible? At the same time, Yue Luyang, who had completely lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen, fell to the ground without any reaction. At this time, Gue Deng Pingyu slowly loosened the water curtain that was covering Yue Luyang's face. "Boss!" As soon as the game was over, the Shihuan brothers immediately jumped off the field and hurriedly ran to Yue Luyang. "Don't worry, you won't die. You're just suffocating temporarily." A voice came from the water mass. The two looked up and saw two water masses merging together, gradually regaining their human form, revealing the appearance of Gue Lantern Pingyu. "You rascal, if I see you next time, I will tear you to pieces and avenge my boss." Shi Huancheng frowned and said angrily. Gue Deng Pingyu shrugged, looking nonchalant. "Whatever you want." At this time, the medical ninja who had been on standby at the sidelines came over and carried Yue Luyang away for treatment. Hozuki turned to the examiner Mitarashi Hondo with an arrogant look. "Examiner, can you declare me the winner?" Hondo glanced at him with a strange look in her eyes. "I declare that the winner of this competition is..." She deliberately stretched out the tone. "Yue Luyang." When a name was revealed, Gue Deng Pingyu smiled proudly and waved to the audience. "It's just luck. Don't worship me too much." But the smile on his face quickly froze. "Yue Luyang? Wait, why is he the winner?" "Examiner, shouldn't I be the winner?" Hozuki Hirazuki suddenly turned around and stared at Hondo in disbelief. "How could it be you? It should always be Yue Luyang." Hondo said calmly. "Why? I need a reason." Gue Deng Pingyu looked dissatisfied. "Because you were shaking the water gun during the game, which is a violation. Once discovered, you'll be directly judged as the loser." Hondo explained calmly. "What?" Gue Deng Pingyu's mouth opened like a big black hole. "What kind of rule is this?" "It's nonsense," he asked angrily. "Don't worry about what the rules are. We are the organizers, and we have the final say on the rules." Hongdo said lightly. F asterisk asterisk K. This is clearly targeting me. Gui Deng Ping, you protested loudly with red eyes. I don't believe anyone can resist shaking a water gun. Nowadays, those who can still use the water gun without shaking it are the ones who can do it. As he said this, Gui Deng Ping, you gave a thumbs up? Hongdo turned her thumb upside down. Then you are this. Gui Deng Ping Yu's face darkened. Examiner, please don't go too far. Okay, go down. Don't delay the next game. Hongdo waved his hand, and then two ninjas came forward and carried him away. Gui Deng Ping Yu widened his eyes and struggled violently. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. As his voice gradually faded away until it disappeared without a trace, the Shihuan brothers were still in shock. Hongdo looked at them with some confusion. What are you still doing here? Get down now. The two came back to their senses and nodded hurriedly. Oh, okay, examiner. The two brothers jumped into the audience, still finding it hard to believe that the eldest brother actually won this game. The opponent was eliminated because of such a weird rule. I can only say, well done. The two brothers smiled at each other. This guy should be taught a lesson. The competition continued in full swing, with candidates fighting in pairs, the losers eliminated and the winners advancing to the next round. Only a few people from Konoha advanced, including Yuzuki, Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Ningxi, Rock Lee, Tintin, and others. Most people were eliminated. After all, this was a Chunin exam jointly held by the 5 major countries, and many experts gathered there. Soon, the preliminaries came to an end. Half of the candidates were eliminated, but the remaining number was still considerable. There were 20 teams and a total of 58 people. So many people. On the podium, Hongdo frowned and sighed. In the past, the number of people who passed the Chunin exam was usually only in the single digits. It doesn't matter if there are more. After all, it's a joint exam. It's not good to have fewer people passing. Marino Abiki said coldly. Okay then. Hongdo nodded and took a step forward. Dear candidates, please go back and rest. The final examination will be held tomorrow. After the announcement, the candidates cheered and left the venue one after another. Let's go too. After saying goodbye to his friends one by one, it was already evening when Shinomiya Yue returned home. Wow, it smells so good. He took a deep breath, and his nose was filled with an alluring fragrance. Who's cooking? Driven by curiosity, he pushed the gate of opening and looked around. Yue, you are finally back. Hearing the noise, a familiar figure poked his head out from the kitchen. It was Kagaya. She was wearing an apron and holding a soup spoon in her hand, obviously showing off her cooking skills. Waving the soup spoon in her hand, Kagaya smiled gently and said to him, You're back just in time, Yutsuki. We can have dinner soon. Is it really Kagaya you who are cooking? Shurgong Yoyue's face was full of surprise. You know, the food that Kagaya usually cooks is so delicious that you wouldn't even dare to smell it. But this time, the whole house was filled with the fragrance, and it was hard to believe that it came from the same person. I've put a lot of effort this time, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Kagaya nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining with anticipation. Well, seeing Kagaya being so confident, Yue didn't look very excited. The disastrous lunch scene from last time unconsciously emerged in my mind. I don't know what Danzo felt after eating that piece of food. If I had known, I would have asked him to write an article before he died. Haha, go ahead, I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, Shurgong Yue hurried back to her room and quickly closed the door, not forgetting to lock the bolt, as if this would make her feel a little more at ease. Kagaya, who was completely unaware of this, still smiled and went back to the kitchen to continue working. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lying on the bed, Shinomiya Yutsuki closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Don't call me, don't call me. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door, which made him tremble slightly. Yue, dinner is ready. Have you finished washing? Not yet. He answered stiffly, trying to buy a little more time. However, a slightly doubtful voice came from outside the door. But I clearly saw you lying on the bed. After a moment's silence, Shurgong Yue suddenly sat up and stared at the door in amazement. You rolled your eyes? When It's never been closed. Kagaya's gentle voice came from outside the door. Puff. Yue almost fell to the ground. He was a little mad. Then wouldn't it be like I'm invisible in front of you? Give a child some privacy. Yue doesn't like it. But Xiao Hei and the others said they felt safe when I was watching them. I thought everyone thought so. Kagaya's tone was somewhat confused. I don't like it. How can we be the same? Xiao Hei and the others are different, right? Shinomiya, Yue retorted. Feeling the other party's dissatisfaction, Kagaya immediately compromised. Okay, sorry. I'll just turn it off. At this moment, the bedroom door creaked open, revealing Yue's serious face. Do you think just apologizing can solve the problem? If apologies are useful, what's the point of Uncle Umbu? Faced with such a straightforward question, Kagaya blinked a few times and looked very innocent. What compensation do you want? Seeing this, Sigong Yue raised a sly smile. I want to look back. As soon as the words came out, the whole air seemed to freeze in silence. Kagaya, who was standing not far from the door, was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted, but didn't say anything. He just stood there blankly staring at Sigong Yue. Perhaps he was really frightened by this proposal. Seeing that Yoruchi didn't respond, Shinomiya Yuzuki felt embarrassed first. He quickly found a way out. Haha, I was just joking. Eat first, eat first. As he spoke, Yue grabbed Kagaya's shoulders, helped her turn around, and then pushed her forward from behind. Kagaya walked towards the hall obediently. As soon as you enter the hall, the food on the table has been neatly arranged. The aroma is so tempting that it makes you salivate. Wow! Yue was stunned on the spot. Was this done by Kagaya? Not to mention how it tastes. The appearance of it alone is enough to make people's eyes light up. Compared with her previous dark dishes, it is completely different. Let me have a taste. Yue couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of food, and put it into her mouth. How about it? Kagaya's eyes were full of anticipation as she waited for Yue's answer. Excellent. Yue praised him unabashedly and gave him a thumbs up. To be honest, the meal didn't taste particularly good, but it was a huge improvement for Kagaya. Compared with the previous masterpieces, these ordinary foods can simply be called delicacies. Seeing Yutsuki's praise, Kagaya smiled happily. As long as you like it, then let's eat. Together, they sat down one after another and began to enjoy this sumptuous dinner. After taking a few bites, Yue suddenly felt that her hands were empty, as if something was missing. I almost forgot about that. He patted his head gently, as if he remembered something important. I saw Yue taking out 2 bottles of sake from somewhere. How can we enjoy delicious food without good wine? He handed one of the bottles to Kagaya. Come, let's drink and talk. Kagaya looked at the bottle curiously, picked it up, and looked at it from left to right. This is the first time I've seen this kind of liquid. This is called wine. You will know what it tastes like if you try it. Boo. As she spoke, Yue flicked the bottle cap and drank half of it in one gulp. Delicious. I just heard him sigh with satisfaction. His face slightly flushed. Obviously, the alcohol was starting to take effect. Item 1. This wine is specially made for the strong and can make the drinker feel drunk regardless of any physical differences. Let even the top experts experience the joy of drinking. Seeing Yutsuki's intoxicated expression, Kagaya tried to imitate him. Carefully opened the bottle and took a sip. Just one bite. The spicy and stimulating feeling made her delicate little face wrinkle. How is it? Yue asked curiously. Although she didn't like this feeling, seeing how much the other person was enjoying it, Kagaya still forced a smile and replied, It's fine. Let's have a good drink today. Then he raised the bottle and touched the glass of the person opposite him. A meal is perfect with wine. Although she didn't really want to drink anymore, in order not to spoil Yutsuki's fun, Kagaya still forced a smile and took another sip. Time passes slowly. The atmosphere at the table became more and more lively, and Kagaya gradually adapted to this atmosphere. The delicacies on the table were slowly cleared away, and the floor was filled with all kinds of empty wine bottles, which made crisp sounds with the slightest collision. Yue suddenly burped and fell limply on the table. The impact of alcohol made his eyelids almost stick together. Yutsuki. Kagaya's low voice came from the side, with a barely perceptible hint of shyness. Huh? What's wrong? Yue barely propped up his head, resting his chin on the table, and looked at Kagaya with misty eyes. You said before, what do you want me to do to accept my apology? Kagaya's voice became softer and softer, but it still reached Yue's ears clearly. Apologize? What apology? Yue didn't react for a moment, her face full of confusion. That's the one you said you want to look back at. A blush appeared on Kagaya's face, and it was hard to tell whether it was due to drunkenness or shyness. You mean this? Yue's eyes widened instantly, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The sleepiness was immediately thrown aside, replaced by unprecedented clarity and excitement. I get excited when you say this. Are you serious? Yue stared at Kagaya closely, the corners of her mouth rising unconsciously, and she was almost unable to control herself. Could it be that, for the first time in this life, this much-anticipated moment has finally arrived? Seeing Yutsuki like this, Kagaya couldn't help but chuckle. The red lips opened slightly. If it's Yukon, then it's okay. Yue suddenly jumped up as if struck by an electric current, moving swiftly but cautiously. He came behind Kagaya, put one hand under her armpit, and with the other hand, he held her calf and lifted her up steadily with a standard princess hug. It has been several months since Yue possessed the immortal body. During this period, Yue's development has been like riding a rocket. He grew very fast to a height of 1.75 meters. He was tall and strong, almost as tall as an adult. But Kagaya is from the Otsutsuki clan after all, and his height of more than 2 meters makes Yutsuki look a little petite in front of him. But it doesn't matter. They're all the same after they're laid flat. Yutsuki, Kagaya whispered softly, leaning against his chest, listening to the rapid and powerful heartbeat. Xiaohei and the others are not at home these days. This statement is almost explicit. Hearing this, Yue's blood boiled, and he quickly walked towards the room, holding Kagaya. As the door gently closed, a powerful force quietly unfolded, covering the entire house, ensuring that no one could disturb the world of the two at this moment. What are the 5 noble things in life? Flower viewing, climbing, explore, flower arrangement, watch the tide. The night passed by like flowing water. Yue, it's dawn. What? So fast. Take a break first. You have another test later. No hurry, it's still early. I just learned a new move. How about you help me test its power? Please, this is very important to me. All right. 3 hours later. Boom, boom, boom. Yutsuki. Yutsuki. You're not still sleeping, are you? The test will start in 5 minutes. Get up. There was a loud knock on the door in Naruto's anxious voice. Yue, who was immersed in deep plowing, suddenly woke up. I looked up at the alarm clock by the window, which clearly displayed the time. 9:55. There are only 5 minutes left until the Chunin exam. Wow! Yue was shocked and quickly called off the attack and got up. He hurried to the bathroom and showered quickly. Outside the door, watching the time pass by little, Naruto became more and more uneasy. Is he really sleeping? Forget it. Just break in, and then we'll give him a new door. Bang! Naruto threw a powerful punch, which instantly created a powerful shockwave. The door shook violently, but was not damaged at all. Naruto looked at his fist in surprise. Had he become so weak overnight that he couldn't even open the door? Again. This time, Naruto accumulated some strength before punching hard. Boom! The result was still the same. The door was intact, and even the surroundings were safe. Not a single bit of paint was left. All the power was absorbed, not a single bit leaked out. I just don't believe this. Naruto gritted his teeth and shouted. Kurama. Inside Naruto's body, Ninetales put their hands together and began to accumulate natural energy. I also find it strange. Why is this door so strong? Is it that Yue guy who did this? No matter what, I must break it and wake Yue up. Naruto looked determined. Once he made up his mind, nothing would stand in his way. Then, Naruto entered Sage Mode. At the same time, Ninetales' chakra also surged throughout his body, superimposed on Sage mode to enter perfect Jinchuriki mode. Naruto's eyes turned into cross-shaped pupils. Fairy Fox mode is on. Kurama. Naruto yelled. Here we go. Naruto raised his right hand, and a huge wind-style Rasengan shuriken quickly gathered. At the same time, the shadow of Nine Tails appeared behind him, and a giant-tailed beast ball was condensed in his mouth. Tailed Beast Planet Raisin Shuriken. Crunch. Just when the attack that was about to destroy everything was about to be launched, the door was suddenly and quietly pushed open. Naruto, what are you doing? Shinomiya Utsuki raised his head. The huge and terrifying tailed beast planet Raisin Shuriken reflected in his eyes. His face was bewildered. Yue, why are you out at this time? Naruto was shocked, and his eyes widened. Kurama, hit it up in the sky. Naruto shouted hurriedly. Understood. Ninetails responded with lingering fear. The man and the fox work together and can even change the direction of attack at the critical moment. Buzz! That tailed beast planet Raisin Shuriken shot straight into the sky, piercing through the sky. Boom! There was a deafening noise, and the heaven and earth were shaken. In an instant, it seemed as if two suns appeared in the sky, dazzlingly bright. Yue stared blankly at the scene in front of her, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. He looked at Naruto and couldn't help asking, Is this the breakfast you brought me? It doesn't look very tasty. Naruto didn't have time to explain. He grabbed Utsuki's hand and ran out. It's too late to tell you. I'll tell you in detail on the way. The test is about to begin. The time at this time is exactly 9:59. There is only 1 minute left before the exam begins. However, Naruto's speed was too fast. With his full speed running, it was almost like teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the two of them passed through the entire Konoha village and arrived at the assessment site. The auditorium was already packed with people, and the candidates who had successfully advanced had already lined up, ready for the final examination. Everything was ready, and everyone was waiting for them. It's finally here. Among the 5 Kage sitting on the high platform, Namake's Minato breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Utsuki appear on time. It's finally here. In comparison, the Raikage looked somewhat helpless. Finally, I'm here. And Terumi May has a different expression. She rested her elbows on the armrests of the chair and looked at Yue below with interest. Did you oversleep again? As soon as he stepped into the examination venue, Yue heard Ino's disappointed voice behind him. He turned around and saw Ino sitting in the front row staring at him. Wrong. Yue straightened up and retorted, I didn't sleep in this time. Ino's eyes flashed with surprise. You're not sleeping? You're a reincarnated squirrel, but you don't want to stay in bed? I've said it several times. In my previous life, I was an armed helicopter. Okay. Whatever kind of chicken you like is fine. Then why don't you tell me where you were doing? Ino asked curiously. Yuzuki replied proudly. Drive a big car. Ahem. The examiner of the last round, Moonlight Gale, suddenly appeared in the arena. Seeing his tired look, I wonder if he fought till dawn like Yue last night. Everyone is here. Now, the Chunin exam officially begins. Starting now, with Moonlight Gale's loud announcement, the final assessment officially began. The opponent will be matched next. Please wait a moment. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the large screen in the center of the venue, and the candidates' portraits were scrolling rapidly on the screen. Each contestant will be randomly paired with an opponent of equal ability, matching with equally matched opponents. On the high platform, the Raikage and Inoki's hearts were lifted unconsciously. Don't run into Shirgong Yuzuki. They prayed silently in their hearts. Soon, the first match result appeared on the big screen. Gaara versus Rock Lee. After seeing this result, Luo Shan nodded slightly, his expression still indifferent. The opponent is just an insignificant taijutsu ninja, so it should be no problem. If you can't even handle an opponent like this, then you are not worthy of being a Jinchuriki. Although he was thinking this secretly, there was no change on Luo Sha's face. Immediately afterwards, the next pair of contestants were quickly announced. Uzumaki Naruto versus Dodomu. Oh, Hokage, what a coincidence. Seeing this, Tsuchikage Inoki stroked his beard proudly. He was quite satisfied with the result of this match. He had met Uzumaki Naruto several times. Although he has the title of the son of Hokage, he looks silly and doesn't look like a powerful figure. Tutong Wu should be able to complete the assessment successfully now. Noticing the complicated mood swings of Minato Namikaze beside him, Inoki thought that he was worried about Naruto, so he comforted him. Haha, is this a sign of concern for the younger generation, Hokage? Don't worry, Tutong Wu is always cautious and will never hurt your son in the slightest. Namikaze Minato suppressed his weird look and couldn't help laughing. Really? Then I'd like to thank you on behalf of Naruto. Inoki waved his hand and said, Hey, Master Hokage, you are too polite. Our fire and earth countries have always been friendly. This is as it should be. I can guarantee that if Dota wins, I will return you a completely intact Naruto. Listening to Inoki's confident words, it seemed as if he had already grasped victory in his hands. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but say, Tsuchikage-sama, what if Naruto wins? Inoki was suddenly stunned. Obviously, he had never thought about this result. Minato shook his head and laughed at this. Forget it. Let's watch it first. The battle hasn't even started yet, so no one can predict the outcome. What do you think, Master Tsuchikage? Inoki came back to his senses and looked at Minato suspiciously, wondering why the other person's words were full of hidden meanings. Soon, avatars scrolled on the big screen, and the candidates who would fight in each team were assigned. Uchiha Sasuke versus Xiangling. Kyuganeji versus Shikamaru. Temari vs Tiantian. Seeing that Yuzuki had yet to find a match, the Raikage's hands began to tremble, because the candidates from the Hidden Cloud Village have not yet been assigned opponents. The Raikage looked down at the calm and composed Shinomiya Yuzuki, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. I can't be that unlucky. However, it seemed as if God was determined to play a trick on him, and the next moment, a new group of candidates appeared on the big screen. Shinomiya Yuzuki versus Yatsuki Ryuryo. Dong! The Raikage couldn't hold back his eyes and fell down. He slumped in the chair, his eyes dull. Ha ha! Inoki slapped the armrest of the chair without any manner. Raikage-sama, your luck doesn't seem to be that good. Terumi Mei supported her chin and smiled meaningfully. Well, how about I ask you to give in a little? Namikaze Minato thought for a moment and said with a smile. The only one who wasn't smiling was Luo Sha, but the twitching corners of his mouth also revealed what he was feeling at the moment. Raikage didn't say anything, but held his forehead helplessly and sighed. How can a person be so unlucky? The opponents have been assigned. Then please invite the first group of players to come on stage. Moonlight Gale raised his hand and announced loudly. Come on. Temari gently encouraged her younger brother and tidied his clothes for him. Gaara simply responded with a but his eyes were extremely clear, and all the resentment from the past seemed to have disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Rock Lee paced excitedly. I'll go first, he said to Niji and Tenten. Just as the two were preparing to go on stage, a voice suddenly came. Wait a minute, you two. Gaara and Rock Lee paused and looked back in confusion. Rain stagnates between the sky, like tears swirling in my eyes. This may be the last time we meet. They didn't know if it was a visual or auditory hallucination, but they seemed to hear a sudden BGM, and a person was there doing a strange dance. What's wrong, Yuzuki? Rock Lee scratched his head in confusion, and Gaara gave him the same look. He recognized this person. He was Naruto's good friend. Gaara often heard Naruto mention his name. What's the matter? Gaara asked softly. Hey. Shirgang Yua walked up with a smile and patted their shoulders with both hands. With a mysterious look on his face, he said, Since fate has brought you two together again, why don't you dance a more exciting dance? Let the general public see the strength of our genin. Gaara and Rock Lee both looked confused. What are you talking about? Yua didn't explain too much. She just turned them around and gave them a gentle push. With a mysterious smile. Go dance. As for what I'm talking about specifically, you'll know in a moment. The two of them blinked, and then walked into the battle arena with a lot of doubts in their heads. Just as Rock Lee and Gaara stepped onto the fighting stage, a strange message suddenly flooded into their minds. This made both of them stunned for a moment, and then they felt a force awakening in their bodies. This new power filled every inch of their skin like a tide. The battle begins. Before they could figure out what was going on, the referee Moonlight Gale gave the order, and the game officially began. Rock Lee came back to his senses immediately. The most important thing now was the game in front of him. His eyes focused, and his body quickly got into a fighting stance, with his right hand behind his back and his left arm raised high. Bang! With a strong push of his feet, Rock Lee rushed forward with the help of powerful elastic force. He appeared in front of Gaara in an instant. However, Gaara stood there with his arms folded, neither dodging nor defending. Konoha Whirlwind. Rock Lee, who couldn't understand the opponent's tactics, decided to try the depth first. He swung his foot violently and kicked his opponent hard. But at this moment, the sand floating around Gaara began to move. Accurately blocked Rock Lee's powerful kick. Puff! The kick was easily neutralized by the sand. Seeing this, Rock Lee couldn't help but be a little surprised. He landed again and prepared to adjust his posture. If you want to defeat me, you must first overcome the power given by my mother. Gaara said this and raised his fingers, only to see a few strands of fine sand entangled between his fingertips. It flowed gently in his palm as if it had a spirit. Rock Lee scratched his head in confusion. You mean, I have to be faster than this automatic defense to reach you? That's probably it. Can you do it? Gaara asked back with a hint of a smile. If you can't do it, you could just admit defeat. But at this moment, facing the provocation, Rock Lee was not discouraged, but his eyes became more determined. Well then, watch me demonstrate to you the power of youth and passion. Then he turned around and shouted outside the venue. Teacher Shaoli. In response to him, Mike Guy gave him an encouraging thumbs up from the sidelines. Burn to your heart's content. After getting recognition, Rock Lee immediately took off the huge weight equipment he usually wore during training. When he threw the metal rings to the side, there was a deafening sound and 2 deep holes were created on the ground, which showed how heavy they were. The whole audience burst into exclamations, and even the usually steady Kakashi couldn't help but whisper to Mike Guy whether his move was a bit too much. It seems that you do have extraordinary tenacity. Looking at the young man in front of him, even Gaara, who usually has a blank expression, couldn't help but show some approval. All I saw was that fine, soft, yet extremely hard golden quicksand was pouring out from the gourd behind him. Rock Lee smiled and did not hide his shortcomings. It's because I can neither use ninjutsu nor master jinjutsu techniques. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Rock Lee disappeared into thin air. The next moment, he appeared behind Gaara like lightning and threw a swift punch. However, this attack was blocked by the automatically formed sand wall. So fast, Gaara was secretly shocked, and he couldn't catch any of Rock Lee's movements. Without the weight, Rock Lee's speed increased to an astonishing level. He continuously launched attacks around Gaara, catching his opponent off guard with every strike. Gaara could only barely resist and was forced to retreat step by step. In that case, Gaara found an opportunity and suddenly pressed his palm on the ground. Instantly, countless quicksands surged out from the ground like surging waves. In just a few seconds, the entire venue was filled with sand. Since he couldn't capture the other party's figure, he might as well let the entire space become his trap. Sandstorm Burial, he shouted in a low voice. Following the order, the sea of sand suddenly began to boil, frantically devouring everything around it. At this point, Rock Lee no longer dared to attack rashly and could only rely on high-speed movement to avoid the fatal attack. But this is obviously not a long-term solution. Seeing himself like a struggling boat in the sea, which might capsize at any time, Rock Lee decided to use the last resort. 8 gates Dunjia Array, Gate of Wonder. Open. With a low roar, azure energy violently fluctuated around his body, emitting terrifying power. The strong airflow pushed away the turbulent sea of sand in front of it. In the stands, Mike Guy, who witnessed all this, was stunned. Charlie, stop immediately. Your body can't withstand the power of Gate of Wonder. But Rock Lee seemed unaffected. Instead, he felt an unprecedented surge of energy. Teacher Kai, I'm fine. I feel great right now. Rock Lee just felt that his body was full of strength. Moreover, he did not find it unbearable at all and could easily control this power. You know, he used to have to endure tremendous pressure when driving a 5-door car. But now it's completely different. He wondered in his heart, could it be that Yue had blessed him with something when she patted his shoulder just now? Without thinking too much, he concentrated his mind and gathered the energy in the air with his palms. Daytime Tiger. With a roar, a huge white tiger-shaped shock wave roared out and rushed toward the opponent not far away. All obstacles encountered along the way, including the layers of sand and gravel, were easily pushed to both sides. The scene was shocking, as spectacular as the splitting of the sea. Hokage, you call this a genin? On the high platform, Luo Sha could no longer hold it in. He stood up suddenly, with dark lines all over his cold face. An attack of that level would take a lot of effort for him to launch. Was this an attack made possible by Genin's ability? Before Minato Namikaze could say anything, the Raikage spoke first. He said in a muffled voice, I always feel that the Hokage's purpose in launching this Chunin exam is not very pure. The Raikage has now completely given up on making the Hidden Cloud Village famous in the Chunin exams. To be honest, there's something wrong with all the genin in Konoha. How could that be? Namikaze Minato waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. Then tell me what's going on down there. Raikage said dimly. Well, this is a secret technique that only grants temporary power, and the cost is extremely high. Yeah. Having said that, Rosa and Raikage felt a little better. All right. Hasn't Konoha always been like this? They're always geniuses. What's the big deal? Keep watching. Anoki spoke with a gloating expression on his face. He was happy to see other villages suffer misfortune. The Raikage glanced at him and murmured, Old man, let's see if you're still happy later. He just didn't believe that Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Hokage, would be an ordinary person. It must be kept secret. This guy, Gaara, was so shocked that he hardly dared to stop, and he circulated the chakra in his body to continuously summon sand. Drink! Countless quicksands gathered in front of Gaara to form a huge sand mountain, blocking the way of the day tiger, vowing to intercept the tiger. Boom! The moment the sand mountain collided with the day tiger, there was a deafening noise, and the entire arena seemed to be shaking. 4 Red Yang Formation. Yoyue's 4 clones quickly distributed to the 4 corners of the arena. A huge barrier then rose up, blocking all the aftermath to protect the audience from being affected. In the arena, the high temperature and shock waves melted the surrounding sand into glass and splashed everywhere. At this critical moment, Gaara used chakra to strengthen his defense layer and was able to barely withstand this amazing force. The sand has become so solid. Gaara was shocked and asked himself in confusion, what is going on? He suddenly remembered the mysterious smile of Shigong Yue. Could it be his credit? This thought flashed through my mind. Who on earth did this guy come from to make my sand so strong? But Rock Lee didn't give Gaara much time to think. Hiya. Feeling that his offensive was blocked, Rock Lee did not give up. Relying on his excellent physical skills, he started a series of quick attacks. Each strike was as powerful as thunder, and the figures were so fast that only a trail of afterimages was left, which was dazzling. Faced with this situation, Gaara raised his hands, and a large amount of flowing sand immediately gathered around him, forming an indestructible ball. Bang! Rock Lee punched down with great force, but only left a shallow mark. Instead, a powerful recoil force pushed him back several steps. The sand has become much harder. After quickly standing up, Rock Lee adjusted his strategy. Let's try another way. Whoosh whoosh. He was seen swinging his fist at an extremely fast speed, which generated heat from the friction in the air and soon caught fire. To the peacock! Fists burning with flames were thrown out continuously, hitting the sandy protective ball at high speed and density. Boom, boom, boom. Although it looks like the sand ball has been significantly impacted, it is still very strong. But Rock Lee didn't really want to destroy the sand ball directly through such an attack. With the continuous hot attack, the sand ball began to melt gradually and gradually turned into a transparent crystalline object. Now, the opportunity before him cheered him up, and he punched out with all his strength. Bang! The heavy punch embedded deeply into the crystallized sand ball, followed by a crisp cracking sound. Click! Bang! Soon after, the once indestructible barrier finally shattered. You have nowhere to hide now. Rock Lee showed a smug smile like a winner. However, when he saw the scene clearly, the smile on his face froze into astonishment. Where did they go? At this moment, a faint voice came from behind. Desert layer great funeral. Ceiling. Next moment, the quicksand suddenly rioted. The sand rushed towards Rock Lee like waves in a strong wind. Before he could react, he was completely swallowed up and submerged in the yellow sand. Gaara closed his eyes tightly and continued to cast spells, compressing all the sand with great intensity, gradually forming a huge pyramid. This tower looks like a huge monster growing out of the desert, which is daunting. Shikaku. Gaara suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly, just knowingly bothering me. Shikaku's lazy voice sounded, I really don't know why that stinky fox fell in love with weak humans like you. Despite complaining, Shikaku stretched out its sand claws, pierced through Gaara's chest, and slowly reached the top of the pyramid. As the seal spread from its arm to the entire pyramid, the seal was completely completed and all became quiet. Gaara was silent for a while and finally spoke. Thank you. Huh? Hi, you have a good attitude. Shikaku was obviously very satisfied with this respect. Then you can come to me if you have any problems in the future. Gaara pursed his lips lightly. Tisk. Is it over? Some people in the audience began to talk. It was really exciting, but unfortunately the people from other villages still won. Kakashi touched Might Guy beside him and said, If you don't have any other cards, you're going to lose this time. Might Guy's eyes were fixed on the pyramid. There's a way, but I don't want to see him use it. However, just as the words fell, suddenly there was a subtle but distinct vibration from the ground. What on earth is this? Everyone's eyes were focused in that direction. What does this vibration mean? Does it mean that the battle is not over yet? Gaara looked at the scene in disbelief. Such a powerful seal. Is there actually a way to break free? Boom. Without any signs, the tip of the pyramid suddenly exploded. A strong red light shot up into the sky accompanied by a deafening roar. When the fiery life force instantly bloomed, Might Guy's face became excited. Did you really use that trick? But how could Shao Li? He paused. Well, no matter what, now that we have started, there is no turning back. He turned to Kakashi, who was also shocked. Take a good look, Kakashi. This is Shao Li's burning passion and youth. And I have the same trick ready for you. You must remember it carefully when the time comes. Under the violent vibration, Kakashi held the iron bars in front of him tightly with both hands. After hearing what Might Guy said, he looked at the pyramid in the distance that was emitting red light. You left me one more of this level of power? Kai, I haven't offended you in any way, have I? Kakashi couldn't help but say. This. Seeing the red beam of light rising into the sky, Sasuke's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Is this the gate of death? He turned to Shirgong Yue and shouted in a somewhat collapsed tone. What the hell are you doing? Although he didn't know why Rock Lee could activate all 8 gates in this situation, he knew very well that the power of Gate of Death was no joke. That is dozens of times stronger than the 5 Kage. Even though Rock Lee's physical fitness is not as good as Might Guy's, he can at least exert a strength that is more than 20 times that of the 5 Kage. With just one strike from him, the entire Konoha village would probably be pierced through. Are you going to destroy Konoha? Yue gave him a weird look. Hasn't it been destroyed once before? Sasuke was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Yue patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Just watch over it with peace of mind. Both of them turned their attention back to the duel arena. The huge pyramid began to shake violently, and countless cracks quickly appeared on the solid stone walls. I can't control it anymore. Gaara clenched his teeth and clenched his hands into fists. He had tried his best to suppress that power, but to no avail. Boom! Finally reaching its limit, the pyramid exploded instantly. A ball of hot red steam shot up into the sky, dyeing half the sky red. At this moment, Rock Lee seemed to be on fire, and the blood vessels beneath his body glowed with a thick red light, surging like volcanic magma. He breathed in and out slowly, bringing out a burning breath with each breath. Rock Lee standing here now seems like an invincible existence. Even the people in the stands felt a sense of oppression, and their breathing became heavy. And when facing him, Gaara felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. Whoosh! Rock Lee's figure blurred for a moment. Before Gaara could react, he flew backwards quickly, his eyes full of shock. This speed, bang! With a loud bang, Gaara fell heavily to the ground, using the sand flow to mitigate the impact. Even so, a long groove was left on the ground. It can even break the sand armor. This explosive power is too exaggerated. Gaara's face beneath the sand gradually returned to human form. Skydrive. Before he finished speaking, Rock Lee suddenly stepped on his feet and leaped into the air as if he was stepping on an invisible staircase. He approached the enemy like a wild beast and shouted, "Evening Elephant." He swung his right fist, and the powerful force instantly compressed the air, throwing a fierce punch in the air. As the roar was heard, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground, smashing Gaara directly into the ground. Gaara, Tamari below, subconsciously covered her mouth and exclaimed, with worry in her eyes. Even Luo Sha, who was sitting on the high platform watching the fight, couldn't help but frown. Isn't this too cruel? Hokage, isn't this a bit too much? Just as Luo Sha opened his mouth to say something, there was a new movement in the arena. Tiny friction sounds came one after another, and it turned out that the sand on the ground was moving slowly. Puff! Rock Lee raised his hand and waved it, and a powerful air cannon swept out, instantly smashing countless grains of sand into pieces, and continued to advance forward. In the direction of the shock wave turned out to be spectators. What the hell? Why don't they even let bystanders go? The audience was panicked and wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to hide. Fortunately, the 4 red yang formation maintained by the 4 Yue clones had already been activated. Although the shock wave caused fluctuations when it hit the barriers, it was eventually blocked. It's so scary. We'd better retreat a little further. What if the barriers can't handle it? Many people in the front row quickly evacuated their positions. However, the battle did not stop. More sand continued to pour out of the huge pit. Soon it formed into a small hill, which seemed to be about to submerge the entire area. Are you trying to force me out this way? Faced with this situation, Rock Lee knew very well that if he confronted them head-on, he would have a slight advantage. But if the opponent takes advantage of environmental restrictions, you may be forced to withdraw from the field. This would cause big trouble. Yuzu a pair, 2 legs. Rock Lee threw punch after punch. The air burst into a deafening whistling sound, and each blow was so powerful that sand flew everywhere. But Gaara's speed in summoning sand was too amazing. No matter how hard he attacked, he could never catch up with the speed at which the sand was generated. This won't work. Rock Lee quickly observed the situation and made a decision in his mind. Then use this trick. Taking a deep breath, Rock Lee struck a posture of gathering strength, as if the whole world had stopped at this moment. Product. With a roar, thick blood-red steam immediately gathered around him. It was as if a living dragon had slowly emerged from behind him, lifelike and full of majesty. This scene made my guy, who was standing far away, couldn't help but get excited, and he patted Kakashi on the back. Kakashi, look over there. This is our ultimate technique, the ultimate move that burns our youth. Kakashi was already stunned by the scene before him. The space on the field seemed to be distorted, and everything in front of him became blurry. "You're going to use this against me?" Kakashi looked at Might Guy in disbelief, pointing at the red dragon that was gathering. "Yeah, that's it, Kakashi." Might Guy gave a thumbs up with a confident smile on his face. "As my eternal rival, I take you very seriously." "This?" Kakashi shook his head and waved his hands quickly. "There's really no need to be so exaggerated." At the same time, feeling Rock Lee's determination to attack with all his strength, Gaara slowly climbed out from the bottom of the pit, his eyes becoming more solemn. This guy actually intends to use this level of attack. It seems that I must go all out. As he put his hands together, all the sand around Gaara began to gather and compress, eventually turning into a huge sand spear. Roar! With a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, Rock Lee activated his Night Knight and rushed forward like an arrow. At the same time, the giant dragon followed him and rushed towards Gaara. "Yekai!" Rock Lee screamed, gathered all his strength into his toes, and kicked at the target. Shikaku Spear. Faced with such a powerful attack, Gaara did not flinch, but instead shouted loudly, and with both hands, he threw out his most powerful weapon. Suddenly, two powerful forces collided violently. At that moment, something surprising happened. Gaara's Shikaku Spear was broken in an instant, but he was not discouraged. Instead, veins on his forehead bulged, and he tried his best to mobilize chakra. More sand was frantically pumped from the ground to replenish the broken spear. Drink! The sand waves rolled out, and with endless support, they miraculously blocked Rock Lee's kick that was enough to destroy everything. At this moment, everyone held their breath, shocked by the visual shock and fighting spirit brought by this fierce battle. Boom! A deafening vibration broke out instantly, and the entire venue seemed to be shaken by this huge force. But everyone at the scene was watching this thrilling match intently. We can still maintain a stalemate. Sasuke was shocked. Gaara can actually stop Ikai. This is the ultimate physical technique that almost killed Six Paths Madara with one kick. What's so surprising about this? Gaara wins by sheer numbers. It's not that hard to use the power of nature to fight back. Shirgong Yue explained lightly. Besides, Shaoli is not Kai. If he were Kai, even if he didn't use Night Kai, Gaara wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from Shixiang. Wait, let's not talk about this for now. Naruto suddenly popped his head out from between the two of them, interrupting their conversation. He pointed to the ground below. "Do you feel that we are descending?" "What?" Sasuke and Shinomiya Yuzuki were both stunned. But then, their expressions became solemn. They looked at each other and said in unison, "We are really going down." Shinomiya Yuzuki looked up into the distance. The location of Hokage Rock was indeed far away from their height, as if they were suddenly sent to the foot of the mountain. "Damn it!" Shinomiya Yuzuki reacted suddenly and turned to look at the battlefield, only to see Gaara frantically sucking sand from the ground. "It seems to be because of Gaara." Sasuke pondered for a while and asked, "Do we need to stop them?" "No need, they're almost done." Yue waved her hand and said. As soon as he finished speaking, new changes occurred on the field. "Ea Eawa!" Rock Lee roared and rushed forward with his last bit of strength. Finally, he broke through the endless sand flow and came in front of Gaara. "Yekai!" He roared and kicked Gaara's body with all his strength. However, he was exhausted, and almost all of his strength had been consumed in the previous defense. This attack was finally blocked by the sand that kept surging in front of Gaara. -0. At that moment, it seemed as if I saw a striking number appear above Gaara's head. Thump! Rock Lee and Gaara collapsed to the ground at the same time. One of them exhausted his physical strength, and the other's chakra was dry. Moonlight Gale, who had been hiding somewhere watching the battle, only dared to show up again at this time. He approached the two people cautiously, leaned over to examine them carefully, and immediately announced the results. "The battle is over. Draw." According to the rules, a tie is considered a failure and both players are eliminated. Shaoli, rest in peace. I will definitely hold a grand funeral for you. Whoa, my guy's tears flowed like a spring. He knew that after the gate of death ended, the burned-out vitality would take away his beloved disciple. Kai, Kakashi patted him on the back, but couldn't find any words that could truly comfort his sad companion. On the court, Rock Lee's body was like a burnt charcoal, with cracks all over the body, and the fire of life was about to be completely extinguished. So Shaoli is completely gone this time? Sasuke couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, with some complicated emotions in his eyes. At this time, Naruto, who has no power of 6 paths, can save his life. Once his life is burned out, there is really no room for recovery. Don't jump to conclusions. Just wait and see what happens. Shirgong Yue smiled softly, and her tone seemed to show that she had a superior control over the entire situation. Sasuke looked at the field in confusion, and at that moment, something incredible happened. Rock Lee's body, which was supposed to be dead, suddenly burst into a dazzling green light. In just a moment, the charred and cracked skin returned to its original state, as if it had never been injured. Shaoli seems to be fine. Kakashi had sharp eyes and noticed this immediately. Well, Might Guy's tearful expression suddenly froze. Looking in the direction Kakashi pointed, I saw that Shaoli had indeed returned to normal. I knew that our youth would continue forever. Might Guy's tears disappeared immediately, revealing an excited look. Kakashi was stunned. His expression changed so quickly. What's going on? Sasuke felt a little confused and shocked. This power was a strange phenomenon he had never seen before. This is the power of perseverance, Yue explained. It can help people regain new life in despair. Perseverance? I heard my dad mention a book called The Biography of Perseverance. Is it the same as what you said? Naruto suddenly remembered the books in his father's study and asked curiously. Maybe it's a little different. Yue smiled awkwardly and then reminded, But Naruto, get ready. It's your game next. Just as everyone was getting ready, the referee's voice rang out. Due to the serious damage to the field, the next game will be postponed for 2 hours. Hearing this, Naruto's face immediately broke into a smile. Looks like I can rest a little longer. After that, he waved to Yue. Let's go, Yue. You just woke up and must not have had breakfast yet. How about we go get some ramen together? Yue smiled and said jokingly, Haven't we already had a feast? That giant raisin shuriken from the tailed beast planet. Facing the joke, Naruto scratched his head and smiled silly in response. That can't be considered a proper meal. Okay, let's really go eat ramen. As the two smiled at each other and walked towards the ramen restaurant, they found Sasuke walking in the opposite direction. Sasuke, you're not coming, they shouted. No time, you guys go first. Sasuke answered briefly without even stopping. Although Sasuke did not explain the reason, Yuzuki seemed to have known it for a long time, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Okay, I get it. Have you gone to find Xiangling? Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret for you. Sasuke paused when he heard this, glanced back at the other party, and then said coolly, I'm just going to take a look. You're thinking too much. Don't worry, I understand. Yutsuki gave a meaningful smile, and this smile made Sasuke alert immediately. Don't always think you understand me. Okay, then go and do your own thing. I won't bother you anymore. With a dissatisfied snort, Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and walked away from the crowd. As soon as Sasuke left, Yuzuki and Naruto immediately turned around and headed towards the audience seats. Sakura. Xiaoying was about to leave when she heard a hurried call. She looked back and saw Yutsuki and Naruto running towards her. Yuzuki, Naruto. Sakura smiled happily and waved to them enthusiastically. What do you want from me? Sakura smiled sweetly. Her voice was clear and pleasant. We weren't the ones looking for you. It was Sasuke who asked you to go find him. Yue pointed with his thumb in the direction behind him. Really? Sakura's eyes lit up instantly, and she asked in surprise, Where is he? Over there. Just keep going straight and you'll see him. Yuzuki pointed in the direction Sasuke had just left. Sakura didn't hesitate, turned around and ran over there, waving at them. Goodbye, I'll go see him. Goodbye. Yue also waved with a strange smile on her lips. After Sakura left, the honest Naruto blinked and looked at Yuzuki with some confusion. I remember Sasuke, didn't ask us to call Sakura over, right? No, he did. Yuzuki answered confidently. Really? But I didn't hear it. Naruto, you don't understand this. Sasuke and I can convey 300 words with just a glance. So awesome. Can you teach me? Of course. Let's go and eat ramen first. The two of them walked arm in arm towards Ichiraku Ramen. At the same time, in another corner of the village, a heart-wrenching drama was unfolding. Hurry up. Put your hands out. The grass ninja wearing a bamboo hat glared at Xiangling, his eyes full of ferocity. Xiangling was so scared that she curled up with a look of horror on her face. We all come from the same village. How can you bear to watch them die without helping them? Another grass ninja, with a scar on his face, said in a cold tone, Why are you still wasting time? Just do it like we did in the village. A Jing is dying. If we delay any longer, he will die. The short grass ninja next to him anxiously hugged his seriously injured companion, blood dripping from his fingertips, and could not be stopped at all. During the Death Forest assessment, they tried to snatch a scroll from a team, but ended up underestimating the other team's strength. One of his companions was severely injured and was in critical condition, barely alive. Idiot! This is Konoha. Didn't you see the rules when you came in? Parasol Grass couldn't help but curse loudly. If she reports us to Konoha later, we will all be in trouble. After that, his fierce eyes fell on Xiangling again. Hurry up and stop wasting time. Don't think we can't do anything to you here. If you dare not cooperate, I will kill you when we get back to the village. Facing the fierce threat from the Kusanagi nin, Xiangling was extremely frightened, but she still shook her head desperately. No, he is so badly injured, it takes too much blood to save him. By then, I'll be dead. Although Xiangling is usually weak, she showed her rare determination this time when her life was threatened. After all, this is Konoha's territory, and they dare not attack her openly. Because Konoha has strict regulations prohibiting any form of violence within the village. Once a violation occurs, there will be extremely severe punishment. It is precisely for this reason that these grass ninjas did not act rashly against Xiangling. There was a fierce light in the eyes of the Kusagasa ninja. This guy actually dared to reject him again and again, which made him lose face. He raised his hand unconsciously, but at this moment, suddenly, a chill surged up my back, as if countless needles were piercing my spine. He knew that if he dared to touch Xiangling, he would surely face unpredictable and horrific consequences. He turned his head slowly and stiffly. On the treetop not far away, a masked figure appeared quietly, and his eyes seemed to see through everything. Umbu of Konoha. The grass ninja with the hat trembled suddenly in his heart, and immediately raised his hands high to show his innocence. My lord, I didn't do anything. However, Umbu did not respond. He just pointed at his own eyes and then at him. It's like a warning. I will be watching you all the time, so you'd better behave yourself. After saying that, the figure disappeared silently. After the other party really left, the Kusanagi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did I realize that my back was soaked with cold sweat. So this is the legendary Konoha ninja. He muttered to himself. Even ordinary Umbu players can make people feel such a huge sense of oppression. Wiping the sweat from their foreheads, the other companions looked at each other. After experiencing this incident, everyone gave up the idea of taking action here. What should we do now? Jing is dying. When they saw their companions dying, one of them suddenly raised his finger. Hey!
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.